Kick out the jams, motherfuckers. It's the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I am Ron Bennington.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little busy today, Gail, so could you quickly take attendance?
Certainly. Ron Bennington.
Oh, here.
Vito Bennington.
Here.
Chris Stanley Bennington? Chris Stanley? Stanley.
Somebody said that dude OD'd.
Puka, dude.
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that rumor?
Just started it. No, but he does, take a lot of dope. So probably is.
Oh,
Brown
my
acid.
God.
Right? Brown acid.
Even Puka dude's on time?
Always on time, man. I learned that as a long time ago. If you're not early, you're late. Somebody should have told that to Senior Stanley. Third time's the charm, Chris. I think Puka's right. I think it's the third time.
This is time number 3. And, it's getting...
Three strikes.
So we have a morning text that happens just to make sure everyone is awake. It was implemented by the one time that I woke up late. And so I was like, hey, I have a great idea. Let's all make sure each other's up. But it's never worked for Chris. So no amount of text or calls wakes him up.
You need to do an evening text to make sure that his phone is up.
I guess
that's what we're going to hear.
That's what we need. Set your alarm now. Maybe he needs a real alarm, like a not attached to your phone that can die.
Like a real boy's alarm.
Yeah, like a good boy's alarm that wakes him up for school every morning.
But, the only one of us that's never been late is Vito.
Vito is the only one.
Well, in my defense, not in my defense.
No.
It's a good thing.
I live like 2 stops away. So
that doesn't matter. If Chris lived downstairs, he's still sleeping.
He's still sleeping right now.
This is not a commute problem.
We need to get him that clock, the old one with the 2 bells on top.
Yeah.
The cartoons.
Yeah, he needs...
That's not from the cartoons. That's from actual life. That is not a cartoon clock. Look, we need something for cartoons to signify a clock. Let's put 2 bells on up and have it ring. Wait, why haven't we done that in real life? Look, Fox News just did a poll. Things in the world today are going to A, hell in a handbasket, or B, going to be all right. Hell in a handbasket, 1 going away.
I like that the opposite of that is just okay. No one thinks it's going to be great. Is it just going to be all right?
All right, so it's a double shot of Bennington today. Always a fun day for us. But even though, we joke, we know Chris is all right, there's still a thing because he lives alone. You know what I mean? I'm
never comfortable with it.
There's no one else that you can call in his life.
Even when he has been making smarter life choices.
And he has.
And never went away from me. The fear of Chris is dead.
No.
Chris is dead right now. And I'm terrified. In my mind.
Because even though he no longer drinks or takes pills or anything, he still looks like he's only 1 cookie away from...
Is he only had 1 last cookie. He loved cookies.
It's that last cookie that did him in. That last sleeve of Oreos.
But even in the case for any of us, we all have people that we could contact.
Yeah. We should have his supers number.
Something.
Befriend his neighbor and be like, we're going to call you on days where he doesn't pick up the phone.
And that would be the only friend that anyone in that building would have of Chris, because even the people of the building don't know him.
No, he is a lone wolf.
He is.
Now, if this was Vito, we could get a hold of Leslie very quickly. We could figure it out.
Yeah, we'd say, Leslie, roll over and scratch Vito. Yeah, he doesn't have any single person in his life.
No.
And if you bring it up to him, he'll just laugh. Now, what you guys also need to do is check in with him at nighttime.
Yes, that's going to be the new system.
Yeah.
Is everyone's going to go, alarm set?
Right.
Everyone getting to bed at a normal.
What time do we do that?
I say that, do that around like 10:30, 11 o'clock before somebody passes out. And then we can guarantee everyone has their, and you have to screenshot your alarm.
Because I'm just nervous if he's not home and he forgets to set the alarm by the time he gets home.
He's a liar is what you're saying. And he'll just say, lies. Yeah, I said it.
He lies. All right, Larry Callis says to us, there's an app that lets you set an alarm that anyone can set, but you have to call someone to shut it off. So we could just leave on the alarm with him no matter what.
That's a good idea. It's a guarantee.
That's a guarantee. But he can't do. There's got to be something where there's a string here that we kick, that we pull it, and a boot comes in and kicks him in the butt. But we were also saying this about him, Vito. He's not going to call you and say, "Oh, I'm on the way in."
No,
that's the kind of a fucking roughhouser that he is.
And here's the thing: if this is anything like the last two times, if you wake up late for work, you're already late. So it's fine to brush those teeth and throw a comb through the hair.
That's disgusting.
But then he shows up here always a half hour, 45 minutes late, but he could have added an extra 5 to 10 minutes to that.
You can say that about any morning of his life. There's no reason that he doesn't brush that teeth and straighten the hair out a little bit. You know, the funny thing about him is no one thinks that he has great hair now that he cut it. When he let it grow long, everyone's like, oh, you have a great hair like an Indian chief.
I know. He did have really beautiful hair. And even when it was a little bit like moppier,
yeah,
he had something going for him.
You know what I worry about? He didn't win that sandwich contest yesterday.
Oh, no. He had a very hard loss because Greg Stone showed up, Andy Fiore,
Anthony DeVito.
They had their big sandwich contest. His place did not win.
Why don't you ever remember Anthony DeVito?
Oh, I do. I was like just waiting because he's the most important. So that's
because he's hunkiest. Because he's the hunkiest hunk.
What if Chris is just laying in a pile of sandwiches?
He's awake. He's just, I'm not going in.
Why would you even bother what if? He's laying in a pile of sandwiches.
Late or not.
I remember.
He wakes up in a pile of sandwiches.
I saw him scope before with a pile of sandwiches. He went out and bought a suitcase filled with hamburgers. And I was at his house. I'm watching him going, I better go over to his house and watch him while he sleeps. It's 4:00 in the morning. He's drunk. And it's just cheeseburger after cheeseburger.
Yeah.
He fell asleep after his 13th or 14th cheeseburger.
He fell asleep mid-crave case.
Now, normally if it's 3:00 in the morning and you see someone eating, it makes you hungry. Instead of just the opposite, where I'm like, I am done with cheeseburgers.
Take a little break. Something about it's just lost its appeal.
This girl from the soccer team has completely taken over the kneeling thing from Kaepernick. What's her name, like Rapaho or something like that?
Megan Rapinoe.
I'd go by Rapaho if I was her.
Rapaho is pretty cool.
But she just not only took it away from him, but from Black Lives Matter. And it's more like no one's nice to lesbians. This wasn't yours to take.
She's doing it, to say, I stand with you. I kneel with you.
But we've forgotten him. She's like, yeah, I know how bad blacks have it in this country, about half as bad as lesbians. Why doesn't she just light a flare and stand there with it? This is what represents for lesbians.
That would be pretty cool. That's a cool look. It's going to come off pretty patriotic, though.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Rockets, red glare, and all that. Everyone, on the left this morning is furious and disgusted with a Mr. Jim Fallon from the Jim Fallon Tonight Show.
Oh, James.
Because
how could you?
He let Trump tickle him and chase him around the couch last night. So tons of people are just furious that he's like Mr. Chumpy Trump.
This morning I saw an article and it was just like him just like tussling his Trump's hair. People are disgusted.
Yeah, like he uses it as a thing of let's go crazy viral, me and you.
I love going viral, don't you?
I'm sure anybody on the right is totally happy with Jim and thinks he's got it down, but anyone who is not is bummed about it. And there he is, just tussling up his hair. And everybody was, after he messed up there, thanks for humanizing a monster, Jim. Appreciate it.
I never realized how likable he was before.
He's great. So they're pissed at him, but it doesn't, that is his personality. You know what I mean?
Yes, he likes everybody. He wants to be friends with everybody.
All right. Larry in Yonkers just wrote this to us. Chris has been 34 minutes late both times. I'll take the over on this time. I think that's a good, safe bet, Larry.
Yeah, I think that's safe.
I'm going to say 47.
47?
Really?
I'm going to go 47.
I'm going to go by 10 o'clock. We still haven't heard from him.
Oh, no. I'll really be upset. Please don't say that. I'm thinking
I can't do it from here, no matter what I say.
I think he won't be here by the first break. So, no way.
Of which show?
Oh, my God. I didn't even think that. We're doing 2 shows. Can I just ask you guys something?
Mm-hmm.
What would Bane say about this? What would Bane say about Chris being so late?
Chris is always late. I'm very concerned.
Oh, you think the alarm clock is on?
I can barely hear you. You're like Bane. If Bane was just grabbed by that psycho that throws people down in the pit with their dog.
A lot of people said they were both good impressions, but I did get a lot of good feedback.
Really?
Yeah. For my impression yesterday.
I didn't know that. I thought that they were too close to call. A lot of people wrote to me, said they both kind of stink. I liked it mainly because I never saw the movie.
So it's just like you're making up your own Bane.
Yeah. No, let me just ask you a little bit about Bane from the Batman series.
Yes.
Good guy or bad guy? Because he seems pretty good to me.
I mean, they say he's bad, but he's so damn likable.
Anti-hero.
The classic anti-hero.
An anti-hero is still a hero.
He's a hero to me, damn it.
It's always real to me, damn it. All right, the Fox News just put up about a double homicide in Chris's neighborhood.
What?
Yeah, and they just showed a picture of his building. I don't think that's him.
What? Why wouldn't you assume that's him?
Right, there's a foot hanging out the window there that looks a lot like Chris's. And they said double homicide because he's just so damn big. Did you see the thing yesterday? The guy running down the street with a meat cleaver?
Oh,
Jesus. This is like, seriously, the joke out of like a Woody Allen movie that somebody in New York just snaps and runs down the street with a sharp knife. A guy was running around with a cleaver.
Yeah. And hit a cop with the cleaver.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't realize he was shot, but he's alive, correct? He is in the hospital.
I haven't, I
They took him down.
Yeah, I never do follow-up stories.
They tried to tase him. I know that.
Tasing didn't even work. It doesn't work on anyone.
No. It seems like only people who shouldn't be tased it affects, but those who should be tased, it's just like they hulk up and just start losing it.
I mean, I could see why this guy would run down the street with a cleaver because they put a boot on his car. And that's just going to drive you nuts. You're just like, well, why do you have a cleaver in your car? I mean, it's such a rare thing. Like,
honey, get the cleaver.
Only a butcher has a cleaver. Like, I don't think I have ever had one at my house. What would I be cleaving?
I thought it was just one of the guys who had the halal cart outside, and he just had his
racist,
no,
dude.
because they have the cleavers to cut up the meat, and I just figured that was there's right outside Penn Station. There's a cleaver there, or maybe he just grabbed the cleaver off the halal cart.
No, he did not.
Nobody reported anything about a halal cart, ladies and gentlemen.
And I don't think that's actually a
that.
cleaver that they work with.
Well, yeah, theirs is, I think, longer and thinner.
Yes.
A meat cleaver is very...
Only a butcher has.
Yeah.
It's like that one's thick, right? Because
Yeah.
it has to like chop through.
See if you get a picture
too.
of... Yeah. And that's why, like, you got to take that dude serious. And, like, people with guns are like, see? And we're like, yeah, but it wasn't a gun. It was this... No, there's a regular cleaver. Let's see if you can get a picture of a halal cleaver. See if there's a sales place for that.
I have a feeling that there isn't a guy swinging one of these at every corner in New York City.
A lot of people are calling Vito a racist right now. Not just from that thing, from a lot of shit.
Yeah.
He said of the...
That was before you even made that statement.
All right, so his thing's more like a paint, like when you're trying to do drywall.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's flat.
This one, that's not threatening at all.
So that's like what you would make a cheesesteak with.
Yeah.
It's just like chopping up the meat on the grill.
Yeah, that's actually a kind tool that you're seeing there.
And I don't think that could do the damage that this guy did.
You couldn't do any damage at all, not even to halal meat.
I think if you got a good enough, like if you like did like a little like jab from here, like you pulled it back and you went with your hip and you like.
That's
You
not
sound
what
like
he did. You're making up a scenario that didn't
First
happen.
of all, you're just thinking like in prison anything could be a weapon, and that's true, Vito. In this case, though, you're just being a racist.
If you really put your mind to it, anything could be a weapon. That's very MacGyver of you. Although, does MacGyver make weapons out of his things, or just like he just gets out of bad situations? I've actually never seen.
I've seen plenty of MacGyvers, but never MacGyver. But I don't think he makes weapons out of stuff. I think he makes like a bomb out of gum or something.
Well, I read the Wikipedia thing about it when the new show was getting all over Big Brother, and in the old show, he had a gun accident when he was a kid, so he's really against guns.
Ah, that's a good idea.
Interesting.
And you got to try to take chemicals and make something kind of a bomb out of it.
So he uses everything around him, as we saw in that Power of Veto competition.
All right, I'm looking at. By the way, we got to get a shirt that just says "Power of Veto" for you.
Yeah.
I love that.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia. His gun accident that he shot his own little penis off when he was a kid.
Oh no.
Yeah,
So
that's why he has
that's
that
the reason.
haircut. So, what did Larry say? It was 34 minutes.
Yeah, he said 34 minutes every time. I don't think this is...
I don't think,
no
I don't
way.
think we're looking at a 34-minute man. So this is his third time being late for this show.
Yes.
That's pretty bad.
It's not great.
You're 1. I'm 0 being late for this show. Once being late for the other show.
Right.
And I even gave myself a nice long... But mine was strictly based on traffic.
Right. Traffic related. And, like, in my scenario, it's not like I woke up after the show had started. I just live a far enough distance that I was not able to make up the time. And also felt the need to brush the teeth, change the clothes. I'm running comb through that hair.
He saves time by sleeping in his jeans.
It's go time.
And I don't know if he's ever gotten out of that sick fucking undershirt that he wears.
I think it's the same one.
It's the same one. There's not multiple of those things made. You wear those weird wrestling undershirts. Why?
That's the same color as the one he was wearing yesterday. You guys share one, don't you?
You're a double T-shirt guy today.
Yeah, they're very... Well, I don't like the feeling of, like, this T-shirt fabric up against my body, so I like wearing the tank top tight.
What's the issue? The nipples?
Yeah, the nipple. I don't like getting chafed nips.
Why don't you put on a brassiere then? Or manzier, as I'm trying to call it.
The bro.
I hate the term the bro, though. Don't you think? I think George's dad was more correct.
Yeah, the man's ear is...
Who would have thought we would start talking about Seinfeld before Chris got here?
Yeah. He'll be kicking himself when he finds out.
Let me try to find out where you guys are hiding my water now. It's a funny joke.
Is this it?
Yeah, good. Put it behind there. Good.
It's a prank day.
Yeah, it is. I love it. All right, someone said what you wear is a wrestling unitard.
I do have a singlet, as it's properly called.
There's a Kyle is saying that your Bane sounds a lot like your Daniel Plainville.
How could it? All right.
Yeah, let's do both.
Okay. So Bane is, nobody cared about me until I put on the mask.
Oh, that's good.
And then my Daniel Plainview would be, give me the blood, Lord, and get me out of here. Give me the blood, Eli, and let me go.
There's
a very strong difference there.
There's a strong difference, but there's something very fun. It's even funnier for a woman to be doing a Daniel Plainville. That fucking character is like the most masculine thin man in the history of film. Give me the blood, Lord. My son and I here, digging a steak with napkins on our faces. This is my bowling alley. Just like all that money, and it's just for a big house with a shitty bowling alley. That's his only pleasure. I have my own bowling alley, no pinball. Pinboy, I gotta walk down myself and set it up. My son was deaf. Bastard in a basket, I'd call him. Yeah, I'm starting to think that 34 is out of reach.
Yep, not gonna happen.
34's dead.
I think we're right to actually start worrying about him, though. You know, it's a sad thing. If something happened to him, the last thing I promised him sushi. Because me and him were going to come in and work on Saturday on yet another show that we're doing.
And then have a sushi boy lunch?
Yeah, sushi boys. That's what we like to call ourselves.
Sounds like a 90s boy band.
First of all, why is it just 90s boy band? The boy bands are still around to this day, and they haven't changed. I would even go back to say the true boy band started in the 80s with New Kids on the Block.
Yeah, that was the beginning. Although I would say that 90s is the height of it. You know, that's when it was at its peak. It's like girl groups in the 60s.
Right.
Boy groups in the 90s.
All right, the 90s, who's your number one boy band of the 90s?
I think you gotta go NSYNC is the number one. You're going Backstreet?
I was always Backstreet. Like, remember when Burger King had the toys, the Backstreet and Space toys, and Backstreet's Back was out, and they were in the space music? I loved Backstreet Boys. I was a BSB dude.
And I think there was a time that NSYNC was like opening for them, I think.
Yeah. But I think Backstreet kind of hit big first.
For me, yeah. Oh, yeah. Backstreet was big, and then NSYNC passed them. But for me, it was always 98 Degrees.
Really?
And is that based like on a 98.6 or?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess so.
I think it's because that's what their whole thing is, that's what the body temperature is.
Yeah, but they're off by 0.6.
Yeah, they need the 0.6. So you're running a little cold there.
Maybe because they're a little cooler than you.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, okay. You know a lot about boy bands.
Yeah, he knows too much about boy bands. Was there another big boy band besides that? Besides those three? Because we're talking about girl groups. There's 10 times as many girl groups.
There's like a lot of like little ones
that like tried to get off, and then they started just like going to kind of like they started picking up guitars and stuff, and then like you had your
that wasn't
that's not a
who are you gonna compare? Like 182?
No. Well, I mean, they turned into one kind of, but I mean, at first they actually were a punk band.
I think you're drunk, Ben.
But I would say like Fall Out Boy's kind of a boy band.
That's crazy.
No.
Talk.
It's got to be like strictly pop, put together by a producer. They're not like, they didn't really have to like come up.
Yeah, they're
together.
Not in the same neighborhood.
One Direction right now.
Yeah, One Direction is a boy band, a boy group.
They were put together on a talent show.
Why are you saying something that everyone knows?
I like One Direction.
I know, but you're just saying something that is like the most known fact ever, like it was trivia.
I feel crazy. We didn't bring up a very important band.
Is that
New Kids? New Kids really started.
That's what I said in the 80s.
Yeah,
New Kids were an 80s band.
Oh, that's true. They started like late 80s, right?
Yeah, like if they were kind of doing a white version of Bobby Brown's band.
Right, exactly. And then I went to school with a kid who was in like a mini boy band where they're all very young, and they got very popular, but like no one above 9. Like everyone else, maybe like 16 would have been like the top.
Yeah,
theirs were like 9-year-olds because they were like 16. They were called Dream Street, and they were very popular.
Do you remember S Club 7?
S Club, yes, I do.
They were great, but that's like a mixed gender group.
X Club 7 is something I do to get a tax break. I got to get my X Club 7s in here.
They were, well, they didn't really pick a gender. That's what it was.
Yeah, they were like, well, we let everybody in. We're going to make fun movies and TV shows.
I don't think you can go across gender, but I do think that you should have a couple different colors.
Oh, yeah.
I think there should be a black kid, Asian kid, Puerto Rican kid, white kid.
Yeah. It should be like a boy version of like the Babysitter's Club. You want everybody represented. Get a ginger in there.
Even transgender would be great if you had a transgender
trans
kid.
man.
Yeah. Hey, Rachel, what's up? Turn your radio down.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I was curious why you can't consider Frankie Lyman a boy band or Menudo a boy band.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you could, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. Why must I be a teenager in love? I mean, were the Temptations a boy band? I would say no. I thought that those bands were like a little too serious. I would even say the same thing about 5 kids from Indiana, the Jackson 5.
Yeah, I don't really think of...
They predated boy bands.
Yeah, that was before they had really figured that out. Like, the girl groups were like, look, it's like other groups, but it's filled with girls.
Yeah. But would the Osmond Brothers have been a boy band?
Like, I think they would have been later. Yeah, if they came later in life. But I would not call those boy bands. But Menudo, yes. Menudo's a boy band.
If you use if you use live music behind you in your recordings, then you're not a boy band. But the people who use like the production and like the special effects to change
That's kind of interesting. He's saying you got to come out of the thing lip syncing and thinking that dancing is more important than anything else.
Yeah, everybody needs like the choreographed.
Right. The reason that we could blame Michael Jackson for ruining live music. He was the fucking beginning of the end of live music ever mattering again.
Before, the most you would have is a go-go dancer on each side.
Right.
And that should be enough.
And Elvis even made his go-go dancers sing. They're like, you're also backing me up.
But I'm so tired from all this go-go dancing.
One time he was mad at his backup singers and said, I can get 2 more colored girls over here to sing. Everyone was like really mad at him. Like, dude, you just crossed the fucking line, Elvis.
Even in this day and age.
Hey, Joe in Boston, what's up?
Are we missing something here? They're not really technically bands if they're not playing instruments, so wouldn't it be a quartet?
Well, first of all...
You're assuming.
First of all, we didn't make it up. If there was boy quartets out there, and a lot of them are quintets.
Yeah. Hey, you fucking idiots.
Well, what about Hanson? There's only 2 of them.
No, there was 3 of them, and they played instruments. That kept them from being... They're very, very talented musicians.
Yeah.
2 minutes away from Chris breaking his new record. And I don't think he's even stirring yet.
No, I don't think he's awake.
Yeah.
I have a feeling, even though in the past he has not called, I have a feeling that he is going to just panic, particularly because you had given him a ring. He's going to maybe...
Yeah, but I had never left any messages yet. This is the Stanley house. The phone ringing next to his corpse.
Oh, no.
Saddest thing ever.
Chris, wake up, Chris. Please wake up.
Oh, boy. I'm just gonna say cause time of death.
Reach the voicemail box of 917.
Oh, whoa! Crank call. Until you started screaming, I was actually going to leave the message. Look, he's up against the wall laughing.
You should have just let it go as his punishment.
Let the callers.
700 voicemails.
Jesus, I'm late. Hey, Jason, what's up?
Are R&B groups considered boy bands? Because how about Boys to Men?
Well, Boys to Men, which is, I think, still have the longest number one hits at any time. Yeah. They had, that was an age where you could have a number one hit for like 17 weeks. I don't know what it was about the early 90s. People were just like, just leave this time.
This is fine, I guess. I'm used to it.
They had something like, they had a long hit like that, and then they had another hit with Mariah Carey. That was like 42 weeks right after it. I don't know what went down with Boys to Men. I saw them about a year or two ago here, and they were just men. There's no boys to, but they had the most attractive kind of soccer mom audience you've ever seen in your life. Yeah, here at the place. So there was just like a lot of really incredibly gorgeous 40-year-old women just moving back and forth.
Just feeling it.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, they still got it, I guess.
They still have it. See, they made a smart choice with the name Boys to Men.
Knowing.
Not that awkward. I mean, it's slightly awkward, but they're saying, we became men.
Yeah. I was in a group called Beach Boys to Men, and we didn't hit. I think we were too late and too early.
That's a brilliant idea. Beach Boys to Men? That's incredible. Like playing Beach Boys song and then just like going into End of the Road.
People would love it.
I like it.
Hey, Brett, what's up?
Hey, I was just thinking this boys band thing. Even I think before New Kids, the Puerto Rican boys band Menudo, wasn't Ricky Martin part of that?
Yeah, but no one knew that he was Ricky Martin then, right?
No, he did not have the solo career yet.
It's just like with In Sync with JT, he was nothing in that band until he started dating Britney Spears. And suddenly he got star pussy all over him, and it took him to the next level.
Yeah, he became the front runner quick after that happened.
But if you go back and watch like YouTubes, they're not even paying attention to him in interviews. Mm-hmm. He's like just sitting in the back.
He's just like one of the dudes.
Right. Like you know who else moved up a lot is the learning disability kid that was with the New Kids. Not New Kids, but what would we say the one before that was? Backstreet, yeah. That the youngest one suddenly became the alpha male as the years went on, the blonde kid. Oh. And he was like younger than everybody else.
Nick Carter?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then after that, he was mad at somebody and said, "We'll take you down Backstreet style." He thought he was in a gang. I forget who was fighting with him. Probably one of the rap rockers. They started shit a little bit with those boys.
I recently took a BuzzFeed quiz that said that it was what Backstreet Boy would be your boyfriend, and it was Brian Luttrell. So I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, I
took a BuzzFeed quiz and failed it. So I apparently got to do it again next summer. I don't know. It was
You're not
tough.
going to pass the internet.
I won't be able to move on. Here's Kevin, Louisiana. What's up, buddy?
Hey, you guys remember, you guys can get standing like this. The last time Boys to Men were in with Opie and Jim, they were late, and the Iron Sheik jumped their ass.
I don't know anything about that. I just thought for a second but I could fake my way through, but I couldn't. Look what it is. It's young Janice from Chicago. Last night, in the middle of the night, Chicago Cubs clinch their division. Onward, upward, yeah. They backed into it. They lost their game, and then they went to bed, and then St. Louis lost.
Yay!
Vito, remember this time last year you were excited about baseball?
Yeah, I'm going to a game on Sunday.
You'll be able to lay down in those seats.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice because I can put my feet up.
I don't want the stress of October baseball.
No, it is stressful. It's crazy stressful. Janice, do you care about the Cubs?
Yeah, I do.
You need them to win it all?
Well, I'm hoping. I try not to get too...
Well, they said this. Everyone in Chicago is eating a goat today as a way of saying we're no longer afraid of goats.
That's good.
Hooray! When you were talking about MacGyver, I was laughing because the original MacGyver, my grandma used to love, and she used to tell me, he could make a bomb out of a piece of string.
It's true. He could make a bomb out of it. I'm a MacGyver. MacGyver is, by any other means, just a terrorist. He's leaving behind bombs for people.
He's just a crafty terrorist.
If I could just blow up this plane. Don't, MacGyver.
Stop, MacGyver.
MacGyver ISIS coming this fall. What if someone from ISIS had MacGyver's unbelievable? What if someone one of these MacGyvers just took out a gun and shot him in the chest? MacGyver's
there
dead.
You go.
Yeah. Shit, never thought of that. All right, Chris Stanley, officially later than he's ever been before.
This is rough. Not good.
Well,
and he's not drinking or anything anymore.
No. Unless he started last night.
Oh, God.
He said he had a rough time with the gambling.
Say that. Oh, what if he watched football last night? Just thought. He said that he was afraid that was his trigger.
Oh, that's not what he said, but okay.
Oh.
He said something else similar, but I'm glad that you heard that. Who knows with him? I mean, he could have just suddenly decided to start shooting up.
He could have.
Oh, fuck.
We were talking about heroin a lot yesterday.
Oh, why? When you know that's another one of his triggers.
Because he gets itchy,
I know.
He's like, that sounds like something I want to do.
All right, Pelosi on CNN has just made the announcement Trump isn't going to be president.
I think this is too early to call.
That's enough for you to decide anyway. We all vote on that, Nancy.
I disallow it.
I have decided as First Lady of our Congress not to allow Trump in. Dude, there was some band yesterday that brought a tiny little puppy in that had everybody at work just loving life.
I can't believe I missed it.
Told you could bring dogs in.
Yeah, I wanted to bring Birdie in, but I thought that I would never be allowed.
Wait, who said this?
Well, she told me that she wanted to bring Birdie in.
First of all, she's the cat, my friend. Gail.
Gail told me that she was not able to bring in Birdie because
Birdie's not a service dog.
Yeah.
You gotta have a service dog.
Any service could be a service dog. You just pay $100.
First of all, not any service can't be a service dog. You're saying any dog can be a
food service.
Any dog could be a service dog. I got my dog when I had one for $100. He was a great thing.
Yeah.
Why not
you don't want to hear about it.
No.
It's sad.
Car?
No, he just died in the middle of the night.
Like Chris.
And I had to carry him out.
No! Was his name Stanley?
Man, I need somebody to keep calling him. This is actually starting to get very weird.
I know. Now that it's later.
Yeah, it's not so fun. And we really don't have any way.
No.
Not one of us know what is his actual apartment.
Nope.
And we talked about this before, having a backup plan with him.
We said, well, not only have we talked about having a backup plan, we thought the last time you said, hey, is mornings too much? If you let us know, we can have another person here.
No, you're just making me mad at him rather than worry about him.
No, go back to worry.
Let's give him a shock collar that has a long distance.
Bad, Chris.
Sean, what's up? Sean, you're on the air.
Hey, I was wondering, what about like family groups, like Hanson or the Menendez brothers or the Thompson twins?
Well, first of all, the Menendez brothers were just two guys that killed their dad.
Not a boy group.
Yeah. The Thompson twins, also not twins. So all you have is Hanson, a power pop trio that just took America by storm with their song Mbop.
I stand corrected.
Did you really think the Menendez brothers made music?
I'm sure they had other talents.
No, they had zero talents. They had
didn't.
one talent, killing their parents and blaming it on Asians.
I think they were Asian.
Maybe they have a prison ban.
Oh my God.
I don't like the idea of that. I don't think they should get instruments in prison.
Mm-mm.
I think you got to do one thing: break rocks. For what? Gravel?
There's got to be a better job. Mm-mm. We just need all these rocks broken up.
Let's see. We could call one of Chris's friends. Oh, that's right. He doesn't have any friends.
Mm-mm.
Does anybody know his friend Chris or Bronx Johnny?
I don't have their contact information, nor do I know them. I don't know why I said that first.
I met them once.
Only once?
Yeah.
That's weird. Bronx Johnny was OG, I think, with Sirius XM.
Yeah.
Maybe second or third. But very, very early on, an intern for us. And he and Chris have stayed close.
Damn it. Queen Elizabeth just sent me this beautiful gif of Brocco Hearn. Chris would love this.
What's he doing? Having coffee?
Yeah, he's just having coffee and being like really muscly with his man bun. I mean, just like Chris would be really pleased. It's really hard to not share this with him.
Hold on. We're getting a call coming from Bain in Gotham City. Bain?
Hello, Bennington. I have your Chris Stanley.
Dude, you do such a better Bain than him.
Yeah. I mean, dude.
That was awful.
That was...
Frank in the Bronx.
Help.
Buddy,
yeah.
That is not a great Bain voice.
That one's actually better.
I think you guys should tell a little bit more about Chris.
What?
So, I don't know why they ripped my fucking face off. But anyway, Chris, we need a search party for him, and do we really have to prepare for a funeral? I'm a little worried.
Oh my God. I don't know how that just turned into like a diary room moment.
That was very, very nerve-wracking.
He went into full like diary room delivery.
Hey, Rocco, what's up? Rocco, we got you. Let me try you again. Rocco.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, pal?
Hey, he's sick. My best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend heard from this guy that she knows that Chris was seen leaving the OTB with two large guys named Silvio mumbling something about money last night. I think it's pretty serious.
Oh,
my God, that sounds so likely.
Rocky, Strong Island.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey.
Well, Chris is Batman, and that's why he's late, because he's working at night, and he doesn't want to come in because Bane's there.
Like, let's say this on a normal day. What time would you expect Chris to be up by?
I'll usually see him at like 9, like 8:30, 9.
But let's just say left to his devices, like a weekend, Chris Stanley.
Oh, who knows?
I don't hear from him. If he has to text me about something, or if I'm texting him on a weekend, I don't think I've ever heard from him before noon.
So it could be noon.
The one day where he woke up at 3, I was getting texts from Gail at like 11 a.m. like, hey, and I was like, oh God, what's wrong? And she just goes, where's Chris? We need to reach him. Is everything okay? And I was like, I don't.
Wait, first of all, how could you take from a text that her voice was breaking?
Well, she said, hey, and I was like, this isn't good. I could tell this isn't good.
I wasn't crying. I had it together.
First of all, this is why you can't believe people, because he was like, hey, what's with Chris? And you could text, hey, what's with Chris?
Yeah. I said, hey.
Breaking down, crying. Yeah, but what was that day all about? Why was everyone looking for him on a weekend?
Okay, so we had, there was an email that went out the night before that was either funny or we had some good news or something big was going on. And so it was a good thing. And everybody had written back, oh man, that's awesome. That's really great.
Oh, yeah.
And then when Chris didn't write back that night, I was like, oh, he must have crashed. It was he was tired or something. But then it was noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And I was like, this doesn't make sense because this is too many times to be radio silent. Too much time had gone by.
Because it was 7 p.m. when the email went out. It wasn't late in the night.
So that's why.
The hotline's ringing. That could be Chris.
Chrissy?
Oh, fuck. It's Hard Rock, Johnny. Johnny, I'm trying to keep this line open for Chris.
That was the worst. I hate today already now. God damn it. The fuck? I just put out an Amber Alert for Chris.
All right. You were...
It's a Silver Alert in his case.
Here's the thing. Me, Johnny, and Chris were texting on a group text during the ball game last night. Let me see if I can find the last thing.
9:53 was the last from Chris. And I believe it was ha ha ha.
That's Chris.
Oh, God. That does sound like him. He loved to laugh.
Laugh on, funny boy. Laugh on.
I know he's laughing with Jesus now.
Oh, God, you're joking.
We're available for a memorial service here at the Hard Rock if you need it. Weddings, we've done a wedding. We could always do a memorial if we need to.
All right. We know that he sent prep in at 11:54 last night.
Yes.
Some of his dumb little ideas, but he thought would be fun to talk about on the show today. Gail barely used any of them. How long can you stare before you're being creepy would be the last thing.
The last thing.
Save that bit. Save it.
Oh, my God.
He loved to stare.
He couldn't help himself.
All right, so we know this for a fact. He sent in prep at 11:54 and did not answer a 12:12 email. So he went, even if he went to sleep in between that time, it's only a full 8 hours now. So if you're left to your own devices, that's not a long sleep.
He could be, oh God, I don't know.
If you're just tuning in, our producer is missing in action. Now, it's not like him to go rogue out in the dark for a few days, off the grid. But that was when he used to be a drinker, a smoker, midnight toker. These days, he's a little more responsible.
He has been very responsible lately.
Yeah.
And that makes it, I guess before we would have been like, he just drank too much.
Yeah, he just drank himself into a coma.
But now you're just like, what's his heart health like? Just like,
I know. Every time I see a person come around the corner,
I know.
Could that be Chris?
I can see in the reflection, and I just see a shadow of someone behind me. I keep turning.
Is it possible that maybe he said he's still gambling? Do you think maybe someone grabbed him because he owed him some cash?
Yeah, but what are you going to do to shake him down? There's no money there whatsoever.
Hold him for ransom, but I don't know who would pay.
No. None of us would pay.
Those are my savings.
Keep them.
GoFundMe.
Crowdsourced ransom. That's terrible.
We don't even have we can't even call his fake girlfriend.
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah.
His closest friend is an Uber driver. That's what's sad. I guess we could send Zito to his apartment, but this is 54 minutes late for him. A gigantic new record for Chris Stanley.
At what point are you going to be legitimately nervous?
Monday. I like to give somebody 3-4 days before I say they're missing. It's 24 hours before the police will see him as missing, and I guess we've got to go off that 11:54 bit that he sent in.
Right. So it's not until late tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm going to sleep early tonight, so it won't be until tomorrow that I start looking for him. I guess we could call Zito. He's the only person.
At what point do we call Zito? Like, at what point are we
We could call Zito now if we want. That doesn't bother anybody.
Might be hanging a banner.
But yeah, the thing is, he's hanging a banner in either Massachusetts or Phoenix. He's on the road all the time. You're legitimately worried, huh, Gail?
I'm getting there.
If it makes you feel better, the one time he was in the hospital, he got here on time.
That doesn't make me feel better.
Why would you even bring that up?
Well, because like that was the time he was actually in bad shape, but he still got here on time.
I always blame you for not going home with him.
We should bunk up.
No, there's no doubt that whenever we do this show, you should be with him. The night before.
Every Thursday night?
Be trusted.
It's a sleepover.
We could have a live eviction party.
I mean, if you're even thinking about him, I mean, I don't want to make us nervous, but even when he was, overslept before, it meant he still woke up about the time that the show was on.
Right.
This means he hasn't woke up at all.
No.
This actually is a little nerve-wracking for him.
I don't really like it anymore.
Did you used to like it?
Well, when it was all fun and we were making jokes, sure.
Yeah, but I was making jokes just to mask the fact. I was pretty sure. Did you send Earl over? He lives in Queens.
I'm sure Earl would drop by, wouldn't he?
He'd get there like 4 hours from now. Hold on, I got to take care of some stuff first.
First of all,
is he your voice?
Yeah,
he is. He's Eeyore. Have you ever talked to him?
No.
He followed me around for 30 minutes talking to me yesterday. I literally went into the bathroom to take a leak, and he stood outside the door and talked to me. I couldn't get him away.
You guys are close.
Not that close.
I wonder if we could call it anybody at South Chris and Charlie. Chris, Earl, I haven't heard from him in literally a year or so. And then he just sends me a text, 3:00 in the morning. How cool is this? And it's the Bill Murray is bartending. And then I write, would be cooler if he went back to me making good movies. And then he writes, LOL, true. Dude needs a hit movie.
He told me all about that text last night when he was following me around.
Oh my God.
That's Ronnie B.
And then he asked me if I could talk to someone about getting his subscription turned on for Sirius XM.
Yes, he can have it turned on anytime he wants. What an idiot.
I told him it's $9.95 a month.
I'm trying to get him on to go on Dave's show with me and trying to do a reunion.
Yeah.
I can't get him or Chris to commit to going with me.
They were all such good buddies.
Dave must have done something to him.
What did he do?
I think he threatened to shoot him in the face with a shotgun.
Is Dave the Chris of that group? But there's a Chris in the group. How can that be?
No, more Seinfeld.
Yeah, that's true. All Seinfeld around here. Or as my mom would call it, Seidenfeld.
Let me ask you, if something happens to Chris, do you stop talking about Seinfeld? Because that was really his thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess everything was Chris's thing. More people come around that corner that aren't Chris. All right, talk to you later, Johnny.
Later, Benningtons. Hope everything
Johnny.
works out.
Hour in, still no Chris Stanley. We were all laughing at the fact that he was late, but this is super late.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
What is this? There's a scientific thing about, it's like a dog in a box. It's like something's dog. And the fact is, if there's a box, right, and the dog's inside, is the dog dead or alive, right? They have this quantum physics type thing that it's both dead and alive until you open the box. So there's two futures waiting for us. One where Chris comes around that corner all untucked.
Yeah.
and, we're laughing at him and pointing. And another future, a future much darker and scarier, where we have a life without Chris. And for us, they both exist right now.
They're both possible.
No, they're not even possible. They're both happen.
Yeah.
They're both there. Did you look up what the name of it is? All right, here it is. It's Schrodinger's cat. Okay. There is no dog. There's no dog at all involved in this. It's a cat.
Okay.
The dog is always alive.
Good, because I was really worried.
So there it is. It's in that box. And if you do the mathematics of physics, if somehow, I don't understand quantum physics. Maybe
Sure.
if there's someone out there who does, they can understand that it's not like you say two possibilities. It's true realities. The cat is dead and the cat is alive. And then when you open that box, you take away one of the realities.
Right. That's very bizarre. And it's a situation I'm not comfortable with our
It's sick.
Because now I'm just thinking Chris is in the upside down right now.
Andrew, what's up?
Hey, Bennington's. If Chris is dead, who gets all of his worldly possessions? Because he doesn't have any family.
Well, here's the thing. The only possessions that he really owns is our hearts. That's it. Vito's giant oversized heart.
His sword's in the office, so.
I hate that he never took that home.
I'll just keep it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. This is his last will and testament. Vito gets it. Hey, Tim, Boston.
Yeah, you can have the police do a wellness check on him, and that would really fuck him up if they knocked his door in looking for him.
Yeah, they knock his door and they can find just about anything.
His last time he'd be late.
It's crazy we don't have one person that could go over and rattle him, though.
No.
And we talked about getting his super's number.
We need to get the something, a neighbor, anything.
The super's the only person that he knows. That's it.
Right. He's not on good terms with the neighbors.
No. He's not on any terms. He's not an outgoing guy.
No. And even when he is, you're going to wish that he wasn't.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Here's Ralphie. Ralphie, you're on the air with us. This is the Bennington Show.
Hey, Bennington. Is it too early to do Candle in the Wind for Chris? I'm not sure. I don't want to push anything.
I'm not ready for that.
Is there another song called Schrodinger's Cat? Something like that?
See if there's a song about it. This way, both realities are still happening.
Yeah, at least this, we have both. That's the only we could have. All right, here is Dave in Philly. Dave.
Yeah, so the thing with Schrodinger's cat, it's that the act of opening the box makes the cat either dead or alive. It's not that the cat is dead or alive in the box, but the act of observing it causes it to happen. That's how it works with, like, the quantum physics, is when you observe a particle, something happens to it. So this would only make sense if your observation of Chris made him dead or made him alive. It's not that he's either dead or alive and you're just waiting to open the box.
All right, so this is fascinating.
Yeah.
So it's almost saying nothing exists until it's observed.
That's it exactly. But it's not that nothing exists, it's that all of them exist until it's observed. And then the act of observation collapses all of those possibilities into the one that you observe.
That is wild.
That's very weird. And immediately that makes me think about the known universe versus the universe that we are not even aware of. So things that are farther and out of our realm, all possibilities are existing. Life on other planets, nothingness, whatever, everything in between.
Yeah.
They're happening because we're not observing it.
So perception is reality, like that?
No. Ridiculous. Look, there's the Pink Panther gang just stealing jewels. They're my favorite of all time.
It's one of those, Chris.
I wish. First of all, they move too fast. And they have too much together to be Chris at all. I'll say this, from that point of view, he definitely is still sleeping, because I think he would have called us.
Yeah, I think at this point, particularly because you've called him a few times, I think that he would call
Yeah,
us.
but I never left a message. I couldn't because his number went out on me. Vito ran himself into. If you're just tuning in, there's no Chris Stanley showing up this morning at all. Vito, you had some famous ass that you put up on the iBank today. What exactly was that?
Oh, well, these celebrities are wearing their...
No, not those celebrities. You had a famous... Hold on. Who could this be? Twitter.
Oh, my God.
I'm not even on Twitter. How could that happen?
How could that be?
Too bad about Chris. All right, so who's the famous person who you sent in a picture nude?
So Pamela Anderson.
Congratulations.
Has stripped down for a new movie.
She's nude, yet remember just a little while ago she's told the rest of us not to watch porn?
Yeah, I think she did give a wag of the finger.
All right, so there is a picture of her well-muscled ass.
Yeah, that's a very...
And ripped back.
Very muscular back, and very... the butt is muscular as well.
She's looking more like buff than ever.
Yeah. I mean, she
never was buff. She was curvy.
Yeah.
She never was buff. That is... I'm not saying a man's back, but it's more muscular than you would expect from Pamela Anderson.
Like if you go up to the first one there and just don't put her head in it.
All right, yeah, let's take it down.
Like take it down a little bit more. And then if you were to view that.
Yeah, that, I'll say here's the difference. I think the cheeks are a little too spread apart to be a man's ass.
Right.
I think a man's ass tends to be tighter.
A little bit more narrow, sure.
Where the woman's little cheeks can separate.
It's definitely a different kind of cheek, too. Like
the roundness of the cheek?
The roundness. Like a man's butt is usually like if it's pumped, it's more muscular. If it's a fat man's butt, it kind of sags.
All right, so let's
you
say
know
if
too
you
much
take...
about man butt.
If you cover the butt up...
All right, cover the butt.
So if you cover the butt and you're just looking at the back.
Yeah, the back is very, very muscular.
And then muscular leg even.
She's got the back of a matador. She's got a matador back.
It looks very strong.
Now, if you look
traps.
Yeah. But take it down to the next picture where she's leaning over. That's very feminine picture.
Now we're getting a more feminine look. You see the hourglass shape.
Yeah. Why is she leaning like that, though?
Yeah, it's a strange position.
I'm trying to figure out what that is.
That's a vagina. I haven't had a chance to go through everything with him yet. That's what it looks like. Ew.
So that's a vagina.
Lisa, what's up?
I thought, excuse me, I thought maybe Mikey D. He lives in Astoria.
I haven't heard from Mikey D in so long that maybe he's dead.
Is everyone okay?
Is everyone Schrodinger's cat? Why does Schrodinger take a better fucking care of that cat? Why is he just putting it in a box where it could or could not be dead? So it's the act of observing that destroys everything else.
Yeah.
Those things actually exist. The cat is alive and dead until observed.
Right. But if the cat's alive, right? Isn't the cat have some sense of reality itself, and therefore that is truth? Like, isn't it only a possibility if it's dead? I mean, a cat has consciousness, right?
Let's just try to figure this. You're claiming that this simple answer of yours, that the cat is alive, is something that all these physicists couldn't have gotten to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
they've been talking about this for 40 years and doing math on it, and you're going like, yeah, but the cat's licking itself. It's alive.
But I'm just thinking...
From a scientific point of view, right?
Yeah.
You cannot prove without observation. And with observation, you destroy every other reality.
But what if Vito is in the box? Okay?
Big box.
Vito is...
I mean, even a refrigerator box, he's not going to fit in comfortably. If it's Vito in the box, he's dead.
Let's call it a house
we're gonna get him in there.
just so he's comfortable.
Yeah.
If Vito is in there and he is alive, and we're on the outside and we don't know if he's alive or dead, even if we don't open the box, isn't that the reality that is existing because he's perceiving his own...
We can't have that reality until we know. In other words, there's no contact with him whatsoever. And I'd be willing to say this. Doesn't he need our observation before he even knows whether he's dead or alive? It's Vito.
Interesting.
Does it go both ways where the cat doesn't know if it's going to survive or not because it doesn't know?
The cat's like, has there been an apocalypse on the outside of this box?
Here's the thing. Both realities physically exist. Right? So it's not like, oh, I hope they open up so I know whether I'm alive or dead.
Can I just say something? I think Vito and I are, both struggling to come to terms with this fact. However, Vito has a look of confusion. Like, I'm not a cat person. You immediately look confused. Like, you wear it well. Like, you can't hide that you're... you can't hide.
Pulling it off.
I like the idea of this cat that's inside the box worried about the outside world. I hope everyone's okay out there.
Hold on, I got an update on Chris Stanley. Paulie.
Hey, buddy, 29th floor.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Headed in the city right now, but yesterday afternoon I saw him coming out of the elevator and he was grabbing his chest. He was complaining of some chest pains.
See, I don't even like the idea of that joke.
I don't like it either.
I asked him if he wanted to go to the hospital. He said no, he's going to just go home and watch the Jets lose.
Jets won, though.
Yeah, the Jets did win. So Schrodinger's cat, my friend. Hey, Justin and Trenton.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
It's kind of refreshing to hear how nice you're being about this. I worked for 6 years for a morning show in New Jersey, radio, and I ran the board, and I was late a handful of times. And the first hour of the show was all news.
Mm-hmm.
There was 4,000 audio clips the person who was running the board had to hit. And the guy who was the news anchor had the personality of the sergeant from Full Metal Jacket. So if I was late, the overnight guy had to run the board, and I would listen to the train wreck that was happening on the air because he didn't know when to hit stuff, and I could hear the guy getting frustrated on the air. They're doing a commercial, they're playing PSAs, anything to fill time before I got there. And it was always a nightmare because I could hear it happening on the drive to work, and it was never good. And I kind of wish that I'd worked with someone like you, Ronnie B, that was a little more gentle.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, Chris isn't that helpful when he's here, so I'm not worried about him being late.
Yeah.
I mean, in order to replace Chris this morning, Vito just had to walk across the room.
You see,
well done. Well done, Vito.
In order to really replace Chris, we just got to open up that box that the dead cat said. Shit, I gave away the ending. So mad at myself. Is anyone still trying to call in case he can, hear it?
Well, I can't do it because I don't want the number to go out. It's got to be somebody who's not your hot mic.
Jack in Delco.
Yeah, what about Dan Soder? Doesn't he live in Chris's neighborhood?
First of all, Queens is gigantic. And even when those guys were acting like they live in the same neighborhood yesterday, Anthony DeVito and Chris, 4 train stops away.
Yeah.
4 train stops from me is Harlem.
Yeah, Astoria is a big neighborhood within a big borough.
It's the Bennington Show on a Friday morning, filling in for Opie. Still no Chris Stanley. No way of contacting him. We, joke about it. But when a person has no one in their life, Nobody in their life. Are they even a person?
I think they're a dead cat.
I hope not. I just hope not. Tim, Charleston.
Yeah, maybe we can get some contacts at Sportsbook, get some odds, get a line going on like an over-under. Is he 2 days late, 2 hours late? Let's get some money flowing on this.
Well, we were at 34 minutes as being his record for being late, and he's about to lap that in another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Hi, you're on the Bennington Show. Cigars and Scotch.
Oh, what's in the box?
Yeah, I tried to set it up so you could have just done that, you know? But then I had to say cigars and scotch. Good to talk to you, buddy.
Same here, bro.
Almost a great bit. Almost a great bit. Look what it is. It's Dr. X from Mexico City.
Bennington's an honor. I got the solution, Ronnie. Just bear with me. It's 3 little things. 1, you get this man a sponsor, like AA, Overeaters Anonymous, or whatever they got out there in New York. That's 1. 2, get the guy a Big Brother. I mean, we got the Big Brother system down here in Mexico. You got a guy watches out for you, mentors you a little bit. And 3, Gail, how would you feel about having a brother? Ronnie, you got bucks. Adopt the man.
Well, the reality of this is we kind of all have adopted him as his family.
Yeah.
But there's no getting close to Chris Stanley.
It's very difficult. As I described yesterday, Vito and I are constantly trying to treat him as our friend.
Mm-hmm.
And he keeps you at a distance. He really, really pushes you away.
Yeah, it's true. He doesn't like closeness. And people are like, oh, you guys are always ball busting Chris. It's the only time he's comfortable.
Yeah.
If you ever say, Chris, you did a really good job on something, it's the worst thing that he could hear. He's like, no.
It's very uncomfortable.
No.
Joking with him is the best way to communicate with him. If you
Screaming at him is the only way that he's comfortable.
But if you say, great job, dude. Hey, thanks so much for doing that. He's like, what? Just like walks away from you.
Well, we got to take a break now.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll...
I mean, I did predict that he wasn't going to make the first break.
That seemed madness at
yeah,
the time.
it seemed crazy. Like, I thought I was being extreme.
He is the biggest.
There he goes.
Noisiest.
He's a big dude.
Fridge.
Walked into the door.
That's okay, buddy. That's okay. All right, so we will take a break. Back, hopefully, with some word on Chris Stanley, our missing producer. This is Bennington. It's the Bennington Show on a Friday, sitting in for our good buddy, the Opster. I'm sure if Opie was here today, he'd want to talk to you about the first week of the NFL season officially being in the books. How did your fantasy teams do last week? Did you get on the fun over at FanDuel? No? It's not too late. Week 2 is almost here. FanDuel, fantasy football for everyday fans. New contests starting every week, no busted seasons. Just pick a contest, choose a team, and watch your score in real time.
New this year, upgraded experience, get even more contest variety. Try beginner contests for new players only. Settle a score with a friend in a head-to-head contest. Try a 50-50 contest where the top half win cash. Play in larger tournaments for even more excitement. Play for $1. Choices for every budget. Have all the fantasy football has to offer. FanDuel, be sports rich.
Try FanDuel now and get up to $50 in free entries. New users who deposit will get 5 free entries into NFL 50-50 beginner contest. Valued up to $50, you'll get 1 free entry a week. For 5 weeks, value of free entries varies based on deposited amount.
Go to FanDuel.com, click the Join Now button, and use the code Bennington. That's FanDuel.com, promo code Bennington, void where prohibited.
It is the Bennington Show. here on Opie Radio. This is a Friday. 844 Rock God to get in touch with us. 844 Rock God at Bennington Show on Twitter. Vito was bringing this up earlier about how they are now making it a big deal that women are wearing their underwear on the outside of their clothes.
Yeah. This is like something that was like kind of big in the 80s they were doing for a while, where it was like lingerie tops.
Madonna.
It's coming back. It's back again. The girls are out, and I think everyone's going to be pleased with it. Who is this? One of the Kardashians who's doing
this is Big Kim Kardashian, who has decided to break it out there, and that looks like something you would sleep in.
Yes, that's like a nightie look. Jeans over top of a nightie.
And keep driving it down, Vito, so we can see more of these shots.
This is a very sexy look. I have a theory that whatever was the sexy style of when you were a kid is kind of what ends up maintaining in your mind as the sexiest looks. Like whenever I see those kind of like 80s sexy, like lingerie type tops, I immediately think, oh yeah, that's great, because I think that's the first time I was aware of sexuality and women being sexy. Big hair, same thing.
See, I think a tube top and a pair of cutoffs is still the sexiest look of all time. What is it for you, Vito?
For me, it's like those really, really short shorts that started getting big in the early 2000s, and the crop top look, and like kind of like either straight black hair or the kind of like frizzy blonde hair. Those are the like big ones for me.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's talking about with the shorts that are at all.
What kind of short shorts are we talking about?
So like, it's not like Daisy Dukes where they're like cut off, like when they started making just short shorts that were just tapered at the bottom.
Right.
And I feel like in the early 2000s, those were at an all-time high.
Yeah, I feel like the late 90s, early aughts.
And leggings.
Leggings would make sense.
Leggings are big for me. I don't think anything looks like, I think a girl's butt, nothing looks better than a girl's butt in leggings.
Now, for you, do you see leggings and then you're just like, these are not pants?
Yeah, that's was actually some people we know put up a thing called "These Are Not Pants," but no, it can work.
Yeah,
it can work. But the problem with that is too many people who don't or shouldn't be wearing it are wearing it.
I'll tell you another one is like a dated thing of sexiness that I still find sexy, but it's totally out of style. I always find tan lines on women very sexy, because in the 80s, they were still like, sex symbols were still posing topless with tan lines.
Right.
And that was like a sexy thing for a while, because it was like, oh, she's like a beach girl.
Right.
But then in the 90s, the full body kind of spray tan look of the illusion of she's just naturally dark.
Right. You no longer run into tan lines.
I forgot a huge one. The thong pulled over above the pants. That like
the whale
Lita?
tail?
The
no,
whale
like
tail.
Lita, like Lita used to do. Where like,
oh yeah, I forgot about Lita.
Let me give me a picture of Lita. First of all, no one should forget about Lita. She was always outstanding.
I loved Lita. All right, so there's Lita rocking the thong on the.
Well, why aren't you calling that a whale tail? That's actually a whale tail.
Yeah, that's
because
a
it
whale.
goes all the way to the front and around. It's not just the back.
So she's
So
like
it's hip
sagging.
huggers. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a sagging look.
I loved this look growing up.
But this is not a sustainable look.
Monday nights were great.
Yeah, mainly for the guys you were looking at.
The two guys that came out with her every night. Those brothers tore the house down.
What were their names again?
The Hardy Boys.
The Hardy Boys.
Jeff Hardy.
And Matt Hardy.
Matt and Jeff Hardy.
Time to do another ladder match, huh, boys? For the 19th time.
And what was their gimmick? They were just like rockers. Like they just loved to rock.
Yeah, they wore fishnet shirts.
Right.
They didn't really have, that was when like wrestling like gimmicks got to stop. They were just like, that's Frank.
That is a good point. Who actually put an end to the gimmicks?
I think it was when Scott Hall and Kevin Nash went to WCW and they couldn't use Razor Ramon and Diesel, so they just started saying, "Oh my God, that's Scott Hall, that's Kevin Nash."
Yeah, but even then, I would think I would want to count somebody who went into it purely not being known as their previous name. You know what I mean? Like somebody who was just like, "I'm a dude. Here's my name."
Barry
and
Moore, what's his real name?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying someone got really big.
You know, the weird thing is, like, Sandman was a name and a gimmick, but he did seem like just a regular crazy guy more than anything else.
Yeah, like a weird barfly that you're just like, yeah, don't sit over there. That's his section of the bar.
I always thought of him as Schubert. It just looked like Jimmy Schubert, the wrestler.
It's like Schubert.
Yeah. They were both Philly guys.
Man, Sandman was great.
Might have been the best ever. And there was no reason for the kendo stick why any league would have put up with it. The funny thing about Sandman is he was pretty tall. He was like he was like a 6'5", 6'6" guy.
Yeah, he was big.
Zero skills in the ring, though.
Yeah.
Zero.
But when you're that big, like carrying a weapon is extra intimidating. Like you could be intimidating just walking into the ring.
You would just pound a bunch of beers, get in there, be wasted, and then like slap around. Like Stone Cold waited till after the match to pound his beer.
Yeah, that was a good point. Stone Cold was actually more responsible than Sandman.
And how much of that beer even got in his mouth anyway? Like whenever he would pound the beer, you're like a good 90% of that ended up on the ring.
I want to point something. We brought this up yesterday that Trump took a stunner from Stone Cold. Trump always says he's never taken a sip of beer. He had a beer with Stone Cold at WrestleMania, and nobody's brought this up.
All right, let me say, you got to have a YouTube video of him doing that. Because, dude, you got to get that out.
Get it out there.
Yeah. You know how they are trying to find any Hillary lie or Trump lie? We were talking about this earlier today. Everybody on the left mad at Jim Fallon. Big Jim Fallon. All right, there he is, giving him a brewski.
Smash the beer.
All right, but did we see him drink it? You gotta have there is no shot of him actually putting a beer.
Let's see. Go back just before that. Let's see. Because you see foam on his face and it makes it seem as though he just drank.
First of all, did you ever once see anyone with foam on their face?
No.
The amount of people that you've seen kill a beer in your life, you've never once seen foam on someone's face.
White beer mustache. Okay. You never see it.
You
never see him drink it.
No.
You just see foam on his mouth, and he throws the beer back.
Go back even just
I believe
a little
he didn't drink.
You think he just faked it?
Yes. Because why would he have foam on his mouth?
That's shaving cream.
All over his hands.
Yeah, that's gotta be faked.
But Stone Cold, just because the way Stone Cold drank, he just pounded them back, and it would overflow out of his mouth and all over his shirt. So I think some of it did get into Donald Trump's mouth, and this is making me feel like I want to root against him now.
Oh, I don't really like seeing that all that foam.
Trump, I mean, he lied to me about the beer thing, and I would be proud. I would tell everybody I shared a beer with Stone Cold.
But you didn't. You don't have any proof that he shared a beer with Stone Cold. If this was court right now, this would be inadmissible. You've got to have some picture, some video of him downing a beer. And because he always talks about his brother being an alcoholic and fucking up his life, and that's why he never drank, I do believe Trump never drank.
Yeah, and this is some carny shit. This is like on the level of, it's like him gigging.
Right.
He's just like, he did a little fake sip, put the foam on his face to make it look.
It was shaving cream on his face. Because he shaved Vince McMahon's head that night. This is him.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my God.
You brought in the dumbest story, and it's unfolding before you, everyone else. Here's Tracy. Tracy.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
How are you? I knew Sandman back in those days. It was probably it was mid-1990s. Friends of mine at the time were managing them. So we hung out with them quite a bit. Him and his little manager, I forget his name. But I know Sandman, he liked the party hard.
Hard. Like scary hard?
What's that?
Like a scary amount of party? Like, I'm worried about Sandman. Somebody's going to talk to Sandman.
Let's say it was an obscene amount.
But party hard like...
Obscene amount. That's a lot.
I bet he's more like Andrew WK party hard.
What did you call him? Did you call him Sand, or did you have to go all the way to Sandman?
No, we would call him by his real name.
Nipsey?
You know what? I don't remember. I have pictures. I was dating a wrestler back then. And God, what's that?
Who were you dating? Farouk?
No, he was just the sexiest man alive, and he would come out to the song, What a Man, What a Man.
What was his name in the ring?
Oh, God. What was the name? He was a dark Italian Greek guy.
Oh.
I have pictures.
Yeah, I think I remember that guy from ECW.
Yeah.
He was like a Tony Manero of WCW.
Yeah. God, I wish I could show you guys the pictures. Any way that I could, like, maybe send you copies or show you copies?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
We'd like to see all these.
Are you on social?
Yeah, you on the social media at all?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook. I have a Twitter account.
Yeah, send us the tweet to, is it Bennington Show on Twitter?
At Bennington Show.
Yeah.
At BenningtonShow.com. Okay, absolutely.
No, it's just at Bennington Show on Twitter. That's our handle.
Okay, at Bennington. Okay, yeah, I'll find that. Absolutely.
All right, find it and send it to us. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, hon.
I mean, when you don't even remember the dude that you dated, but you do remember his theme music.
Also, how does he get away with Sexiest Man when Rick Rude existed? Sir, have you heard of Rick Rude?
You fat, cammed sharecroppers. What? Rick. The best thing Rick Rude ever did was show up with somebody else's wife's face on his crotch.
That was the funniest thing with the airbrush trunks.
Yeah.
With her face right over his penis or ass.
Airbrushing is possibly the strangest of all things that could be done. Who was that supposed to be?
That was Jake the Snake's wife.
Look at the shape Rude was in, though.
Yeah, great shape.
Porn stash is fantastic.
Love the porn stash. The hair's great.
And he wasn't even a big guy back then, and now he'd be one of the bigger dudes. Back then, he was one of the small guys.
What, the dudes are bigger then?
Yeah, they were massive in those days. Everybody had to be at least the size of Hulk Hogan to be considered okay. He would have been considered a middleweight.
Why do they get into the little guys, you think? More like the flying around stuff?
Yeah, it all started during the whole 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, where you wanted guys that could take giant falls. The big guys barely move in the ring.
Just a big boot.
Yeah,
big boot, big elbow.
Maybe a body slam here and there.
All right, Bill in New Jersey is calling our last caller a liar. Bill.
Hey, buddy, how's it going, Ronnie B?
Good.
Hey, listen, that lady's full of shit. The Sandman never had a man manager. He had woman. Remember woman?
I think she was talking about his manager in real life, like the guy who's money manager.
Yeah.
Look, she couldn't even, if you're Sandman, do you really have a money manager? Come on.
They keep track of all those Budweisers.
Hey, Ronnie B, funny ECW story.
Yeah.
The very first game of the Flyers at the Core State Center,
back in October of '96. We got kicked out of the game twice, me and my brother. So after we left the game that we got kicked out of twice, we went to ECW, and we snuck in intermission because it was a bingo hall. We get in there. Sandman was the main event. He's fighting the match. Match is over. He wins his belt back. I forget if it was against Shane Douglas or whoever. So my brother decides to climb in the ring because, ECW, you could do whatever the hell you wanted back then. He climbs in the ring with Sandman. Sandman turns around and wails him with the belt right in the back of the neck. He had a welt the size of the belt mark on the back of his neck the next day.
I think that's fantastic, though. You really got something there.
Yeah, and that's a little more real of a story than the lady had just called. That banged some guy who had What a Man music.
All right, talk to you later. Here's Jeff in Cleveland. Jeff.
How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, I was telling him, I used to do independent wrestling in Cleveland here, a promotion called AIW, and we had a show in Detroit where we had the Honky Tonk Band on there. And I will say this guy is nuts when it comes outside the ring. I don't know if anybody's ever hung out with him, but I went to the bar for a promo we had. We were all drinking. He's signing girls' boobs and all this stuff. Everybody's loving him. And we get back to the hotel room, and we're in there. It's me, him, a couple of my buddies, and some girls they brought home. And Honky Tonk Man's just looking at him like, hey, why don't you guys start going at it over here? I'm going to sit right here. Just go ahead and I'm going to sit here. You guys go ahead. Just go kiss him, kiss her. Come on, let's go. So I'm like, this guy is nuts. He just sitting there wants to watch these people go at it.
First of all, I don't feel like I can say this other than it's alleged. We don't know if any of this is true.
No,
and then the other side, who can blame the hunk? You know what I mean? You got to go for it. I mean, how's that any weirder than people who watch porn? He just wants to.
We all want to watch people go at it when you think of it.
Why not see it live? Some people enjoy theater more than film. That's his thing.
I was at a bar and Brian Knobs was there, and everybody was running up to him and buying him shot after shot and getting him wasted. And then he just couldn't even walk at one point. I'm leaving the bar to get into a cab, and I just see somebody that works in the bar being like, you got to go, man. You can't stay here anymore. And they asked me if I could give him my cab. He throws his bag in there, and then he just does like a front-facing dive into the back of the cab. They close the door, and he just drives away.
Living the life. Living the life.
Nasty boy's lifestyle.
I remember even before the Nasty Boys were like famous, they were a Florida act, right? So we hear the story about them that they go and they're doing a house show in front of 200-300 people, and people invite him to a regular party, and this guy thinks it's all great that he's hanging with wrestlers, and they take his car and they're driving it around, and then their funny joke was they open the doors up and then put it in reverse and into a pole so the doors would snap off of both sides.
Oh my God.
Of the car. And this is like they don't have money to, take care of this kind of shit. They're not rich and famous. They're just like regular dudes. And they were still just living fucking balls out. Full throttle. God bless them for it. Here is Chad. Chad, what's up?
Hey, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I'm looking for is Jason.
Man, your phone's popping out.
Jason Knight's the guy's name that used to be at ECW. He managed me.
So what you're saying is that lady was right. There was a manager for Sandman.
Yeah.
All right, Chad, what did you wrestle under?
Oh, I was a great jobber. I was Chad Austin.
So you were Chad Austin, Steve Austin's kind of relative?
No, I was Austin before Steve was Stone Cold.
Wow.
The original Austin?
Well, we both got in the same year.
Now, what was some of the biggest matches you ever had?
Well, I worked Benoit, Sabu.
Wow.
Everybody, Terry Funk.
So that had to be a blast being in there with Funk, huh?
No.
Because it was too hard? Chad, your phone keeps going out. I'd love to hear these stories, though.
That's paying money for the phone, for the burner.
All right, brother. Thanks. Too bad. Those guys, see, people don't even realize that a lot of times the jobber ends up carrying the entire match.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That guy's at work. That dude is seriously working.
Mm-hmm.
Ric Flair used to get his ass kicked for like the first 40 minutes of a match.
Yeah, because it was the only thing to make it, come across as any realism.
Yeah, and if you're the one getting tossed around, you're kind of in control of the situation, which means you're the one throwing your body.
Right.
So it's so much more exhausting. The other person is guiding you as you go.
Well, yeah, you're right, because you couldn't trust that person to be calling the spots.
Right.
Because how do you know you could throw Vito into the air properly for him to land on his back?
Exactly.
So Vito has to control it.
So he's steadying himself on you as you throw him, and then he's hitting his own. It's exhausting.
That's why everybody thinks Shawn Michaels one of the best in-ring guys ever.
Absolutely.
His selling is amazing.
Yeah.
Love that dude.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's always been one of the greatest athletes of all time. Well, we're at here in New York, Chris Stanley, 1 hour and 50 minutes missing in action. As a matter of fact, you guys started to attempt to call him what time in the morning?
That started around 6.
I would say right at 6. Gail started our group text.
So almost 3 hours, no hearing back.
Right.
From Chris
And
Stanley.
then about 6:30, that's when I knew. I was like, okay, he might be sleeping in. I was like, nope, he's going to sleep right through this.
Yeah.
That's when I started the calls. Hey, dude.
Well, it's either going to be real funny that, he slept through the whole show today, or bad news somewhere. You're barely holding it together, Gail.
Mm-hmm. Trying to keep focused on this fun show. I'm having fun.
Instead of letting yourself really believe the truth.
Yep. No.
Well, at the FanDuel odds, what would you give Chris Stanley right now? Because I'm going 50-50.
50-50 seems to be. I mean, if we're going by the cat and the box.
It's the Bennington Show filling in for Opie today. If Opie was here, he'd want you to know that the first week of the NFL season is officially in the books. How did your fantasy teams do last week? Did you get in on the fun over at FanDuel? Where are you going? To break? No, I'm not going to break. I'm just reading this off. It's not too late. Week 2 is almost here. FanDuel. Fantasy football for everyday fans. New contests starting every week. No busted seasons. Just pick a contest, choose a team, and watch your score in real time. New this year, upgraded experiences. Get even more contest variety. Try beginner contests for new players only. Settle a score with a friend in the head-to-head contest. Try a 50-50 contest where the top half win cash. Play in larger tournaments for even more excitement. Play for $1. Choices for every budget. Have all the fantasy football has to offer. FanDuel. Be sports rich.
Try FanDuel now and get up to $50 free entries. New users who deposit will get 5 free entries to NFL 50-50 beginner contest valued up to $50. You'll get 1 free entry a week for 5 weeks. Value of free entries varies based on deposited amount. Go to FanDuel.com, click the Join Now button, and use the code Bennington. That's FanDuel.com, promo code Bennington. Void where prohibited.
All right, so why we are doing this, right?
Yeah.
And you're nervous?
Yep.
I'm going to give you odds here.
Okay.
100 to 1 that he's fine. Any takers? 100 to 1. All you got to do is put up a buck. If you're betting against them.
I don't want to bet. It's like the darkness of betting against your friend.
1,000 to 1.
Then you gotta take.
You're sick.
It's just $1.
I know. I've been having Eastside Dave check on him.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing if Dave knows anyone. He says, just called him. He said, "Oh shit," and hung up. I guess he's on his way over. Not even a thanks for waking me up, Dave. Minus 2 points for him. Eastside Dave called him,
God.
according to Dave, during a 7-minute Metallica break. Because Dave's doing his morning show today, yeah. So it looks like, and I would not tell, except for you have crazy eyes.
Yeah. Okay, I feel a lot better.
You should everybody should feel great. According to a guy who I never trust under any circumstances, Eastside Dave, who I don't know whether you're keeping up with his show, but he does his podcast for Compound Media, which is visual. He's totally naked with a coffee cup in front of his cock. He's the best.
Well, I trust him.
Oh yeah.
What if he just writes back to you an hour from now, like, oh, sorry, that was someone else. That was Earl I called.
Another Chris.
All right. Let's see, Rod in Canada.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah.
I one time WWF at the time came and did a house show in my local town, and me and my sister are about 9 years different. So on the card, Ted DiBiase was on the card, Razor Ramon, which is Scott Hall, was on the card and whatnot. And after that, they went out to the clubs, and my sister seen Razor Ramon grab a guy and throw him over the bar because Buddy came behind him and grabbed his toothpick, because he still had his toothpick behind his ear, and threw it in his face. And Buddy I guess he just took him there and just threw him right over the bar.
Yeah, I mean, those guys, they were always in, scrapping mode because they had to be. But even when you talk to the guys like from the Fabulous Thunderbirds and all that, they had to fight for real all the time.
Yeah.
All the fucking time.
Because people wanted to test themselves. They're like, I'm a good actual fighter.
Either people wanted to test them or they were starting shit for real. You know what I mean? Like, they lived their gimmick. In the old days, guys would live their gimmicks. This wasn't like a career path.
Right.
This was like, well, you're crazy and you can't necessarily do anything else, Pat.
And they used to never break kayfabe for anything.
Never.
Under no circumstance.
Vince McMahon used to give Ted DiBiase money to go out randomly and stand up in the middle of a restaurant and go, I'm the $1 million man and all of your meals are on me, just to keep up the reputation that he really was that rich.
Back in the late 80s when I did the Ron and Ron show, we used to get those guys on our show when they wouldn't do other morning shows because we didn't break kayfabe.
Right.
They were like, look, we don't want to answer anything about whether this is real or not. And we're like, dude, we get it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're with it.
Yeah.
We're with it, dude.
We're with it. Let's break here. All right, none of our people have been able to reach Chris Stanley.
No.
But Eastside Dave swears that he said, oh shit, and hung up. So that would be a positive. I'm choosing to believe the latter, even though some of our people are writing saying, I don't believe Dave because he's not answering my call. You know how Stanley is. He doesn't give a shit about anybody.
No, he doesn't.
But himself. So we will break here. We'll be back. This is Bennington. Motor City 5, MC5 on the Bennington show today. Filling in for our buddy Opie. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
Still not here. Chris Stanley.
No.
Although I know that he's alive and kicking.
Yep.
And from what I understand, stuck on the train.
Yes.
As we speak. That's his latest messages. Gail, you sent something in talking about disturbing. The guy jumping off the waterfall in Hawaii, which has to be the highest waterfall I've ever seen anybody jump off of. But here's what the thing. This isn't a guy who has studied it, who was a cliff diver. It's just a regular kid.
This is just a dude who's in Hawaii, thinks it's a good idea, dives off the top of this massive waterfall.
All right, Vito, you have a height thing, right?
Yeah, I don't like heights whatsoever.
And by the way, I don't even understand people who do like heights. That's crazy.
Who enjoys them?
Now,
those people who like climb up buildings or like bizarre.
You can tell somebody's putting zero thought into this because the way he runs towards it, the cliff part is hurting his feet. You're not helping yourself at all. You could fall at any point. But just watch this, Vito. Go ahead and hit it. Now, you got to watch. And this is up on the Interrobang today. He's still falling. That was such a long drop. Now, he's knocked unconscious now as he just hits on his feet. But if you look, turn up the sound a little bit because you hear his buddy. Anybody?
What? No. Hey! Wake up! No. Hey!
He's trying to contact the people down there to go looking for his buddy, too. No one is struggling to get to this guy.
No.
They're just like, that fucker died.
He's knocked unconscious from, I'm guessing, just like impact of water to head.
Yes.
When he's falling, you keep thinking, oh, he's going to hit the water now. And then he doesn't. Oh, he's going to hit the water now.
It's the highest jump I've ever seen in my life.
It's so insane.
I have such a thing with heights. Like if somebody has like my phone and they're leaning over something, like that freaks me out. Like I get like a dizzy feel. I can't do heights at all.
Now, if you had to guess, just because I'm bad at gauging, man, how many feet would you guess that was?
I got to say 70 to 80 feet. Some people say it's twice as what I've said, but like people don't realize how far 80 feet is.
Yeah. 80 feet is insane.
Yeah. I think it's about 80. Some people are saying it's twice what I said, but I've never seen anybody dive anywhere and still be falling while that's happening. And why this moron did it without knowing anything about diving or whatever. He's like 21, 22.
Yeah, he's just a kid.
But he doesn't even have somebody down there to keep an eye on him, just his friends to shoot it from the top.
Why would you confidently go, okay, this is going to be fun?
If you have a stuntman in Hollywood, they have so much stuff that they look into. All right. Some people are saying that the falls are 173-foot waterfall. So twice as much as what I said. Twice as much. You're seeing a guy with zero experience and zero thought into this. All right. Mars is a fucking dude that was saying to me in the bathroom first break, something's seriously wrong, Ron.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm like, he goes, he'd be up now anyway. Something's got to be really bad with Chris. And I'm like, you want to go over to his house? Don't fucking sit and talk to me.
I know.
As if I'm responsible.
Why are you trying to get in people's head?
Yeah.
But this cliff diver. So when I was in Lake George, upstate New York, we're renting a boat, and I say to this kid who we're renting the boat from, "Hey, tell me a few things I should check out." So he's telling me some cool places to check out on the lake, and he says, "You got to go to this one spot. If you like cliff diving, you should check it out."
First of all, what am I, Elvis in Acapulco?
I'm like,
what do you mean? Do you like cliff diving?
We drive the boat up.
Yeah.
These kids are jumping off of. Now, seeing this, it's
Right.
half this size. It's got to be about 60 feet. But this,
First of all, 60 feet would be massive.
it was insane watching what these kids were doing.
I saw a guy die 20, 25 feet, and he died. I saw another guy die maybe 10, 12 feet because the water was too shallow.
Yeah.
These fucking people don't understand diving is incredibly dangerous.
Not to mention this particular place where these kids jump off this cliff. It's too deep in the water to anchor, and there's nowhere to tie your boat off. It's just like rocky cliffs.
Right.
So you have to swim, and where the water meets here is really rough. I looked into it. People died trying to get to the cliff because they drowned on the way there. So you have to be a really, really strong swimmer, and people who don't know it very well just hop in the water like, yeah, I'll swim over there. But the water's rough.
All right, just to let you know where this place is, it's where they shot the opening to Fantasy Island. This is how dumb this is. This is where they shoot the Jurassic Park films.
That's crazy.
Mike, Cleveland. Hey, Mike.
How you doing today?
Hey, man.
I jumped 84 feet, and 3 out of the 4 times that I did it, it blew my shorts when they ripped the seams right on my pants.
Now, where'd you do this at?
This is in Amherst, Ohio. It was at a mining, strip mining place. And,
Oh, yeah.
And then I dove from, we thought it was 100, 150 feet. We took a 100-foot tape, threw it over, figured out it was only 84 feet. And from 44 feet, I dove, and it felt like somebody hit me in the face with a shovel. I thought I was going to get knocked out. That was a one-time only. Never again I tried that.
Yeah, people don't realize that impact, it's like getting hit by a car.
Yeah.
You have to really know how to hit the water perfectly to not take the full impact. This kid, when you see him jumping, you see his feet swinging and stuff. Like, there's no way he's ready to hit. His nuts could have ripped off.
Now,
look at his feet.
Oh,
Like
my
he's
God.
jumping-
The length of
and-
time that he's
I know.
falling.
So there's some people that said that is closer to 80 feet. Some reports is closer to 170 feet. I mean, to me, 80 feet is
That's
insane.
crazy. That's crazy. Now, there's another video of somebody filming from the ground, like from the bottom. And I think it's a crazy angle to see him, how far the
I
distance
didn't know
of
this.
his.
All right, let me see this one. Look how tiny he looks.
He looks so
Let's see it again.
teeny tiny.
This is up on the iBang. I've never seen anybody this stupid in my life. And I know Chris Stanley, who can't get into work properly.
There he goes.
Oh, I didn't even see him the first time.
I knew that you didn't. I knew that you weren't reacting to it.
He
Now,
is this
all right,
tiny
let's
dot.
take it back and pause it. Because let's say this guy, so there he is there. You figure he's got to be probably close to 6 feet tall.
Yeah. He looks like a tall, lanky kid.
Right. So how many of that body could you put in those falls? Now I think it's a lot higher than 80.
Yeah, I think it's higher than 80. Seeing that little dot, and that's him. I mean,
That's the most insane thing I've ever seen. Video up on the iBank today, as well as naked pictures of, I would say, the it girl of her glam rock generation.
Yes.
Pam Anderson. Still rocking it, still looking good.
looking great.
I remember the first time I saw Pam Anderson, it was on that Tim Allen show, Home Improvement. And she was like a glorified extra. She would walk out and hand him a tool. And like the next time people were calling me Brady, she'd go, "Who the fuck was that broad last night? That chick was unbelievable." And she was basically just walking out and going, "Here, Tim, here's the saw you wanted." Everybody went crazy for her. Look, she was like the Canadian girl next door.
Yeah,
then.
she's ridiculous looking.
There
She's
is
just,
something
like,
about
insanely beautiful.
girls that come out of Western Canada that are that stunning blonde Swedish look.
Yeah,
But anyway, she's still got it. She's still rocking it.
she's still doing great.
Yeah, I'll give her 2 Motley Crue weird little things that are above. What is that called when you have the 2 dots?
The umlaut?
Umlaut.
An umlaut, I believe.
Umlaut.
Umlaut.
So what I understand, Chris Stanley on his way in, and his train is stuck underground, which I just like to say, thank you, train. Thank you. There was a thing where the other day, this is how fucking crazy New York has been lately. So an off-duty police officer supposedly was attacking a female train conductor, right? So she's driving the train. She's being assaulted allegedly by this guy. So she pulls the emergency brake, stopping the train. The people in the back of the train, some kind of weird thing got started, a weird rumor, and they started kicking out windows and diving out.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm watching the whole thing on fucking TV.
Because they think it's like an emergency, a fire, something like that.
Something. They don't know what the fuck it is. And just panic set in. And they're like...
Just like someone says, like, I think it's a fire. And then they're like, we've decided as a group, to fully panic right now.
Oh yeah, we're losing our shit.
So you got to keep it together in a
Yeah.
big fucking group like
Well,
that
look
because
how-
it takes nothing. It takes nothing to bug out.
Look how us today, third fucking time Chris Stanley has done this to us. And at least, and I'm not making this up, it's at least the fifth time in our lives we thought, could Chris be dead?
Yep.
He's too young.
He's too young
He's
for
in
that.
his early 30s. He's not grandpa in his 80s.
No. The amount of times since I have been on this show that I have thought something terribly wrong has happened to Chris. And I was right once.
Once you were correct, and that was the night I say, I know him. He sleeps it off. And then I went to bed, came in here, and found out that he woke up in the hospital.
Now, this is what concerns me. That night, I had a spidey sense that something was wrong. This morning, I was like, I feel nothing. I can't figure it out. I'm getting no receptors. I don't feel calm. I don't feel panic. I don't know what it is.
You knew that something was wrong because he drank 2 quarts of liquor
Well, yeah.
and was attempting to assault 2 women, including you.
It was a strong hypothesis
Yeah.
more than a spidey sense.
All I wanted to do was push him in an Uber car and run. I wanted no part of his life. One time, when Fez got that drunk, I actually took him home, threw a mattress on the floor, put him on the mattress, and I laid on a couch while he dry heaved all night. And I can honestly tell you, I don't think I've ever spent a worse night of hating life.
Oh, God.
And the reason why I took responsibility is because he was on a drinking contest on the show.
Right.
And he had thrown up, and he literally, I mean, you hear about people laying in the gutter. He was lying in a gutter with a stream of water on him.
Oh, no.
Like shitty Fairfax, Virginia rainwater running. And he laid in that gutter. I'm going, let's get you up, man. Seriously.
Sounds rough.
The only thing, I would be sleep on the couch, I'd wake up and then like kick him over on his stomach. And I actually watched him crawl into the bathroom, throw up, crawl back to his mattress, crawl back to the bathroom. And that went on all night.
So not a restful night for you.
And he was like this at one point. What the fuck happened to my hand? My hand's killing me. And I forgot he had been punching and karate chopping a wall. He was pretending he was doing flare chops. He was just like punching a wall, slapping it. He was out of his fucking mind. But I forget what he was drinking. It was some kind of, it was Irish car bombs.
Oh,
So,
God. That'll do it.
Not only drunk, but sick to his stomach from it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a heavy thing to be drinking all night.
Chugging Guinness. It's not.
No, it really shouldn't be a chuggable beer.
No, it's not a chuggable.
It's a pudding. It's a beer pudding.
Hey, Kevin, Houston.
Hey, buddies, how's it going, man?
Hey, what's up?
We used to rent a house every year when I was growing up in New Braunfels, Texas, and we'd float the Guadalupe River, and you do it in tubes. And there was this place called the Cliffs where you would get out, and it had about 3 different levels. You know, it was a natural rock formation. It wasn't man-made or anything like that. But, I mean, I was 8, 9 years old jumping off 10, 15, 20-foot cliffs. But so many people died, they actually have it all wired up and shit. And there's a sheriff's officer that sits there, or sheriff's deputy that sits there during peak season. And if you get out of your tube, you are immediately arrested because of the amount of people that died. I think like 12 people have died.
Wow.
Yeah. Good times.
All right. Thanks, bro. What are you telling me?
These aren't for us.
Oh, they're for E-Rock's show.
Yeah.
So I would have done them properly before.
When I saw
You
this,
know what? Can I just say something to you? I can't say anything bad about you because you showed up today.
You were present.
So when's E-Rock show tonight?
His is at 6 p.m. tonight.
Let me tell you something. I shouldn't even say this, but, you know, I keep my ear to the ground. I know what's happening in the business of radio.
Mm-hmm.
I know what's going on from a marketing sense. You would not believe how some major entertainment companies, how much they love E-Rock's show and are working to get certain guests on that show all the time.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
That's really great.
Yeah.
He's the best, so I'm psyched.
I watched him come into this game of Sex Bagel. So to see him now, where I'm hearing stuff from some large movie studios talking about how they see getting guests on his show as a get, mind-blowing to me.
That's very exciting.
I'm really proud of E-Rock. And that's something I never expected to say in my life. I mean, if I could trade 10 Chris Stanleys, but I can't because they're untradeable because they're so late. We're almost at the end of the show.
We're very close. We're very close to the end of the show.
And I heard that he was one train spot away 15 minutes ago.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Well.
Oh, my God.
There he is. The late Chris Stanley.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Third time, dude.
Is there a 30 strike rule around here? Please say no.
You're definitely drinking again, man.
I swear to God. I watched Thursday Night Football.
Look at the time.
I know.
We all watch Thursday Night Football.
I went to sleep at midnight. I slept through my alarm. I swear to God, I wasn't drinking.
How many times did we tell you we've got to have a contact for you? And do you know how many people were trying to get a hold of you today, and you only answered to Dave?
I woke up at like 8:51. I saw there was like 35 missed calls, 50 text messages, and I didn't put two and two together at first. And then Eastside Dave calls. I'm like, why the fuck is Dave calling me? I pick it up. He says, hi, Peppy Hamburger. And I scream, oh shit, and realized it was a morning show today.
So you saw 35 missed calls, all these fucking text messages, and you were like, let me just get my coffee or something. Like, well, like you were just like,
it was within seconds of waking up. I see it, and then fucking Dave calls. I didn't even have time to fucking process it.
This is what Dave wrote. Not even a thanks for waking me up, Dave. -2 points for him. You just lost 2 fucking points.
You can't afford to lose 2 points for Dave.
Now,
I needed those points.
Let me just ask you this, Chris. You've done this time and time again.
3 times.
What would you do if you were... you missing 3 times that we do this show is somewhere around you missing 10% of the shows. You know what I mean? Yeah. Tops.
Mathematically, this is really bad. I agree.
What would you do if you were in my position?
I don't know, man.
I mean, we're talking doc pay.
Oh, please no.
Yeah. We're talking
don't.
Shave head.
I need
We're talking about burning you with a cigar. I mean, I don't know. Can I look? And I know that it's impossible for you to understand because you're a fucking sociopath. But Gail was freaking out for real. Like, and I'm not saying ready to cry. I'm ready to say start screaming and throwing herself on your casket as we lowered it into the ground.
You don't gotta worry about me. I'm fine. Nothing's gonna happen to me.
You're not fine, dude. You can't even keep a job.
Yeah, this is a normal scenario in which you aren't practically related to your coworkers. This would be like your job would be in trouble right now.
No, forget that. He would be rehabbed because we know you're drinking, dude.
I'm not drinking.
Sober people don't sleep through an entire shift.
This is, I'm like that at this point, you know, the first 2 times you were like, what, 34 minutes late was the
right
thing.
around there, yeah.
Yeah.
This is actually being absent from the show.
2.5 hours late.
I know. I saw 8:51.
And that's because we were all calling out. And then I had texted Dave because I'm seeing if you knew any of your fucking friends. And he's saying, I'm already trying to call him. I have to wait for an 8-minute Metallica break because he had seen hashtags about you and became alarmed.
There's a hashtag about me?
You live in fucking social media times. This is a social world.
It feels kind of good to have a hashtag after me. Feel bad I'm late.
Yeah, well, one of my hashtags is Fire Him Wiki.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying this. This came from Don Wiki Wicklin.
Okay.
How long are you going to keep this anchor around your neck?
You called me an anchor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
You did.
Feels terrible. I don't want to be an anchor, Ron.
Do you realize the only thing protecting your job right now is your pay range? That they're saying today that Trump is going to bring up the birther incident and admit that President Obama was born in America. I don't know why that's coming up, but I guess no blacks will vote for him until he says that. He's got plenty of white people who will vote for him, but no blacks.
Who will he lose if he goes back on his word about something like this?
He can't lose a follower. Once you're with Trump, you don't give a shit what he does.
Really?
Yes.
So all the people who love the wall, now he's given up the wall, they're fine with it.
They're fine.
They're okay.
Yeah. They're good. He never loses. It's not so much that he's gained votes, is that Hillary has lost votes for being sickly.
She's sickly. And you know what the thing is very funny to me is that during this whole, during this whole campaign, anybody who was like, look, just because she's a woman, she can do a man's job. They're like, look, it's not like she has to do push-ups to, be our president. Like, what are you worried about her physical condition? Now we're like, we actually are concerned of her physical condition.
We're concerned. We're worried that her head's going to start shaking and never stop. All right. I'm going to say this. Court of public opinion, veto, what should Chris Stanley's punishment for missing 90% of the show be?
I think breakfast should be on Chris today and not on Wiki.
All right. Not only that, he should make the breakfast run.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You take yourself back to intern days. Let Marcus Hook put his feet up, and you make the breakfast run.
I think just a full day of intern status would be great.
You know what? Then you could still charge Wiki. But you have to go out and make the run.
So I have to go stand online at McDonald's.
No. We want 3 different things.
Yeah.
We want cinnamon rolls. We want bagels.
I'll take a green
We want
smoothie.
McDonald's. Green smoothie.
I'd like to try Chick-fil-A's breakfast today.
Fuck. What are they? Chicken and egg?
Yeah, they have
That's
chicken waffle.
disgusting.
I think it's waffle, chicken, and egg.
I just think that putting an egg next to a chicken, it just should never be done.
Mother and child reunion.
Well, I could not give false hope.
I'm glad that Vito answered first because I was going to say old-fashioned caning.
Singapore?
No, more of a Sandman because we were talking about him today while you were away. But know this: people were literally concerned about you.
Yeah, it got really weird.
We've got to have your super's number or a neighbor.
Raidu?
Yeah, we got to have Raidu's number.
It's Raidu, not Radon. You know what I mean?
Our biggest problem is you don't have anyone in your life to check up on you.
But I'm fine. Nothing ever bad happens. I know.
This is bad. You're fired by a normal job.
Yeah, this is bad. And you're sweaty, too.
I'm very sweaty. I'm pouring sweat here.
Did your train really get stuck coming back?
I'm on the train within 5 minutes of waking up. I'm dressed and on a fucking subway train somehow. And then it gets stuck.
Somehow it's because you're wearing the clothes you slept in.
Good point.
And you didn't, once again, brush the teeth.
Nope.
Nope.
Do the hair.
Nope.
Nothing.
No shower, nothing.
I'm a fucking wreck right now.
Let's just hope he still has that wisp habit.
That's long gone.
Shit.
Someone gave those to me. I never really bothered buying any more.
Thank God.
That's all it takes. Yeah. Any drug, anything he could get addicted to. If you give it to him for free, he's like, this is my new thing until it's out.
It's like, done with that.
Kicked it.
Well, what do you think?
I think that I need to start going to sleep earlier.
No, forget that. What's your punishment?
I will get you guys breakfast, whatever you guys want. What do you guys need? What do you want? What do you need?
This thing to be more of, what do you call those fucking hunts that they put, like nerds do? Where they go
scavenger hunt?
Yeah, the scavenger hunt of breakfast. Because I want something different from every place all the way down.
Whatever you guys want, I got it.
That's really sweet that he would even say that's plenty for me right now. But I wish that you just saw Gail earlier today because her eyes were like crazy, but she was trying to stay in the moment, and she was bringing up wrestling because that comforted her, and she was like this, yeah, I do remember. And like, I'm looking at her, and I'm like, because I would have just left it a mystery until you showed up when Dave, but I had to take the fear out of her because we were close to losing her.
Jesus, I apologize. I don't want to worry anyone. No one should have to worry about me.
Once
No
we
shit.
hit over
But we
the...
do because you're a fuck up.
Yeah, and it's not like you're saying, oh, don't worry about me. Nothing's ever happened. I was witness to it once. One night you ended up in the hospital.
But I got out of the hospital. Same day. Hours later, actually.
Same day.
Same day?
And I made it to work.
Because you ran out of there. They didn't tell you were allowed to go.
They can't hold me.
Well,
that was against Dr.
No Mount Sinai could hold Chris Stanley.
Stanley 926 does whatever he wants.
The job of a hospital is not to lord over people like it was a prison. They're supposed to heal you.
They did a great job.
They just let you sleep long enough.
Yeah.
What else did they do? They gave you fluids because the alcohol had drained you of
It was
fluids?
like 0.34 alcohol level, so they gave me.
How cool.
They gave me some
dork.
Way to brag about that.
0.34 bros.
You can't remember one other thing in your life.
Nope.
But 0.34, you know everything about.
And they gave me some fluids, and then I woke up and let myself out.
They said that he had drank enough to kill an orangutan. By the way, did you guys ever see that orangutan looking at the pregnant lady belly?
No.
Dude, I don't even think you want to see this.
Is he nice to it?
I never trust them. I'm not like you guys where I can go around trusting them. I just watched this. This isn't even up on the iBang because it's old. Look, he's at a window looking at the belly of a pregnant woman, and he's obsessed with it and trying to kiss it.
He's kissing the belly because you're pregnant.
So she's just wearing her...
Oh my god. This is so strange.
Do gorillas and orangutans, do they get pregnant bellies?
Yes.
Yes. They're mammals, you
I don't know if
weirdo.
they get bellies, though. I thought because they were already big.
He should get breakfast now for that question.
No,
you were still
that
here
doesn't
at
make
926.
She does the same thing.
I don't think you will.
How nuts is this
That's
stuff?
so weird.
And they said... So... Yeah, bring it down a little bit. She pulls her shirt up and lets him start checking out. This is all he cares about is the belly, right? So as you're watching this, and he's wanting to touch it, wanting to kiss it, and they said he had a tear coming down from his eye.
No. He's so sensitive.
I was at the zoo a year ago, and there was
when they let you out.
and there was a little kid at the glass, and there was a little chimpanzee playing with the kid. Like,
that's heartbreaking, man.
Hands on the glass and like making faces at
Are you
each other.
trying to make me cry right now?
It was
I'm
beautiful.
feeling very sensitive.
Is
this
it
morning.
beautiful, or are you seeing a fucking imprisoned child, and that child just happens to be a monkey child?
I think we're done with zoos. We have the internet. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to go to a fucking cage and look at the internet in there. Forget about it. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
We don't need to cage the beast any longer.
Well, some people say we do it for their own safety. Like, we'll run out of them. Like we did the banana. We don't have the real banana.
Yeah, we have the fake banana.
What?
Yeah,
There's
the banana that we're tasting is not the good banana. The good banana was killed off.
Whoa.
Yeah. And you know that the very, like how weird banana flavor is, how it tastes nothing like an actual banana?
Yeah.
Apparently based on the original banana's flavor. So that's why we're like, well, that doesn't even come close. That tastes nothing like it. But it was very similar to the way.
But it's better than what we consider banana now.
Because you know how I
Yeah.
hate banana, like I hate the smell and the taste of it. Banana
No.
scented things, like like candy and the flavors. I don't mind those.
Those are the real banana.
Right, because one is a candy and the other one is a fruit.
That's a good
so
point.
That's probably why.
You like all candies better than you do.
I'm a big. If I were to choose, if you said to me, "Hey, you want to eat candy for the rest of your life or fruit?" I'd have to take the hard choice and go candy.
What if we said candy or meat?
Oh no, it's meat.
I doubt it.
What about meat candy?
Well, now we're talking.
Do they have any meat candies at all?
They put they cover
M&M
bacon and
peanuts.
chocolate.
Eric in Wyoming, what's up?
Hey, Benningtons. I'm just wondering if I could add something to breakfast. I'm kind of hungry, too.
Sure, there's no reason why all the listeners should not eat. Craig in Madison.
Hi, happy Friday, Benningtons.
Hey, happy.
Listen, a good punishment for Chris would be, have him make a sign with shoe polish that says, "We'll work for food," and stick him on the Avenue of the Americans for an hour.
Well, I wouldn't mind sending him up to Harlem with a certain Die Hard 3 sign.
No!
Maybe you'll meet a nice store owner.
Simon says, try to figure out how to put 4 gallons of water into a 5-gallon jug. By the way, I still don't know how to do it. I still can't figure it out. I don't know how they did that gimmick. What's the trick?
I don't know, but that scene is in my neighborhood, right by Grace Papaya. Love that scene.
You live near Grace Papaya?
Yeah, I live like 3 blocks away from there.
Do you go there every day?
New Yorker.
Do you go there every day?
No, but growing up, I used to go a lot.
I haven't been there forever, but I always enjoy a nice Grace Papaya.
I only have one downside to it.
What's that, papaya?
Styrofoam cups.
Oh, yeah.
Those delicious juices are in the styrofoam cups.
I like
You're drinking it through a straw, though.
Yeah, but still, like, when you put the styrofoam cup down on, like, a table or a surface, you get a squeak. No, thank you. I can't even think about it.
BYOC, bring your own cup.
Just put it in here, please.
I don't like the styrofoam. Just put it in this mug.
Has anyone ever done that? Because I know
should
some
be
people
allowed.
do it like at a Starbucks, like here, just put it in my coffee cup. You know?
I think that's fair.
I like to walk around my own coffee cup. It says World Greatest Dad on it. I have 2 mugs. One says World's Greatest Dad, and the other one says World's Worst Boss. Look at Stanley, not giving a shit about anything.
Nope, not a care in the world.
Not a fucking care.
I have all the cares. I feel terrible.
To be simple, sweet, and innocent like Chris.
Yeah, just to be a moron like that.
Innocent.
DJ Famous Name wants to know, do they make a reverse life alert bracelet Pepper could wear at all times? We could have him on a heart monitor that's just hooked up to an app on our phones.
Right, so he's definitely alive.
Right, Flathead just wrote, funny, today's show was good.
That's awesome.
I am not sure. I'm not sure at all. I thought we stayed, I'm not even kidding you, I don't think that we had a good show because we were so on edge. And what kills me about this sociopath is he's unaware that he's loved and has nothing to do with work, and we want work done.
The show went on. Things happened. It was not work related, the concern. We weren't like, this is fucked up. Chris needs to be here to take care of this shit. We were like, where is our friend Chris?
Nothing Chris does is of value as far as work goes.
Definitely not.
I don't want anyone to worry. I'm sorry.
This is the thing. Gail was saying that your subconscious would have awoken you, like knowing on some level that you were late. And I'm like, I know he sleeps 14-hour clips on the weekend.
And I immediately was like, I can't. If we don't hear from him for like multiple more hours than we've already not heard from him, I was going to lose it.
Well, you started to really get nervous, I'd say about 45 minutes in.
Yeah.
And he was 2.5 hours.
Yeah. So I had a rough time of it for a good majority of the show.
I feel
You seem like the kind of guy that could die in his sleep, dude. That's the problem.
I sleep in my stomach.
I know, but there's no one for us to call. No one.
I'll give you guys Radu's number.
Whose?
Radu, my super. He's always there.
I also want your address with apartment number, and I'd like a spare key. I'm not kidding, dude. I'm not
We
kidding.
should have a spare key.
I'm not kidding.
To get the corpse. You have nothing worth stealing.
Oh yeah, I have no no possessions.
Yeah.
I have a
So what do you
laptop.
think we would go in your apartment for?
Just like crash, just hang out.
First of all, we can't even do it to get out of the cold.
Give him a service dog.
It's a good idea.
I'd rather give him a cervix dog. Some dog that just watches his cervix at all time.
Still good.
Dilated. 9 meters. Meters? I think I left out a millet.
He is surprisingly open.
Keeping an eye on you is like keeping an eye on Hillary Clinton. I just picture you them shoving you in a van while you were...
You just lost one little Cinderella shoe
Yeah.
as we stuff you into the car.
All right, we got to wrap this up. Today, today was horrific. If we had a key, I would have immediately went, because I knew at 6:35, Gail let me know there's no Chris today.
Yeah.
6:35.
Because we started the text chain early.
I could have went over in my cab, shook you awake, squirted you with a fucking hose, and then harpoon into the side.
It began with Vito starting the text, which he said, "Hey, what's up? Where are my ride or dies?" And then I responded, #friendship.
Right.
And then no response until Chris, you up? Then me and Vito started calling each other.
You know what? I just decided, perfect idea. We get even by giving him 1/2 hour of the second show that we're doing today, and then we all leave. And you can work the last 2.5 hours by yourself.
I think that's a great idea.
Even Steven, but you're also getting breakfast, or else making Marcus go get it.
Oh, God.
Either way, it doesn't matter to me. So are you ready to do 2.5 by yourself?
2.5.
We'll give you the first half hour.
This will not end well. Might have a fucking freak out.
You're not.
Please,
Fez.
come
you
on.
do high society.
You can do this. Come on, you're making up your hours.
Plus, the fact that we thought of something will make Don think it's a good idea. Like, oh, I see a theme to it. Not you guys just leaving early. This is theme radio. All right, that's it for us until the second show. Chris, you never even knew who our band was today.
No, who is it?
Your favorite band we played all morning, MC5.
You missed MC5 Day.
Did you kick out the jams?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
of
played their
course.
biggest hit. We played their biggest hit.
It's a great song.
Yeah, we know.
I feel even worse.
Well, we'll miss the songs you're playing during the second show today.
You'll still not know the fear we felt, but at least you can make up the time.
I think only you felt the fear. I felt some kind of, oh man, this is going to be great when we do find the corpse, and then we're going to hear all this other stuff that we did. I was going to do a documentary, Chris Stanley, A Life in Discomforty. Couldn't even come up with a decent word. So that's it for us. We're back here today at 12 noon over the Raw Diggity channel. Thanks, Ope, for letting us fill in and testing Mr. Chris Stanley. A test he failed. So, see you again in just a couple hours, Bennington.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
Yeah. The wonderful B-52s kick us off today. Part of that Athens scene's what we got to get to on GPS one of these days.
Definitely.
The cool Athens scene. Well, first of all, we got a great show lined up for you. Show number 2 today. Gail, one of your favorite people, one of your Staten Island peeps is stopping in.
Yeah, Sal Volcano is going to be in studio today. Impractical Jokers.
Why doesn't he go with Volcano?
I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't, but the other day I was talking about a volcano and I called it a volcano. So now he's taken over what I previously knew as a volcano.
By the way, this is the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. Now, more important than that, we haven't seen her forever. I consider her the fifth Beatle. I consider her the prodigal son returned to us. Michelle with one L is here.
Oh, yay!
Where have you been?
Where's my
Michelle?
fatted calf?
You need one. Oh, he was 2.5 hours late today, but he made it. We needed you at 7 a.m. today when we thought Chris was dead again. Fifth time.
Yep.
Chris was 2.5 hours late today, which we have no way. We have no one to contact for him. What does HR have for you if you have a stroke?
I didn't put down any emergency contact
That's
information.
sad. You're too old not to have made an emergency contact by now.
I'll be that.
I'll put Michelle.
She's not going to know where to find you.
Where to find the body?
Oh, sweet Jesus. Can we get a tracking device on him?
The Justice Department had one on him for 2 years.
He just took down 3 barrels. It's a Jaws reference, everybody.
Did you ever see that before? No.
So good.
No, never saw that before. But of course, like, no one takes that down. Well, it's great to see you, Michelle. You can do the breaking news since you were the one who spotted it.
Trump finally admits that Obama was born in the United States, everybody.
Born in the USA.
I wish that broke. I wish that broke just before I picked the song.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Could have been topical.
Then Vito would have been so happy. You know, Sal Volcano and talking about Springsteen in the same day.
This is going to be a big day for him.
Forget about it.
Yowch.
Michelle, you've been busy?
I've been a little busy.
On 37, the Pack 37?
I don't. Yes.
You you went from having a place to work to a mosh pit up there.
Well, you know, I love group sex, so it's perfect for me.
I actually said this. There's no way to flirt. Like the old office flirting could never go down without everybody else saying it.
Right.
Yeah. And then you just be sick of everyone. Like there's no, like, oh, I hope I see them today.
Yeah.
It's like everybody's right here all the time.
Yeah. But
are you moving your space? Are you in a different office?
No, we won't be moving.
Cool.
I consider this my office where I am.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. I don't like to go into offices. That's not why I got into this business.
And this is my computer.
Yeah. My computer, my brain.
My sticky notes.
Yeah.
Look at my file.
Any research I need to do, I can do with a big fat number that I've earned. That's the universe for me. Some guy was explaining himself. He was a limo driver, and he was like explaining, like, this is my office.
That's cool.
Okay, the hallway, the great outdoors. He was so into being a limo driver, and he was so positive about how it connected him to the universe. It was fantastic.
I love people like that.
Yeah, me too. I love people who lie to themselves and believe it.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Because it makes you believe it, too.
Yeah. Because I'll go like this now. I'm like this. Well, I got to leave and go to my suck-a-fuck job over at Sirius XM. I can make something bad out of something wonderful, easy.
Tell me exactly, how does one suck a fuck?
I could go and talk to young kids at school. So you want to get into the suck-a-fuck business, right?
What did I agree to?
One time they had me years ago talk at a high school, and I went in and told them that anybody wanted to be in radio. I go, if you're talking to your friends, you're already doing it. So you don't really need an education. And the fucking teacher was so mad at me. And they said, well, you have to do stuff for your voice now. I go, listen to my voice. I've done nothing.
You can go smoke more?
I
Sure.
put zero thought into this. You can too. Believe in yourself. Bye, kids.
You don't want to sound like everybody else anyway.
They used to, though.
Yeah.
But before I started radio, everybody had to talk like this. Oh, it's 5 after the hour.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, everybody. I don't know whether you saw this in the news today.
Honk, 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 honk.
What are the Kardashians up to now?
I was actually listening to a little morning radio on my way in to do some morning radio because my Uber driver was playing, and this woman who was on the show, they were like going through, and I guess Paris Jackson put out something, and she's like saying, all you haters, and she's like, so she put this out on social today, and I was like, is that what we're calling it? Which is on social?
Yeah.
And then she's like, don't let the haters get to you, Paris. You're beautiful. You're great. And then they just like went through, and he's like, well, let's hear what movies are coming out this weekend. And then she would just have like a 1-word reaction to it. It's fantastic.
Should be great.
She's like, great. Love. Really? Like, reaction through. I was like, this is a great show.
Yeah,
it's a great program.
It's a nice gig for her. But I always like it when all the adults decide what this 18-year-old girl should be doing.
I know.
Have you seen her hair? I don't know. She's 18. Why don't you let her fucking be?
I know. Like, I think she was one of those ones who she's like, brought a girl to the prom. What does this mean, guys? 844 Rock God. Call us in. Let us know what you think about Paris' love life.
Every teen kid out there, call us. Let us know.
Hey, and if you're having problems, just give us a ring.
Yeah. If you're ready to kill yourself, call us. We're here for you.
Oh, please don't call. Please call the suicide hotline.
That used to be, what was that show they would do out of Los Angeles? Dr. Drew had done it for...
Love Lines.
Yeah, and it would always be 14-year-old girls talking about sex.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are they getting away with this?
Well, I used to watch it when it was on MTV.
Yeah, that was a short porch they had.
But I would watch it, Dr. Drew, and then like at least once an episode, somebody would be like wanting to figure out like what squirting was about. Like once an episode, like my girlfriend like shoots something out of her vagina. And they're like, okay, this one again. Let's go over this. Once an episode.
Kind of
What
clear.
is it? Is this normal? Am I weird?
How far did it go before we go into it?
How's your little vagina? How's your 14-year-old vagina? Give us a call, 844-ROCK.
Please don't call.
Just, you shouldn't be thinking about this, Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew's just in there cutting fucking rails that he took off his rehab patients.
You don't need this.
We've now hit the segment of the show. We just talk about labia. So specific questions about your labia.
Well, Dr. Drew's one of those guys that you could call him about any, like the TV networks can call him about any celebrity OD or like, hey, is Hillary Clinton dying? Let's get Dr. Drew. Well, I haven't examined her, but I would say yes. Yes, she is.
You know what? We all are.
Yeah. Not as fast as Hillary, but we're all dying.
We're definitely going.
Yeah. Some of our cases not fast enough. It was up to me. I turned that over to glass over there. You know what I'm saying, folks? USA all the way. Put a nuke up their ass and see if they still feel like praying. 844-ROCK out. 844-ROCK.
Please don't call.
Jimson weed. Is it good for everybody? 844-ROCK out. 844-ROCK out. There was this piece years ago, it might have been National Lampoon, that he said, like, if people weren't going to call in, he was going to kill a kitten. You know what I mean? It was a very funny fucking thing. But people, that's one thing that people will get pissed about, any animal humor. Yeah. I remember Bubba the Love Sponge got in big trouble for making a barbecue, and the animal was alive first before he started it. And the people, the meat eaters out there went fucking crazy.
Wait, he barbecued it and it was like...
No. He had killed it, butchered it first, the whole 9 yards.
I'm fine now.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah, he didn't just start barbecuing a live pig. I would have been on your side then.
Like, he's turning it.
It's actually a good radio bit. I'm going to get hold of Don and see if we can't get a live pig in the parking lot.
I don't know. Run this by legal. See how it goes.
No, you know what? You can't run ninth caller past legal.
Ask forgiveness later.
Yeah.
It's my philosophy.
Have you guys ever seen what contest rules look like? Because they brought them in. I mean, they're like books for contest rules.
I feel like I've seen the giant blocks of text, but I never read them.
Oh, yeah. Why would you?
Like I just want to enter a contest.
That's all I want to do. I just want to be the ninth caller. I
just want to be a winner.
Just want to go to Cleveland.
What does it say in there about a Toyota? Yeah. Just check if that's
That was the Hooters. Hooters, they did you're going to win a Toyota. Number one waitress will win a Toyota, and then they give her a toy Yoda. and they all laughed, and she sued them.
Wait, she sued?
Yeah, she sued because she didn't want a toy Yoda. Oh. She wanted a toy Yoda. Okay. She's like, even though I have big tits, I still want it.
I'll show you my ass if you show me your Toyota.
Speaking of showing your ass, I'm going to ask you this on Pam Anderson. Too little? Too late? Pictures are up. She waits to age, I guess she's mid-40s, right?
Yeah.
Before she shows the ass. This happens with a lot of these actresses. It's almost like, you have to think of it this way. If you're, you got the wrong one, Chris.
Yeah, do the picture.
I want to see the ass.
You want to see the ass.
Black part.
Yeah.
There
it is. There's the ass there. Muscular ass, muscular back.
She works out.
Yeah.
It's a very muscular back.
Yeah.
It's a strong back.
Yeah.
It's great if you want to have someone carry beer kegs for you.
And I do.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe in pornography, though, so.
No, but I guess this isn't pornography because we're not going to see as much as we want to. But yeah, she did say don't watch pornography. But there's enough stuff that says that pornography just keeps you from having regular relationships.
Oh.
It's not I know for you, you need it.
It's the only way I can get off.
Is it really? No, because that would be horrific.
I'm sorry, honey. Keep going down. I just need to watch this a little bit more.
He gets turned off if you keep calling him Uncle Nicky. You're like, that's not me. But in this thing.
Just for me, just for this moment. And wear that pizza hat. Wear the pizza hat!
Yeah, it's hot and fresh, isn't it? Hot and fresh pizza.
You're rising to the occasion!
Let's see if we can look at people and guess their freak. Let's look at Vito. What would you say would be his thing? Vito's thing. I'm going to say easily, he's the quarterback, she's a cheerleader. Chris, what do you think?
I feel like he's like a mechanic. And then they're like someone who doesn't know anything about cars. They bring their car and they get stranded. And he has to, fix her.
Yeah. What do you got for him?
I think he's like babysitter or something. I think I see it's like kind of like
disgusting.
Oh, that's creepy.
With the baby or the mom that comes home?
No,
okay,
no, she's
the way you made it sound.
No, that's
she's the babysitter.
Right?
Yeah, Chris is.
Both.
What do you think Vito's into?
Ghostbuster scenarios where he's popping fresh.
Yeah, also I can see that Vito needs somebody to step on balloons. So, Vito, what do you got for us?
I like the schoolgirl look with the what do you call the leggings? The garter belts.
You know what? I forgot. You're a basic bitch. That's what it is. You should have guessed the basic bitch.
Basic bitch.
Looks like one more person won't be going to lunch with you.
Basic. You know you're basic. Come on. It's a nice thing. Everybody has a thing.
I was looking.
You just have the same thing as everyone else.
I got news for you. I was thinking that Chris's mechanic and car broke down was Chris thinking about Vito.
It's a dude whose car broke down.
I can't pay to help fix my carburetor. What can I do to make this better?
Specific. It has to be a carburetor. And if he brings up anything else, like you need a jump, you're like, hey, dude, don't fuck this up.
We worked this out beforehand.
It's a carburetor, you moron. Forget it. I can't even.
Going home.
I'm done. You can't leave that ass in the. We're in a glass box here.
Come on,
we're in
everyone
a glass
can
box.
see.
Now show the other one where she's leaning down, though. See, I think she looks a little more feminine in that picture.
Yeah, you see the curvature a little bit better.
I don't want to body shame Pam Anderson.
Oh boy!
But she has a linebacker back.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she's been working on that back.
She's swole.
She's all about that back.
Baby got back.
No pussy. Wait, I don't know how it goes.
There's never no pussy. They would never say that. No pussy.
I'm into a girl with no pussy.
That could be a nice Barbie thing that you're into.
That's my fetish.
That's her fetish.
Yeah.
Let's just pretend we don't have genitals. What?
I don't want to do that. Just Barbie and Ken the whole time. Well, Chris goes to that deep dark web that I don't even know where it exists. What's it called?
It's you have to use the Tor browser to get down there.
The what?
Tor.
It's a whole separate browser.
Yeah.
That only, I guess.
You don't do YouPorn?
Don't have him explain.
YouPorn doesn't work for him.
No, like porn, the porn hubs, the fucking YouPorns, the X videos, the ujacket.com. None of it works for me. Brazzers, Reality Kings. I can't fucking do that shit.
Bang Bus doesn't work for anyone.
Bang Bus, X Hamster, Rent
Speak
2.
for yourself.
None of it. E-Porner.
Persian Kitty.
Ew.
You remember that one? That
Yeah,
was
I
like
remember
the
that.
first.
Are
That was
these-
the first one that
These
existed.
are real? You're not just
Cuck Daddy.
No.
Cuck Daddy? No. Like, what kind of cucking's going on at Cuck Daddy?
Oh, speaking of which, your own
Spank Bang? No, thank you.
your own place, Chris, which put out a thing about you being late today, High Society Radio.
Okay.
And they put a hashtag Cuck Daddy on it.
What the fuck? I ain't no cuck. Someone's got to, I mean, that fucking word's become so popular, someone's got to take it back.
Who runs,
Chris, other Chris.
So
I guess he's hashtagging Cuck Daddy, you mean?
yeah.
That's not nice.
Tell what the shirt was that the guy wants to put out for Chris Stanley.
Okay,
Your
so
new Christmas shirt.
this is your new shirt.
Does this have anything to do with cucking?
It's Stanley 926, which is your arrival time.
Brilliant.
That's pretty badass.
That is pretty
I
cool.
want one of these so badly.
And someone writes in that if you fire Stanley, can I? And I go, I've never fired anyone. I just make their life bad till they quit, but never fire them. It's up to him when he's fired.
Wow.
You decide when you're fired. Oh, really?
Isn't that like quitting? Okay.
Yeah.
No?
Vito actually does look like a goober with his hat on backwards like that. He could be the mechanic that Chris dreams of.
I just envisioned him in like a jumpsuit, just covered in grease and
With my
dirt.
name on it.
Yeah, isn't it Vito or Vito?
Is there grease all over my face?
Yeah, there's grease on your face, Vito.
That isn't grease on your face, Vito.
Not for long.
Just with him, it's grimy. That's all. He's sick. God, you're a little.
It's the old dirty Sanchez.
What kind of car do you need me to fix, Chris?
Poopy poop.
This Hyundai that I just.
Are you sure there's 4
Very
audibles?
specific.
No, there's not. There's one FanDuel.
Great.
Would you read your own guy's thing?
The font's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That might have been typo because I was late.
What?
You can't. You don't have the balls to tell anybody else they're wrong today.
Vito, what's the truth?
It's my fault, everyone. Everything today is my fault.
Thank you.
You sometimes look like a beaten puppy, and I just want to hug you, Chris.
Thank you.
He sleeps like a puppy 19 hours a day.
Just imagine the look of contentment as he's sleeping through
Oh,
the
yeah.
show. Ah, so comfortable.
I bet he was doing a big.
And a piece of paper on his face. Why? We don't
Just
know.
a ringing bell next to him, not even moving. Chris said that there was 35 calls to him.
35 calls and I think 50 text messages.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah, buddy. Chris, you okay, pal? That's one of them.
Chris, are you dead?
Did you listen to any voicemails?
I haven't listened to any of the voicemails.
Can we just play him?
I don't know even how to get to them.
Just people crying.
Why do you not know how to access your voicemail?
Please come
Not good with
back.
voicemails.
That's great because his phone doesn't ring in this fucking
Yeah, that's
room
very weird.
or this building.
I mean, if you don't want to play them, that's one thing. But what you just told me is you don't know how to access voicemail.
I said, "What kind of phone do you got?" He goes, "It's just called an exploding phone."
It's one of those exploding phones. You've heard about them. They're popular these days.
I guess with what, terrorists?
Oh, come on, man. I'm not.
No.
It seems like you are, though.
I'm about America.
What about America do you like?
All the good stuff.
Vito, why are you sitting there with your jaw open? Feeling dizzy today?
No, I don't know why that just happened.
What was the thing that you were trying to ask me about in the hall about things that you learned when you were a kid? I'm like, Vito, if you ever have anything to say to me, make sure that both of us have a microphone. I don't want to talk for no reason.
So when you were a kid, did you ever like find out something that you were like for example, when you found out like when you're eating a burger that you're eating like an actual animal and you're like a 6-year-old, you're like, wait, you're blowing my fucking mind right now, Mom.
I got news for you. I've talked to so many friends who said that when they were eating a chicken, they looked down and saw the bones and realized that those were bones that they were going on?
Crimin says that story.
Never dawned on me. Never once did I think to myself, hey, it's weird to eat animals.
I have a friend who, she was a little kid when she had that same thing. She was like, oh, this is an animal. And she was very upset by it. And she decided to become a vegetarian. She's been a vegetarian since. But because she gave up meat at like 4 years old, there's all these really normal types of meat that she has zero memory of eating. So she's like, I know I've never had a steak, haven't had most fish, I have no idea what lobster tastes like. She can remember like eating chicken nuggets as a little kid. She can remember what a cheeseburger tastes like.
Right.
But outside of that, she doesn't even have like the experience at all to say.
I can't sit here and tell you I know what a cheeseburger tastes like. I got to eat it again before I'm like, oh yeah, that's the taste.
That's it.
But I couldn't explain it. You know, and I can't recall it like, oh, that's a cheeseburger that I'm pretending I'm eating.
I'm literally thinking about cheeseburgers and I'm like really hungry.
Well, it's an umami.
Fucking starving.
It's an umami flavor.
Oh, like that. Oh, that texture.
When there's a great cheeseburger,
Yeah.
there's nothing better.
There's nothing better
It's
than
gotta
it.
be bloody.
Oh, of course.
There's
rare girls.
There's a video out there of it's like from a few weeks ago of a little girl who she's decided that she's like swearing off meat. It's like the saddest but sweetest thing. She's just like, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm out. I'm done with meat. Like, it's an animal. It's so sad.
You did it for a little while when you were a kid. All kids do it for a little while.
Yeah, my son's right there.
Yeah.
Trying to, anyway.
Yeah, they try, and you're like this. Well, we're having ribs.
Yeah. Well, you know what it was? I saw a video of, who's that, who's the cook who would take the chickens and go like this with the body?
Jeez, I have no idea.
What's her name?
Julia Childs?
Yeah. She used to take like a chicken.
Make it dance?
And she'd be like, okay, I'm going in the oven. And for some reason, seeing that, I was like, nope. Like she was making it like talk
joking.
and dance.
Like she was like a Nazi.
And I was like, oh, that's a carcass. Like that's the body of an animal. Yeah, that's the kid.
Aww.
This kid is the saddest, sweetest thing.
Meat. Why do you think you don't want to do that? Because they're animals and I like animals.
Oh.
I don't miss eating chicken and meat.
What a dummy.
How about fish? Fish? Yeah. Fish? Is it an animal? Yeah. I won't eat that either. Oh my God, so what? I won't eat animals. Okay. I think that they don't really like being cooked in the oven.
What a sensitive kid.
I know,
huh?
she's a very sensitive kid.
Does she like blueberries?
I couldn't have been more far apart away from that when I was a kid.
I like how she thinks about it. Fish? Is it an animal? Okay, then I'm not going to eat fish.
I'm out!
I remember I used to clean fish with my dad, and they would be alive.
Didn't like it.
I didn't even have a simple thought about it. I was just like, now I got to get the guts out, right? Guts come second. And then he would always say that I didn't scale it good enough. No matter what I would do, he'd just take it after me and scale it better. Like, fuck. I'm never going to be able to scale something.
There's too many scales on a fish.
Oh, tell me about it. There's just nothing but scales.
Fucking flying everywhere.
What is this see-through top thing up on the
All right, so
today?
it's Fashion Week.
Yeah, so this is who?
Bella Hadid.
Yeah.
This is Bella Hadid.
Yeah.
What?
Just like it was like Fashion Week. It's Fashion Week. Like you could not sound more of a dude.
I'm sorry, I'm such a dude.
All right, so this is what started all the heat. It's one thing that she's topless that you brought up, but you see the thing, the fake dreads?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People are furious at Marc Jacobs for the cultural appropriation of dreadlocks.
I can't.
Those fake dreads that you see there may bring down Fashion Week, not the two beautiful nipples that you can see down.
Just wonderful nipples.
That is a stunning woman. I mean, that's like an impossibly uncomfortable amount of studying.
It's ridiculous.
She is pretty the way that Shaq is tall. We're like, enough, dude. This is getting freakish.
You've broke my pretty bank.
Yeah, I don't. It's enough that I'm starting to get turned off now.
Yeah.
I'm going the other way.
It's like a cake with too much icing on it.
Yeah,
Ugh,
that
come on.
frosting.
You get through the first layer and you're like, then there's another layer.
Oh, and I found a sugar cube in here. Now,
unnecessary.
Those dreads. See, my people are from Jamaica, so
Sure.
yeah. Well, we were slave owners in Jamaica. That was the thing.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, why is that offensive? And yet, a woman getting a weave is not offensive.
Or dyeing her hair blonde or relaxing her hair.
Do whatever you want with your hair, ladies.
Just do what you
We've
want.
got all these great chemicals and things and wigs.
Nobody gets upset about it. Everybody do your hair how you want to do your hair. Just do your fucking hair the way you want to do it. There's no way. There's too many things that are actually shitty about this world. People who have actual shitty opinions that you could go, oh, that's a fucking terrible opinion. Don't get upset about some chick wearing dreads in her hair. Like, it's been going on forever. You've never been to college. You've never seen a bunch of white people walking around with dreads. It's pretty common.
Get upset about her mom always being sick. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Again.
Chris, is it, what are you doing? Pouring a nice water for yourself?
Just getting some water, hydrating.
Sweet. You need it. You slept late today.
Oh, enjoy yourself, please. Meanwhile, I'm still coming off a roller coaster of emotion.
Oh, God. I'm
thought
so
he was
glad
dead?
that you said of roller coaster of emotions. I didn't know where that was going.
That's disgusting.
Maybe a little.
It made it hot in here, though.
So is anyone offended with the fake dreads?
I think it's sexy. I like the fake dreads.
I think,
but what makes it even more ridiculous to be pissed off about it is they're all dyed crazy colors. Like, nothing's being fucking appropriate here. It's just a random look for this dude's fucking fashion show.
wow. I like Chris sometimes.
Chris gets, when he's talking about fashion.
Yeah.
Fashion, he's going to get you.
It's some kind of fashion week.
I'm not real sure.
Why did you get a Chicago? It wasn't even your New York accent that came out. It was like a weird Chicago kind of some kind of fashion week.
What are the bears wearing this week? I don't know. My thing that I hate when women do is when they get their hairs braided and it pulls their hair so their faces. That makes me angry.
Just the tightness of.
Because I'm like, it must hurt. Stop that. So and high heels anger me too.
High heels make you angry?
Because I'm so afraid they're going to fall down.
Really?
Yeah. Well, the people
a lot
do.
of concern.
They are. High heels are like the worst thing for
terrible.
Your feet. And I see a lot of women in town that can't wear them anyway. You just see this clumsy, got a corn cob up my ass walk that they're doing.
If you can't wear heels, don't. If you can't wear them, just don't do it. It's way worse of a look. You're not going to be just standing still all night. You're going to be walking to and fro.
And you are. What about wheels, not heels? Just go out and some roller skates. Yeah. Go out in some roller skates, enjoy yourself.
Bring those wheelies back.
Yeah, it's time for it.
Although that really hurts children. They fall down a lot with wheels on their heels.
Well, the thing about kids is they can fall and bounce right back up.
It's amazing.
Where an adult falls, stays down, and sometimes dies.
Oh, their hips. If they break their hips, they're done.
I used to hear all the time, when I was a little kid, grandma fall or my aunt fell, and I was like, fall all the time. Why is this the big topic? I fell 5 minutes ago. My mom's not on the phone discussing it with someone concerned. She actually say, stop it. Stop crying. Just get up and get going.
I say that a lot.
You bit your tongue. Here's some sugar. Isn't that amazing that works?
Yeah.
That you can put sugar in your mouth and your mouth stops bleeding?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. If your kid ever bites down on their tongue, they're crying, put a little sugar on it, it stops bleeding, and then their mood immediately improves.
Yeah,
they're
because
like,
they're all
5 seconds.
high on sugar.
It's not bad.
I had no idea why. Can we have scientists call in right now?
Well, it just helps it. What's the word I'm looking for? Coagulate?
Congeals?
Congeals. That's it. It congeals.
Yeah, it makes like a nice little fructose scab over the tongue.
Now, there was a guy who bit his tongue in the game last night. Bit his tongue hard while he was playing the game.
What kind of game?
Football. And when I say game, that's what I mean. It wasn't tag or anything.
Hockey?
He was playing tag with his friends and bit his tongue pretty bad.
Kind of game.
Who were those players?
And who won the match?
We have a survivor last night, Chris. We couldn't do this earlier this morning because guess what?
I wasn't here.
Yeah.
You weren't surviving.
You weren't. So J-Nog bet, and he picked the Jets.
Congratulations, J-Nog.
That was fucking odd. What the fuck?
Did a spit take in there. Oh my God, Vito did a full spit take.
Do we have an opposite for Employee of the Month? Is there another world?
What was that?
Don't know.
What was that song? Pajaman.
Hope you like pajaman too. Forget it, Chris. We're not going to do it now.
I got the right
I know, but it's got to be done.
Something weird.
This is the correct drop.
Pajaman.
Has survived another week.
Oh my God. Vito has just injured himself. His elbow while he was dancing to this song.
Funny bone.
So, J-Nog, we'll let you know when you get your trip to Jamaica. All from your good friends here on the Bennington Show.
Booyah!
So, this book I have, Big Blue, Wrecking Crew, written by our friend Jerry Barca. He sent this to me a month ago. Chris just brought it up to me today.
Yeah, I went to the Messenger Center just to do some snooping.
When did you do this, today?
Oh, last night.
Okay.
And then that and some other mail was thrown in with Morgan Stanley stuff.
With Chris Stanley, Morgan Stanley.
And you make that much money.
Yeah, I'm one
You're
of the
a
Stanleys.
banker.
Yeah, I'm a part owner of Morgan Stanley.
Oh, yeah, because this says Ron and Gail Bennington, care of Chris Stanley. So, yeah, you've got to... and this was actually sent to us by Messenger the day after.
Yeah.
What am I going to do about you, Chris?
I got to change my last name.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because it's not even your real name, it's your showbiz name.
Yeah.
Stanley is a first name, not a last name.
I know.
What
I'm
about
actually
this?
Jewish.
Take Hicks as your last name. Keep Stanley as the first name.
Interesting.
Stanley Hicks.
Stanley Hicks.
There you go.
That sounds nuts.
That's your official.
A lot of people shorten their name. Like Chris Rock is not his full name. His full name is Chris Rock and Roll Suicide. But he felt like it was too close to the Bowie song.
I could see why he would think
Yeah,
that.
because that Bowie song is pretty popular. At least right now. It's number one on the charts.
All the kids are
Which is
singing it.
weird. It just came back and went straight to number one. This has never happened before.
Everything has to happen once.
Vito, did you see the Boss? They Vulture ranked every song from one to worst to first.
I did see that.
It's like 340 some songs or something crazy. I can't believe worst wasn't that supermarket song.
What's the supermarket song?
He sings a song about going to a supermarket.
Well, I do too.
And it's uncomfortable. About falling in love with a girl who works in a supermarket.
Queen of the supermarket.
Queen of the supermarket.
Name of the song.
Wow.
But that's only like 10 from the bottom. The first, what is your all-time favorite Springsteen?
My all-time favorite Springsteen is Thunder Road, but the list had a different one.
Well, the list has the one that is his biggest, most giantest hit.
And then my second would be Grown Up. I think Grown Up's a beautiful song.
Chris Stanley. There's only one perfect.
Jungleland?
Jungleland is great. But if you're going to say, okay, one song, it's 10th Avenue Freeze Out.
Yeah, that song's
10th
so good.
Avenue Freeze Out. And we've heard this before. The most difficult thing you can do is write a fast song that people like. An upbeat song.
Yeah, it's
that
easier to
people
do a ballad because everyone
Yes.
can kind of sing along to it. And I used to live on 10th Avenue, so that was like my song every day on my way home.
10th Avenue Freeze Out. We already know, Chris.
Okay.
Now, do you know I got a chance to sing the song with the big man when he came in here? Clarence Clemens. we were playing that song, and then when it came to Change Was Made Uptown when the big man joined the band, he was pointing at himself. So me and him just started singing the rest of it from there. It was fucking crazy. It was a crazy moment where I just wanted to grab people from my past. I was like, you fucking see this? You fucking see me and the big man singing? All right, I'm going to go to Michelle with 1L. You're a Jersey girl now.
Okay.
What is your Springsteen song? Perfect song.
Me and Julio Down by the School.
All right, that's Paul Simon.
I don't even know.
By the way, Paul Simon's going to be here later.
I saw his name.
Yeah.
And I was like, is he my height? That was my only thought. Does he want to meet me?
Does he want to play basketball? Is that your thing with him?
Yeah, I think we could.
You don't have a Springsteen song.
I Dancing in the Dark, just because I like her ass in that video.
You like her ass in that? She's a little girl and she has a tiny little boy ass.
Child. I don't know what.
You're sick.
That's what you like.
That's my sexy thing. That's what I go to for sexy.
I thought she was all eyeballs in this thing. Her eyeballs were just gigantic.
It was all about her Levi's. Watch her Levi's.
All right, I'm going to see if I even see an ass. That is tiny.
Cluster.
Look at it. There it is.
She could not look more like a nice butch young lesbian.
Exactly. I was going through a time when maybe I thought this would be my thing.
Right.
No, it's not true at all. I just really.
At least you tried. That's all I ever asked a woman. Try it. If you might end up liking it as much as I do.
Have you seen Adam Sandler do this song?
Why would I?
He did an impression of Bruce with her on SNL back when he was on the show.
I don't remember this.
Yeah, and he's like forgetting all the words, and she's like telling him on stage, like, can't, like just coaching him through all the words. It's really fun. He does a really good impression, too.
Well,
He
loves Bruce. Bruce has got that book coming out. He's doing a book tour, which is, it's like saying a Springsteen tour without any of the noisy music that takes place.
Good.
So you just get to see someone sign stuff. It should be great. I mean, this is super unplugged. This is so
I'm not even bringing a guitar.
Yes.
No guitar for me.
It's too unplugged.
Plug back in!
Now, like I said, everybody in Philly wishes the number one song was The Fever.
Yeah.
That's the song they love. No one else knew it. I think he eventually put it out, right, Vito? On some kind of greatest
hits. It's on the
hits
live
thing?
album, though. His like
Oh my gosh.
3-4 CD live album.
Is that right?
Fever came in at 77th.
That's low for me.
Jeez.
When I get home from a job. Give me his top 10 to see if I agree at all.
All right, here's the top 10.
I kind of agree with Growing Up should be somewhere in there.
Number 10 is Atlantic City from Nebraska.
More people like Nebraska than I do.
Number 9 is The River from The River.
That's a great song.
Number 8 is Racing in the Street from Darkness on the Edge of Town.
Okay.
Number 7 is Jungle Land from Born to Run.
Let me tell you what I hate about Racing in the Street. It's the line where he says some people come home from work and they get washed up and go racing in the street. And I'm like, you're not taking a full shower. You know what I mean? It sounds like you're doing what we would call whore's bath.
Splash those underarms.
Yeah. Or a minority shower. But guess what? We're not talking blacks.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay.
I'll just say this. Louis J. Gomez would not.
J. Gomez.
Yeah.
It's a real life shower.
By the way, we got to get him back in. It's been a while.
We will have the
I just bumped into him yesterday.
Where?
Here at Sirius XM.
What was he doing?
He was getting ready to do a show.
Yeah,
His,
it's the MMA countdown show.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back into the MMA shows, huh?
Yeah.
Does he know anything about it for real?
Yeah, he's really into MMA. It's like his favorite sport. He knows nothing about any other sport
I
besides
know
MMA.
that he's into it, but the people who know that sport think that he's into it.
I believe so.
Okay.
What does that stand for?
His co-host is like a current UFC champ.
Yeah, but who? That doesn't mean anything to me.
They come and go.
I'll tell you right now. I get $50. Chris could take the fucking guy down. You ready to fight him, Chris?
Mickey Gall?
Yeah, fight his ass.
I think I can choke him out. I feel like I can get-
I know you can if you put your mind to it. Visualize it. That's all I asked you to do. Visualize
I'm
it
going to get
first.
this book called The Secret. I was just thinking about choking people out.
How did you even fucking find out about that book? It's supposed to be a secret.
Or number 7 is Jungle Land.
You wrote a book. You could write a book called The Secret about you and your uncle.
Ew.
Touchy. Nope.
Maybe.
What's next, Jungle Land?
Jungle Land number 7.
That was your favorite.
That was my favorite, so
That's
finally I get some love.
Good.
Well, okay.
Good, late sleeper.
Number 6 is Backstreets off of Born to Run.
Yeah.
Number 5, The Promised Land off of Darkness on the Edge of Town.
I know where it is.
All right. Number 4 is Badlands off of Darkness on the Edge of Town.
That was a big fucking album for them, huh?
Yeah. Number 3 is Born in the USA.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
2 is Thunder Road.
Number 2 spot.
That's Chris. I mean, that's Vito's baby.
Beats.
And number 1, Born to Run off of
Mine didn't make top 10.
To Run.
What was yours again?
Rosalita.
Oh, I didn't even know you said that.
I didn't, but
Rosalita should be easily a top 5.
12th, Rosalita came in.
Where's Lost in the Flood, which I think is an amazing song?
98th.
that's not
I'm
good.
like a moron.
Did I even make it? Dancing in the Street was my Dancing in the Street.
No, you weren't dancing in the street. You
What
were
was
dancing in the dark. Don't you know where you're dancing?
I keep getting drunk.
It's 30th.
Well, I made it.
Well, all of them made it.
They're all.
We've all made it.
Where's Growing Up?
98. He told you, right? Didn't you say 98?
Too. Good for you.
I don't even see Growing Up on here.
No!
See, not all of them made it, guys.
There's no G in Growing, if that helps you. Like, no second G.
45th.
45th.
Growing up.
That's bullshit.
Oh, you know what, Vito? You're the first person who didn't like a list. Everybody else looks at a list and said this has been done perfectly.
Fucking trailblazer over here.
That's the song that got me into. That song is so great. I heard that.
Okay, you have your own personal connection.
Okay.
Well, I stood stone like at midnight. You never stood up to anybody in your life, Vito. You're a fucking. Let me do what the priest says. Let me do what the teacher says.
Yes, Father.
Your favorite song should be called Good Nazi.
Oh, shit.
You got
real
it,
in
didn't
here.
I got real quick. I feel proud of that. Proud I finally brought up a Nazi thing. No one ever does that in a conversation.
You know what? You're a Nazi then.
Everything about you is a Nazi and Trump is Hitler. How's that?
You got me.
Trump is going to kill the Jews if he's elected.
How can you not see that?
That's good.
Oh, fuck.
That's good.
Yes.
You can get a podcast called Not See the Truth in Front of Your Face.
What's our demographic look like? Our
A lot of
target
guys in
audience.
tin hats.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way.
Well, I will say this. It's good to be paranoid because every once in a while you're right. You know? Every once in a while you're like, oh, fuck, I know it.
Yep.
I know. That's why today I was wrong when I thought Chris was dead, but one day I'll be right. All right,
There's
here we go. It's another squad, but no star. Another squad no
balls.
star. I want to see a star in the middle of a squad.
What are you guys squatting about? It's like, it doesn't even make sense.
You guys squatted up and it's not even a star.
I know you gotta. Who's gonna pay for this? Fucking
Not you,
John.
not you fucking guys.
Yeah, I know. Those motherfuckers never reach for
Did
a
you
check.
say pay for this, John? I didn't hear what you said. I just assumed you said, who's going to pay for this, John? This is a John. This is a John.
Just that you ever just see somebody drop a check near the squad, they're all like this. Hey, this is squad rules. Okay. You know,
Squad rules is on.
I just learned recently that some people, when they get a check and they're with a group of people, will put their credit cards in some kind of
yeah,
roulette.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Well, because you're all rich, right? So it doesn't matter who pays. It becomes like a fun thing.
That doesn't sound fun.
No,
Very expensive.
it's better than splitting it up. That's what I don't want to be around for. I don't want to go, can we get 6 checks?
The only way to do it is even Steven, or one person takes it all.
That's
you
it.
can't. No,
You know what I
saying,
say?
I had 2 drinks. Oh,
No,
you had
no,
one.
Steven.
No,
Here's what I say.
pick up the check.
You get it next time. I get it this time, you get it next time. That's my
Right.
thing to say. And I always go like this. And we'll go somewhere nicer. All right? A little more expensive. When you get it, you're going to feel
And
great
then,
about yourself.
Ron, do you follow through?
No, I don't ever have a second meeting with anyone.
Oh, God damn it.
Doesn't work for either one of us.
I
That's
knew
what we
I
find
picked up
out.
that check for no reason.
You picked up a check, but it was a Czechoslovakian.
Boom, shaboom.
Yeah.
That's your thing.
Hey, Donna, in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire?
In beautiful New Hampshire.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, so I've got some Springsteen trivia for you.
Well, we're ready. I got Vito with me. Give us any question. Chris, be ready on the Google.
Just don't go on Google. No
Okay,
cheating.
No cheating.
What was the first CD cut in the United States?
Well, it's obviously Greetings from Asbury Park.
Nope.
You're saying that he cut something that wasn't released before?
The very first CD cut in the United States.
Oh, CD.
Yes.
CD.
Oh.
I'm going to
said.
say Born in the USA.
Bingo, you did it.
Yeah. But that's
Donna, what's in your prize closet?
that sounded sexual the way you said it.
No.
But see, that's a good way of fucking with people to call it a CD instead of an album.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
That was a very good little trick, Donna. I'm proud of you. Matter of fact, I'm going to give you a prize for that. All right, you're going into our prize closet. Give her something nice,
Something good and related to Bruce.
Bruce.
Give her your albums.
All right, I want to try to think. Oh,
She just spoke to you, Vito.
that was. Do you have albums?
We have CDs.
No, you.
No, you.
Oh, me? Like vinyl?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any vinyl.
You're not a fan.
What do you collect?
MP3s.
In fact, one time we were walking down the hallway.
All fucked
Somebody
up.
had all their stuff out in the hallway like they were packing up. And there was a record that was on the outside of the sleeve. And Vito's like, hold on. I just want to... And he picks it up and he's just like, I've actually never really touched one of these before. And I was like, what? He had never really put
Did you
his
never
hands...
hold it from the edges and not put your fucking fingerprints on the vinyl?
No, he picked it up like, what is it? And I'm like, what are you doing?
It's been out there for like a month now, so that person's not coming back for it.
That person, yes, but somebody else will want that vinyl one day. Some vinyl collectors will take any vinyl you have.
I just want to see what it felt like.
I collect sound effect records, and I do very, very well from them.
I love a good Halloween sound effect record.
Do you know the original guy who put together the sound effects records? His name is Jack Holtzman, and I didn't know this until I met him. And he started Elektra. He was the guy who found the Doors.
Wow.
But he made his first money making sound effect records and selling them to radio stations. And he goes, even to this day, it's the same sound effects that they've just covered over and over and over.
That's very
like no one goes out and makes a new whoop.
Yeah.
You know what
They're
I
like,
mean?
we already got the whoop. We already got those. They're perfect the way they are.
Yeah.
We need one Wilhelm scream, and that's it.
Yeah.
The Wilhelm scream, like the most popular one. You can pick it up in like movies. Like once you hear it, you'll never unhear the Wilhelm scream.
But do you imagine you're driving down the road and you just hear like a breaking glass and you're with a chick, you're like, that's my thing.
That's my work.
I actually broke that glass
really
50
good.
years ago before I met Mr. Jim Morrison at the Doors. The year was 1965. Sunset Boulevard on fire.
When I was little, I remember that there was like some behind the scenes about the movie Aladdin and the Disney movie, and it was about the Foley artist. And they were saying that the way that they had captured the sound of the lava is he recorded his mom making sauce, like making spaghetti sauce, and he was recording it, and that's actually the sound of like the lava bubbling over. Fascinating to me as a child.
Well,
that's the coolest job.
Did you ever see the movie Blowout with Mr. John Travolta?
Mm-hmm.
He's a sound effects guy, and he would just go out and try to do wind and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's how he ends up capturing the sound of a murder. And it's a fucking great movie, and I'm not even making it up. Mr. Brian De Palma did it with a swerve at the end that is unbelievable.
I'm going to watch that this weekend. I love
Watch
those kind
it
of
this
fucking
weekend.
movies.
Watch it. Look at me. Please watch it this weekend, Michelle.
Why? It means so much to you, Ron.
I don't know. I just got carried away for a second. Sometimes I just fixate on something and I won't let go.
Oh, God. Are you going to text me in the middle of the night?
Did you watch it? You do
That's
sound
not
like
the way
that.
my text sounds.
You don't
I gotta
know
text
we
my
read
text.
them. That's how we read them.
You know, I'll actually say to the kids now, what's up, text? And that's just because I say I'm texting something.
Hey, text.
Has nothing to do with cowboy movies.
There's no T on the end of that.
Wait,
Or
is there a
T.
star there?
Maybe the lady?
The lady. They're all
Okay, yeah.
Against Me is in.
Yeah, I want to see that. Are they playing
Laura's
in
supposed
the?
to be here.
Are they playing in the fishbowl?
I don't know that they're playing.
I thought that they were.
What's the story with them? What's your fascination?
They've been like around since I
My
was.
husband adores
Yeah,
them.
they've been around since I was in college, I think, and you know they were just a cool band. And then they're
their lead singer is trans, which was like a very bizarre thing. Just like kind of listening to like his music, and then he has this like really before he had transitioned, never mind that.
No, we want to hear.
Now she wears dreads.
Yeah.
That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
Dreads is not her thing. It's cultural appropriation.
And appropriating womanhood.
Everyone is mad at Michelle Rodriguez for playing a transgender, looks like hitman in a movie. And they're mad, like, we're not all hitmen. It's like,
my God, are you
never
kidding
fucking
me?
said that you were.
I haven't seen the movie yet. I might start thinking that.
There's a picture of her with a beard. I think she's like a paste-on beard.
I came across an article like a week or two. I can't remember what site it was on, but it was like whatever show or whatever. It's just like, just because you put a couple women of color, it doesn't solve the problem. I'm just like, so before there was no women of color. Now it's like, just because you put them in doesn't solve it. It's like,
we have to start somewhere.
We got to get going.
Yeah. Michelle Rodriguez put out a thing like, "Hey, I'm already on your side. Shut the fuck up." Like, I love
great.
her. She is literally so badass.
So cool.
Yeah.
And she looks really good in biker tees.
Yeah, she does. She looks good.
She's
in
very
everything.
sexy. I think they're called wife beaters.
Yeah.
I apologize to all.
I'll ask
bikers.
Chris. You've beaten a lot of women. What do you like to call your clothing?
Don't hit women. Don't.
No, you hit on them.
I don't hit them.
Hey, baby, where you going?
Those sexual
Hey,
assaults.
mama.
You got some nice tatas.
Is that your thing? You call them tatas?
I like nice tatas, baby.
All right, God.
What?
God,
It
when
just
he
rolled
says
off your tongue.
It's like really.
Michelle was joking, but the way you said it,
Let me
it
see
was
the
through a
tatas.
mouth
Real
rape.
Chris.
Coming up in a little bit, Sal Volcano. Say his last name for me properly.
Sal Volcano.
Sal Volcano. I'm still not saying it right. Sal Volcano.
Sal Volcano.
The volcano is going to be here.
Yeah, but
we
not-
love him anyway.
Yeah, he's so fantastic, and he's such a funny dude. You know him from Impractical Jokers. It's on True TV Thursdays, 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on True TV. And then they've got a big tour that's starting soon. And then you can also listen to Sal's podcast, What Say You? It's available on iTunes.
He's best buddies with our buddy Big J, and then he did the last Comedy 101 with us. And we're like, I hope Sal gets into this because this isn't exactly like his background. And then he got there and he was like, I'm not, really like an insult guy. And then he was great.
He was so good.
And we all fell in love with him all night. Like, I watched the audience totally just fall in love. Like, he could look at the audience and the audience would explode laughter. He's just this very
charming.
connected thing. It's what I call the opposite of Chris Stanley.
Yeah.
Charming.
I knew there was something I liked about him.
Yeah. I feel like
Total opposite.
I think that you are upset about how much you were worried about Chris today.
Yeah.
That you realize that you're in love with him. And now
No.
that he's alive, you're trying to fight that feeling.
There's
Whatever. I don't even like him.
Let me just tell you something. This dance that goes on, the eternal dance between you two.
It feels like moonlighting, guys.
Soon to end in a lover's embrace.
Some fall by
You
night.
just used the term moonlighting from 1983. Bruce Willis.
But it was the best. Am I alone?
I got to tell you the truth. I can't remember a single moonlighting episode.
You're wrong.
No, I know.
So I know you.
I want to go back and watch it. No one's running it now, right?
Sorry, Remington Still. Is that better?
None of those things hold up. I went back and watched all the Miami Vice. No, I'm saying a drama, like not a sitcom. A sitcom can have thing, but if you even go back and watch, for me, Law and Order already feels dated and stupid.
I watch a lot of Law and Order.
I want to go back and watch Moonlighting to see David Addison, to see whether he can recapture, a nation.
I love that you knew his name.
Miami Vice, but I can't remember a single episode. I can't remember that's the episode about this or that. Now, I went back and tried to watch the Miami Vices because someone watches it. And they're hilariously bad.
I know.
Like, they're so bad that I can't stop watching them.
My mom loved Miami Vice, and I borrowed the DVDs one year.
Yeah.
And I watched
From
them
your
with
house?
her, and I was like, this is a crazy fucking show. It's just like, it seemed like they had no budget, and they were just fucking awful. Every episode was the fucking same.
What happened to
Wait a minute. First of all, no budget? Look at the cars, the clothes, the airplanes. That had the biggest budget of a cop show when it came out.
Did it?
Everybody was like, and their musical budget was, no one did TV like a movie soundtrack at the time. People would go, yeah, I'm going out Friday night after Miami Vice. First, I got to watch Miami Vice, and then I'll be at the club. They wouldn't dream of going to a club without seeing Miami Vice first.
But it was Tubbs, right? That was the
Tubbs,
guy's
Crockett, and Tubbs were the two.
name. What did he do after that? Anything?
Tubbs?
Yeah.
I saw him. He was fighting a seagull over a French fry. I don't know.
Oh, bless. Did you hug him?
They were just pulling it back and forth against each other.
That's nice!
It was so cute. It was so cute. The French fry actually went down the gutter.
Oh, fuck. Nobody won.
What did you listen to?
This is In the Heat of the Night. This is like off the first episode.
No one could believe this. This was an MTV video as part of a show.
I mean, this holds up. This is pretty fucking cool.
Is this I Can Feel It Coming?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
It's driving to a drug deal or something.
Right?
That's what they're doing.
Okay.
This was the first time people thought Miami was cool. Miami was like really shitty when this happened, and it had a rebirth because of this show.
Crazy, just because of Miami Vice.
Yeah.
I can't imagine all the gay people in America were like, I'm going to Miami
Right.
based on this.
And at the time, there was just old Jews living there.
Yeah.
So there was old Jews sitting in these places, and a few mixed in Cuban and Colombians. But then you're right, gays went there amazingly fast and started going, I like that. I want to have a Miami Vice Club.
It was probably the fashion.
Look, you can see how fake that sign is. There was no real sign to shoot at the time.
What is it? Bernays? Berets? That's a bad sign. Bad sign.
Just loading guns in their car. And
Look it up to see if Moonlighting is playing anywhere on TV. I'm going to make sure I go back and try to watch.
You do that and I'll watch your movie.
What was my movie again? I forgot already.
Face Off.
Blowout.
Blowout.
You've got to see this little film. It's great. It's an indie, based on a true story, actually,
Not a lot of
in
people
which
know
someone
that.
takes their face off.
Wait, are you saying you want to take his face off?
Yeah, why are you saying it like that?
Oh, I thought we all were. Because they did that like 3 times.
I would watch that. Like, I would just be like, are you going to say face off again?
I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing the.
Thank you.
Someone has started a petition to get it playing on.
Good.
Was it Sybil Shepherd?
I don't even think it's streaming anywhere.
That's wrong.
You go old school Netflix and like get the DVDs delivered to your place.
I might old school Netflix it for Ron. Oops.
I don't know what I played my DVDs on now.
Accident.
Hold on. Let's go to Chris. Chris in PA.
Hey, can you think of another TV show besides Miami Vice that had a soundtrack that you could buy?
Not only did it have a soundtrack that you could buy, that those songs went to the top of the charts.
I loved it.
You Belong to the City by Mr. Glenn Fry was like a number 2 hit. The Miami Vice theme by Jan Hammer, I think, probably went to number 1. So bands immediately tried to get their music on this show. Because, like, a lot of fucking people were watching.
It's very cool.
Yeah. The guys are like this. You know what? I watch this show. I'm going to go get a pink jacket for myself. White pants, pink jacket. You think
Make
that
sure
looks
the
cool?
collar goes up. Make sure the collar goes up.
It's good on Crockett.
I mean, like, Friends had a great soundtrack. Smelly Cat. That's all I got.
Friends had a big hit with their theme.
Their theme
the
was
Rembrandts.
huge, yeah.
The Rembrandts.
I'll be there for you.
It's a great song. It's a great tune.
You know what? And they hated it.
Really?
I brought them in to do a show, and they're like, "Do me a favor, make sure that we don't play that fucking thing." And I'm like, "Dude, that's what everybody kind of likes. blows.
And you're like, this is your fountain? I brought the fountain in
Yeah.
for you?
Told me life was gonna be this way.
And choke, you broke.
Your love lights the
away. Sometimes you feel like you're in second gear.
This
Strange,
is the,
okay.
Hey, remember, this is the girl that you crushed on.
Reading your year, all grown up.
See,
They have a Beatles type band.
yeah, they wanted to fit in with that early 90s kind of alt-pop thing, but it didn't. They had another hit. I think it's called That's Just the Way It Is, Baby, or something along those lines. And that's the one they wanted us to focus on. And we were like, could you do both?
Baby.
Yeah, that's it.
That's just the way it is, baby. Okay. That's just the way it is. Great song.
You can get to it before Chris could. Yeah, this came out right after, and they were like, this is our future. That's
a great song.
Shit. Yeah. You can bring it down a little bit, Chris. You just don't have to play the whole fucking thing, you know? Else I got to go in pocket and pay for it.
Yeah. We just need the hook, Chrissy.
Shit.
Yeah. Hook it, boy.
All right.
Hook it. That's all.
No more Rembrandts.
Good name for a band, though, right? Rembrandts?
It's a cool name. I mean, they had everything going for them.
They had everything. They had the look. They had the style. And then what happened? They flew too close to the sun with a sitcom.
God damn it. That'll ruin everyone.
Yeah.
Remember, Chris Elliott used...
Stand. We played that yesterday. Yeah.
We just played that.
I know.
Yeah.
And you're going to do your Atlanta or Athens thing, so that's good.
That is good.
So
we could all put together.
Put that in one.
Looks like somebody's quite the broadcaster.
Somebody tied it in a bow for us.
Somebody knows how to do a segue.
And she's also a scat man.
I don't know if that's scat, what she's
I don't think that's scat.
It's more sound effects than scat.
You know what? I made an album.
1965 was the year, Sunset Boulevard. We walked into a place called the Whiskey A Go-Go, and a band was playing a band talking about killing the father and fucking the mother. The band, of course, was Jim Morrison and his Doors. I said immediately, sign those freaks.
They weren't called the Oedipuses?
No, it would have been a good, because it was too close to pisses. And... Wasn't that your thing, Chris? You always wanted to pee on your mom? Wasn't that?
As far as I can remember.
Why did you want to do that?
That's so awful.
It is weird that I wanted to piss all over my mother.
He did a song called The End, and he was just shit on the father. Father, I want to shit on you. Mother!
Yes, son.
I want to
Oh, that baby!
Yeah! Acting crazy. Jim, can we do that one more time? It's not like you want to fuck your own mom. And we're not going to be able to get radio play on that. You know, the Monkees need this room in 15 minutes. We need to come up with a pop hit. We should just do a whole thing of scenes behind the glass like that, where guys trying to say, "Can we redo that one more time, please?"
That'd be my favorite show.
Fuck, mine too. It'd be a podcast I try to listen to on iTunes.
Wouldn't you want to see it? It's not visual.
I want a step mouse. It's fucking iTunes podcast. It's unbelievable.
Calling it an iTunes podcast. Have you guys heard this iTunes podcast? I mean, it's good. It's really good.
I didn't have to pay for it either.
Did you know that your grandmother calls the phone the iTunes phone? Because she's a fucking rockabilly.
She's like, I have an iTunes phone.
Call me on my iTunes phone.
You can actually text message me now because I have an iTunes phone.
Yeah.
That's not a thing.
This is her. She always have an iPod, like earbuds, and she'll go like this. Sam Cooke! And just put up a picture of Sam Cooke.
Yep.
That's how you listen to music. So happy with it. I just write in Sam Cooke and I can listen. Another Saturday night and I ain't got nobody.
We can all hear you.
Yeah, it's great. I can hear it anytime I want. The Sam Cooke Show. On my iTunes phone. In the 50s, we didn't have that. We had a transistor.
Did you hear my stomach?
I saw a thing that they said the greatest invention of all time was the transistors. The transistors
really
were a bigger invention than anything else. Now, for you, what do you think greatest invention of all time?
I'm gonna have to say plumbing, like aqueducts, or
that had to be an important one.
That changed civilization.
Well, moving the shit away, drawing the shit out of the house.
Clean water in and shit out.
Yeah.
I mean, when they figured that out.
Yeah, that was big. What would you think?
The internet.
You just made fun of him for something so obvious. The internet. Is
I'm a
that
nerd. Internet. I was giving us trolls. What a great fucking thing the internet is.
Sorry.
AOL chat rooms is the greatest.
Why didn't you come up with something like indoor plumbing like I did?
I'm a fucking idiot.
Fucking moron.
Michelle, what would you say?
Well, the wheel.
Wheels?
Cop out.
He tries to get started. I mean, what's dumber than a wheel?
Let me tell you something. Do you know how embarrassed the Indians were that they didn't have a wheel when everybody else came over with wheels?
So they're just like, just this. That's what your whole civilization has been based on. This.
So then you roll on it, huh?
Damn it.
We've been just walking this whole time.
Yeah, we've been carrying
got a horse,
everything.
and we've got our back.
What do you got, Chris?
It's flight. The airplane.
Yeah. Okay.
You get mocked too.
Yeah, flight.
The great Brazilian invention, the airplane?
Yeah, that was invented in Brazil.
Was it?
What?
Yeah, it wasn't the Wright brothers. If any of you would have watched the Olympics, you would have seen that they take credit for inventing the plane, not the Wright brothers.
Chris, you didn't see that?
I didn't see that, no.
It was in the opening ceremonies. They call the Wright brothers the wrong brothers. And the problem was I wasn't expecting it, so I didn't have a comeback. I just yelled back, "No, you're wrong. It's the right."
Fuck you, dude.
Hey, fuck your mother, right?
What's yours, Ron?
I would have thought it was the printing press. The first time that people, because that was the internet of its time.
Gutenberg's.
Yeah, Steve Gutenberg.
As soon as I said it, I was like, is it Gutenberg's
The Gutenberg Bible.
Is it Gutenberg? Okay.
Yeah. Well, do you know that Steve Gutenberg, because he came in here, his biography was called the Gutenberg Bible.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And it was really
He had a
funny.
one-man show, I think, called Gutenberg Bible.
I don't think he even got the reference. I don't think you know where it was coming from.
You don't say. What a funny coincidence.
This is what he was like when you had him on the show. I think the third Police Academy movie was the one that really, crapped us. Because we had Bobcat in that, and then that guy that kept making weird sound effects all the time.
What did you like better, 3 Men and a Baby or Little Lady?
3 Men and a Baby, to me, told the entire story.
Yeah.
But have you seen that? Because I watched it not too long ago.
I haven't seen it in a million years.
Turn it back on. It is the gayest movie that people don't suck cock in. Like, the only thing left out of that is cocksucking. Because they are so touchy and concerned with each other and wearing high, tight...
Ew,
Stop
he
it.
says. Come on.
No one ever said gay was bad.
He just said it was
You're talking
gay.
to people here who think
he
that gay
said
is
it's
fine.
suck cock, but that is something they do. People do suck cocks.
And
we didn't say ew to it.
So if you really think of the number, I mean, a majority of the people on the planet suck a cock.
Yeah.
And, we're going to say just about all the women, and for the Jews, and all the gays.
It's not kosher.
They just don't want to. And yet, we still act like one of the worst things that you could call someone is a cocksucker.
Yeah.
Or you yell, suck my dick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Instead of seeing it as a kind act.
It is. Yeah. It's the kindest of all acts.
Selfless.
Something that Vito wants to have happen to him one day.
Eventually, Vito. Eventually.
It'll happen.
One day you'll find a charitable girl or guy.
Or animal.
Yeah. Get some peanut butter.
Put an eel on your dick.
That's toothless. That can work.
Unless it's electric.
I don't know why we're offended by that, but I jumped in like, oh, how could you say that they're toothless? You would defile an eel and such a
pizza-making piece of God.
Oh, God. Ugh.
Speaking of which, we're going to be back in just a couple minutes with our guest.
Sal Volcano.
Volcano.
No, I say it
Volcano.
right. I'm
the one who says it right.
I'm the one who says things, not you. No. Sal Volcano is going to be here. He's got so much going on. Everyone loves this TV show.
Yes, Impractical Jokers, which is on True TV, 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on Thursdays, and they're going to go out on a big tour, and that begins October 7th, so you can check it out, Ticketmaster.com for tickets and information.
So that'd be good. Michelle, let's not wait so long next time.
Please have me back.
Are you so busy with your other show?
I think that I didn't realize that producing is hard. I mean, I looked at Chris and I was like, anybody can do this.
I always say this, producing is a thankless job if you work for me. No, let me tell you something, Chris. You have such a good job that you could miss 4/5 of a show and it only gets laughs, no anger, no beef. So remember that.
I do.
We don't care whether you're here or not.
All right, that's
nothing changes.
You might want to be here more.
I'm going to be here more from moving forward.
You have to be. Showing up at all, you'd be here more. I mean, if you come in an hour and a half late, we're like, hey, look who's early today. We're not even at the midway point.
Jesus.
We're going to be back with our guests.
Sal Volcano.
Very, very funny man. He did the last Comedy 101 with us, and I'm going to put this mildly. I thought he kind of stole the night.
He did.
He made us all laugh, and he's, as they say, great in the room. You know what I mean? A guy can jump in and be with stuff. We'll be right back. This is Bennington.
It's the Bennington Show, and we've got Sal Volcano in with us. Impractical Jokers airs Thursday at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on True TV. The Impractical Jokers tour begins October 7th, so go to Ticketmaster.com for tickets.
Wow, we got all the plugs in before I even said a word.
What a bunch of stuff you've got going on, too.
Is this good? Is this good?
Yes, you are.
I can do like this right here. It's like,
you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking radio questions right now.
You know what? Enjoy.
Right.
Just
I'll
feel.
try to lower my seat so I can.
You can lift it up higher if you want as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
here's
you
the
can
thing.
like mess with it if you. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, all right.
So-
Hey,
yeah. We were supposed to have somebody come in and help you. Who was that? Vito? Yeah, Vito. What happened?
Oh, Vito's
Sal, out of all things, you don't take care of Sal. You take care of every non-Italian that comes through here. I thought this was going to be your San Gennaro excitement level. Vito was very excited you were coming in today.
Oh.
But you know, and all the things that we plugged, you out with us live with Big J that night.
Was arguably the funnest show I've ever done in my life, and I'm not just saying that.
It was so funny. Crazy funny. There's a long extended bell ring that you did that I ended up laughing like a little girl. Like literally, adults don't laugh the way I was laughing.
I remember that one.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah.
But you and Big J go back a while, right?
Yeah, we're like best buds. I mean,
Yeah.
at least on my end, I feel like he's my best friend. But if he ever comes on here and says different, please don't tell me.
I would never tell you that. But here's the thing: no one ever has to be worried about being stabbed in the back by Jay. He's got too
He'll
much
stab you
heart.
right in the front.
Yeah, he'll stab you in the heart. He tells people when he doesn't like them, but he has that Philly thing where like the loyalty is ridiculous with people from that area.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the best guys I know. You know, and one of the funniest too.
Yeah.
We perform a lot together actually now. We do this little thing where we go up on stage together, like once a week, and it's like you can't be on stage with anyone better than him.
Well, it's an easy place to be.
Yeah.
Because we saw him doing that show the other night at Caroline's. It's just stories, and his stories are so funny and self-deprecating. You know what I mean? Like, he has this. For me, it's the exact opposite way I could be in life. Of let me tell you this embarrassing, terrible thing that I did. And now, it's like, let me shit my pants, then take a picture of it and put it outside.
Right.
That's his humor.
Exactly.
Where you guys do stand-up at? Stand or?
Yeah, well, the one that me and him do together, yep, at the Stand.
Yeah.
So, I guess I'm sure your audience is familiar with the Stand. So.
Everybody, yeah. What a great little club, right?
I love it. They're celebrating their 4th anniversary this week.
Is that right?
Yeah. They're comedy fans, the owners, and comedy. They love comedy, and that comes through. It's a great place to hang out if you're a comic.
Yeah, they do. It is a really cool place, but also there's just something about that room. Some rooms work, some rooms don't work.
Yeah,
and that room is just a.
The laughs just like bounce around in
Yeah.
there, and it's just like a really.
Yeah.
So do you only
really
use
great
one night
venue.
a week to work out stand up, or you?
No,
don't?
I do as many as I can now. These days, I try to do no less than 2. Sometimes I could do 4. I mean, it's all I have. Otherwise, if I could just do it, I would do it 7 nights a week. But I'm trying to multitask a little bit.
You fell into this, and I'm not saying fell into it, but you're into something that doesn't happen where you get to do stuff with your friends and have it become a success. Normally, in any group of friends that started together, one guy makes it. You know what I mean? That's it. And the other guy's like, yeah, I'm happy for him, but, you know what I mean? But you guys, it all happened for together.
Yeah, the guys and I met when in 1990 when we were freshmen in high school together.
Crazy.
I think we were 13, and now we are. I'm the last one, but I turned 40 in November.
Right.
And we've been performing together we've known each other 27 years, performing together for 17.
That's insane.
We just got this job together, and we got lucky. We had a lot of so many failed things.
Right.
And then finally, something took, and we were all able to just kind of fully dedicate ourselves to it. We ran with it. I mean, it's unbelievable. We still, every day, we're like, I can't believe this is our job.
It's insane.
And also everyone else on our, not everyone else, but our crew at this point, we're in 5-6 years as like a family, but a lot of the other people on our staff and our crew, our writers, our camera guys, our producers, are just our friends from home too. We just took everyone with us.
Yes, it's a Staten Island success.
That's great.
story. Well, we were talking about Jay Miller, who, Gail, you've known since you were a kid.
Yeah, I met Jay when I was 16.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I was 16 years old, and he was
illegal. What he did to you was illegal. Well, I only know this Monty Love.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was like the older, cooler kid that we all followed around like puppies.
Really?
Yeah, we
great.
just adored him. And then I was in a band with his little sister.
Jenny,
so I've known him for a long time.
So Jay Miller is one of the people who is on our staff. He was a comedy producer, a writer, and now he's a segment producer. So we actually have people doing multiple things. He's been with us for years now, and he was one of my people that I performed comedy with before the show, and just a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm lucky to be surrounded by very talented, funny people. And, they just all fit right in.
He could have been a rock star. I mean, that band was so good and so tight, and they just happened to hit at a time where that type of thing wasn't happening with radio. You know what I mean? But a couple years on either side, who knows? And you know what that's like. There's probably nothing wrong with your failed projects,
Yeah.
Those projects,
I wouldn't go there, Ron. There's some real piles of shit there, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, sometimes you think, oh, this is something that is undeniable, and then it's just straight up denied by every person.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you're like, oh, this isn't that good. And people are like, oh, tell me more about that. It's just like, whatever. You just got to keep at it.
But sometimes they think this is good. You guys, this happened at an age where you had some maturity. If this happens at 21, 22, you could be a weirdo banana head.
Yeah, I would be
now.
like another Justin Bieber or something like that.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that because I always call him a weirdo banana. We actually say that as well. I mean, we had full careers, before this game. I mean, and actually like Hugh was a fireman. I was actually I worked for Prudential Securities. I have a degree in finance, but I was doing comedy on the side. But then I abandoned that and I started to work at a bar so I could have flexibility for comedy. And then I ended up buying a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, and so I was a bar owner. Q was a fireman. Joe was a personal shopper to the stars at a high-end Soho baby store. and Murray worked as a producer in reality television.
Yeah.
And, but when we first started the show, like the first 2 seasons, I worked both jobs full time. So did Q. So we would I would work like till like 4 a.m, get home 5, 6 in the morning, and be on set like 8, 9, 10 in the morning, and then go straight from the set to work. I did that for 2 years until I basically collapsed, and then I just was like, I got out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what happened was I bought the bar about a month before I found out I got the show. And so then I was like, all right, well, 2 of the hardest things, like I had to dedicate every minute to both of them, because you have to be there at all times for the new business.
Yeah.
And I did it as best I could, but then it was a big leap too, to just say, I'm going to leave traditional work for good and put all my eggs in this basket. Like, even though we were in the second season and had some success, like it was really frightening to do it, but I'm glad I did. It was the best thing I ever did.
Well, you guys were on True TV just about the time they started being called True TV, right? Just about.
Yeah. Well, we kind of ushered in like a new comedy era.
Right.
We got on the cusp of that. Like when we got on, they had like a lot of like, they had like Pawn Star show. I don't remember Pawn. Something Pawn Star. I think it's Pawn Stars or whatever. And then Storage and Tow Truck and all that. It was like that kind of reality TV. And then when we got on, we weren't this like kind of contrived, like kind of thing. It was real and it was comedic, like, but like not because of like, cheap reality kind of stuff. Right. You know what I mean? Like, not, we weren't really like, so yeah. We were like, then they were like, oh, let's do more of this. And that's where we stand with them now. But I'm not sure. I think they were having success with those shows.
Yeah.
But I think just the climate of TV changed. And so they kind of changed with it. But I remember when we got on, those shows were hits. Those other type of reality shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys didn't know whether you would fit into that world or whatever, because, well, first of all, your show is it's a weird thing because you can't even compare it to Punk'd or whatever, because it's really about you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's much more about their friendship, their connection.
It sounds corny, but it's like when we were like, well, we don't want to make this is our version of we don't even use the word prank.
Yeah.
Because we don't think we're prank. Like, it's not really like a prank. We're not trying to prank people that aren't in the know per se. It's like about us. I think first and foremost, the show is about friends effing around. You know what I mean? And it was our version of a hidden camera show where we get to put our lives, like our friendship, on display and hope people just kind of latch onto us.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we were hoping for.
And that's that kind of chemistry you can't buy or write. You know what I mean? You can't fake your way.
Yeah, like I really dislike Murray.
Yeah.
You can't fake that. No, I love that guy. I'm just kidding.
But, this is interesting. Today, we did Opie's show, so Chris slept through it.
Yeah.
And down to the point where you can see the way he looks and his lifestyle. We start to be concerned that he was dead in his bed. But he doesn't have a chick that he lives with. He doesn't have any friends that we know. So there was nobody we could even get in to go in and check the body.
Yeah.
Now, you've lived on this planet for too long not to have someone to check on you when you're missing in action.
I'm going to get you my super's phone number.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
I can't
You can
take
trust
that.
this dude. He's from Albania. He's fucking solid as a rock.
I want the keys to the apartment. I want everything. I want the address. I want to know everything.
I want to hire an Uber friend so we can pay someone to be someone who cares about you in your life.
Don't worry. Radu's there for me.
Do you have like a cell, like an alarm clock fail? I have.
But it's my fucking phone. I'm never gonna set an alarm on a phone ever again. I'm
Break
buying
your
one.
phone. Break your phone is away.
Just to show us that you're serious about it.
I get so nervous about sleeping through my alarms that I sleep with the phone like by the pillow right here.
Yeah.
And then I have another alarm clock across the room if I don't hear this phone that goes off like 5 minutes late. I'm still late. I still miss stuff. But
the only way I can wake up if someone that I'm married to tells me to get up. Or else it just wouldn't happen. Like if I'm on the road, I may or may not hear the phone. I may or may not believe that an operator, because I'll lie. I will lie and say I'm up. But it's like literally waking up lying. Like I'm up.
I'm already
And then I
awake.
just lay back down and go to sleep.
You don't owe that wake up call person anything.
No, nothing.
Anything. And they're not going to persist. They're giving up right away.
Look, I worked in hotels before. I don't care whether you got fucking woken up or not. I would tell people, yes, you're going to be woken up.
Nope.
After that, I wouldn't know.
Sorry about it.
Really?
Yeah.
You completely disregarded the wake up?
I had other stuff I was doing. I had a lot going on. I literally had the keys to the bar of this place. And then I was also renting my own rooms out of there. So I was trying to run a business inside a business.
Got it. Yeah, the wake-up call does fall low on that list, I guess.
So all of a sudden it's 4:30 and I'm supposed to be calling people. I got to get my nap in. I had a place on fire once and I didn't even call people upstairs. I thought we could
just handle it.
Yeah, grease fire started. It was at a Hilton I was working at, and people were calling down and I'm like, it's fine, it's good. And I went down there, and it was just a fucking wall of smoke.
Jesus.
Yeah. And I still, and this was like a high-rise place, and I still, finally, like, when they saw the fucking fire trucks come up, they started to run out themselves, but I never called those people. I could have killed, I was a kid at the time, but I could have easily let 125, 140 people die in their sleep.
Oh, my God.
I wasn't real good at it. I wasn't real good at my job.
Everything turned out all right, and here you are today.
Yeah, here we are today. But you know what? I think even if that would have burned out, I'd still be here. I don't think I would have let that setback stop me.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that don't give Hilton your business. Is that what we're saying? No. Sorry.
It was just
sorry. I'm sorry. I get confused with the messages. I'm not the right person for that.
It's just me. I'm
Hilton
sure
is the greatest hotel ever.
They run a fine hotel. It was all me.
We're hanging out with Sal Volcano, and Practical Jokers airs Thursday at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on True TV. The Impractical Jokers tour begins October 7th, so go to Ticketmaster.com for tickets, and you can check out Sal's podcast, What Say You, on iTunes.
Now, the tour goes where this year, Sal?
The tour is going like all over the United States, and I was told especially that we are in St. Louis October 12th, Detroit December 9th, and then everywhere in between. We're in Little Rock, Chicago, D.C., all that stuff. We just tour all year long, but then twice a year we take the bus.
Right.
So this one's a bus one, like one after the other. Otherwise, we're doing like every other weekend we're away.
Now, when you're out on the bus with the guys like that, and you're working together and you're doing it, at a certain point, you got to have seen enough of each other, right?
Oh, my God. Yeah, because it's not even just a bus. I'm with them every day, bus or not.
Yeah.
And then bus is just like also sleep right next to them, too.
Yeah.
Like not even in a different hotel room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think we do well we have our fair share of like want to kill each other stuff. But we've learned early, like we have to figure out a system that works in order to make this whole thing work.
Sure.
Because we film all week. We go away all weekend. And, we were friends before this. And we try to keep a portion of that intact too. So we even try to throw once in a while social things in there so we could still have our relationship not just be, defined by work.
Right.
So I'm with the guys a lot. We'll usually film about 10 months out of the year, and then we'll get like maybe a month downtime, and which we at any cost do not communicate with each other.
It's so funny, and they never teach that kind of stuff when you're younger, because like obviously when you start a business with someone, you're doing it because you love each other. You can't believe you got these ideas, blah blah blah, and no way could anybody think that could start to pull apart. But it's hard for adults to see each other. Kids can do it. Adults, it's harder and harder for.
Yeah, I mean, who's buying a house, who's getting married, who's having a kid,
right?
Who wants different things out of what we're doing, what I mean? And everything in between. Like every day we have to collaborate on like 100 decisions a day, by democracy really. And so like we have to navigate so many things, everything from like little stuff to major decisions. So it is, but we wouldn't change it.
No,
I mean I can't believe what we say it all the time. We can't believe what we do.
You caught a wave. I mean, you got to be able to surf that wave.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you're going to get a wave. You could be a great surfer, and a wave doesn't come.
Yeah.
But then a big wave can come, and you better know how to catch it. You guys have caught it. I find it even amazing.
I think I know what you're saying there too. There's a lot of better comedians than us that haven't made it.
I'm
bad at these things. Again, Hilton sucks. I don't know exactly what we're saying.
I can make a list of guys.
Me too.
Yeah, everybody could. I saw Chris Rock said this thing. I think it was in Jeffrey Gurian's book. He's like, those days he goes, I couldn't follow Joe Bolster. And he was like, well, I can't follow Joe Bolster now, and that's not like, not everybody knows who that dude is, but everybody who's funny is like, that fucking dude is really good still, like 30 some years of being good. That happens as well. Now, in the meantime, Joe makes more money than most people that you went to high school with.
Right.
But is he Chris Rock? No, he's not. Not everybody gets to be Chris Rock.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing to pull that off. But what gets to me about you guys is, to me, you seem so New York, and yet they get you in Midwest, they get you in the South.
Yeah, I know. We did not expect any of this. Two things we didn't really expect was that actually they just started playing us in like in other countries, not just, but and it took off there. It translates over there, and so we started to look at the show a little differently, because also what we got to coming to our live shows is like many generations, like families,
right,
and then grandparents, and then everyone in between. Like our core audience is like 30-ish, like us and stuff. But then like they come and it's like, this is my grandmother, this is my son, this is our grandson, and they come with like 4 generations. And we're like, oh, and they each take a piece of the show. Like the kids like when we do, maybe physical things or just silly things, low brow. But then there's things that go over their heads, and then we also try to get in like not broad stuff. Like we try to get really specific with some of our comedy. All of our influences are in there,
right?
And people picked it all out, and that's something we didn't realize at first. At first, we were a little more edgy, a little more blue, even. Not that we curtail that like completely, but we challenge ourselves to to kind of just be like, I don't know, to just kind of be able to be appealing to whoever.
Well, first of all, that was traditionally the only way that you could do comedy. And now that's unique. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's unique to think, hey, this is we're not trying to blow people out. And,
Right.
we want people to stay with us.
Well, it's amazing what restraints can do to you creatively. So if you give yourself the freedom to do anything, suddenly it's overwhelming. You're like, whatever. But if you're saying, okay, just within this one small box, you can do this thing.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're like, okay, now you're like exploring every aspect of that and checking out. So it's funny when you give yourself something specific that you're like, I can't do this, or like you give yourself a limit, it could be amazing.
You thrive within that.
Yeah.
You really do. And, it's so hard to not write a dick joke or something like that, but we have like I'll do one dick joke an episode. That's the most I'm doing. You know what I mean? So make that dick joke good, guys. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But it's like, that's exactly kind of what we do. We operate in a lane.
Yeah.
And, but it is beneficial and it is rewarding to us because it is challenging. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a good formula.
But this is, and it's a tribute to us. I don't think about that when I'm watching the show. I don't think, oh, look, they're staying in the lane. I just think it's funny. But I will always say this: I'll never forget the people that made me and my kids laugh at the same time. Like, I will forever love Sandler for seeing my kids when they're little, the first jokes that they were getting, and they're rolling off the couch, they're diving on me. Jim Carrey, the same way.
Thing, yeah.
That same thing, that you could sit and laugh with your kids, is people that you will never forget.
Yeah.
You'll never forget those guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, but
I really do appreciate that.
There's a weird bonding that takes place, because it's hard to do, because most of the time if something's funny to the kids, you're just sitting there looking, I'm going, yeah, right. Like in cartoon, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what
we
to
do
tell
like
you.
meet and greets after every live show.
Yeah.
And we get feedback every day, like mail, and we meet people, and that we get that a lot. It's like, oh, you're the show that brings the family together.
Right.
You bring me and my son, me and my, what ex. We it's like we don't miss it. We sit down together. That's our time together.
Yeah.
And like, wow, it seems like, at first you just think, oh, we're just making a silly show, we're making silly jokes, and we are. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
But then when you see what can come along with it, you start to feel like sort of a responsibility. You're like, wow, I can't believe,
I know.
Like, this affects more people than you realize in different ways than you know.
Yeah.
And we started to get that feedback, and it's kind of like overwhelming and mind blowing, but in the best possible way.
Yeah. Well, there's always that thing, because it's not your intention when you start out that way. But, I've done this through radio through the years. So people are like, man, when my dad was sick, I would drive back and forth and I'm listening to you. It's the only thing. And you're just like, I don't know what to say back to you.
Exactly right.
Because I just feel like I'm fucking around.
Right.
But I remember at a certain point of my life, when I was younger, that I needed Letterman more than I told anyone. Like at 12:30 at night when Letterman came on, it was like such a relief. And I can't even explain that now.
Right.
But I was just like at one point in my life trying to make to 12:30, and the second I heard, look, there he goes, Harry Connick Jr.
There he is.
Harry Connick
There he
Jr.
is. I love that guy.
Yeah, everybody. Talk about a guy who pleases the entire family, right? That guy pulls it off.
Yeah, I've gone to his concerts with my whole family.
Have you?
There you go.
Yeah. I
remember I started to like him when I was just a young kid, like a little kid, like young teens. And I remember when I took driver's ed, it just had cassette decks, whatever. And then we were like asked our instructor, I said, "Can we bring music in the morning?" Because he used to make our own mixtapes and stuff like that. And he's like, "You know what? When it's your turn driving, you can put whatever tape you want in there." And I put Harry's in there. And I remember he was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
That's a weird kid.
Yeah, when you're a kid, that's the first guy you're like, yeah, you could put on a suit and look kind of cool about yourself.
Yeah, like real sophisticated. Like,
but Harry's like a vampire? He looks exactly the same.
He looks the same my whole life. He looks exactly the same as when I was a kid.
Even his beard hasn't grown, or
He's
he
got to
hasn't
be, what,
shaved
100,
it.
105?
150, but New Orleans, so that makes, that's the voodoo,
Voodoo going
zombie thing. Chris, who was the guy for you when you were a kid? Who was the guy for you to bond at you to your junkie dad and your enabling mom?
Robin Williams. My dad loved Robin
that's
Williams.
true, man.
He loved him. And then I ended up loving him. So Mrs. Doubtfire in theaters twice.
That's weird. That's a little bit odd.
Why's that weird?
To go back to Mrs. Doubtfire?
I begged him, please, let's go see Mrs. Doubtfire.
That makes sense. That's why you're always going, Wake
up this morning!
That was terrible.
But that is a good point, Robin Williams. Will
Yeah.
Now I remember what you guys said when you were little. You say, why does he act like black people talk that way?
We were
And I
very
had to say-
confused.
I actually had to
Fred
say
is.
this.
Like, scat man, like.
I actually had to say, but they used to. That's what you kids do. Hey,
talking
Jab.
talking. What's up, brother? We're like, what? Who black people talk like that?
I used to live with my grandparents at a point, and me and my grandparents and especially my grandpa, we bonded over the Jeffersons.
Oh, yeah.
The Jeffersons is my favorite show of all time.
That was a good broad comedy.
Yeah.
Would bring the whole family together. And about the same era was like Sanford and Son, which was a show that I just thought when I was a kid was about as genius as you could possibly get. I go, that old man acting like he's having a heart attack. Forget about it. He has got the key. Do it all. Run.
Genius.
Run with it, my friend. Run with it.
Well, I also have a memory of the first time you ever played Monty Python, which was a Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And I remember just like laughing so hard, tears like rolling down my face. And I remember thinking like, they're like real life cartoons.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that you like about cartoons, like they're so big and silly and like bigger than life. And I could not believe adults were behaving that way.
Well,
like I was just like obsessed with that.
But that's a perfect thing with Sal saying that Impractical Jokers is playing around the world. There's no reason we should have gotten the pythons in this country. Right. We couldn't even barely hello. You know, they had that craziness and they're cross-dressing and they were just the funniest. I mean, there's another thing of how smart you have to be stupid, right? To write a stupid character is so difficult to pull off. Mm-hmm. But when you're a kid, you're just like, that dude started walking funny. Great stuff. Great
really
stuff.
Classic.
They were saying like Steve Martin would work like months on a funny walk or a stumble that he would eventually put in a movie. Like that thing in Parenthood where he does the dance because the kid gets a hit.
Yeah.
They said he worked on that forever. Like it was
like getting
a monologue.
the physicality in the
He's like, this is funny, but not so much this. I got 90% of this down.
We're hanging out with Sal Volcano. Impractical Jokers airs Thursdays at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on True TV. The Impractical Jokers tour begins October 7th. And check out his podcast, What Say You? It's available on iTunes.
Yes. You're out doing Suppress this week, or?
I feel like we're in a constant state of press.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're going on. I've done this. I was about to say we're going on Regis. We're going on Kelly.
Right.
We're going on Kelly Live.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I grew up. It's another one. Oh, that's another one I grew up watching with my mom. Regis and Kathy. That was like appointment for her every morning. It's like almost what woke me up. It was like my alarm clock. Like in the summer months,
sure,
I would wake up and watch the whole thing. He was so funny to me. But,
Regis was funny, and here's the other thing. I love his work ethic, which was next to nothing. You know what I mean? Like, Regis would come on the
He
show.
showed up.
Gelman, what is this? This doesn't even make sense to me. This is a dumb thing that you're doing.
How
And
charming
I
was that?
love that.
Yeah.
I remember once Billy Joel came on the show and said that he had taken his daughter to the St. Regis, and she kept asking if Regis was there. And he's telling this story to Regis, and Regis goes like this. She likes Regis, does she?
It's perfect.
It was so fucking cute.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a great example of a guy who embraces whoever he is.
He tours with Rickles now. They do a little show together.
Well, they had always, he would bring Rickles onto the show and just die. I mean, those guys go back, 40, 50 years. Have you ever seen Rickles live?
Yes, I have. I have a few times. I try to go as much as I can.
Have you, was he still doing the full orchestra and stuff
Yes,
which is amazing to me. Like people that, the first time I went to see him, and it was literally a million years ago that I took a date to see Rickles. It was like my first adult date, and it was Theater of the Round. He had a full orchestra, and he was doing impressions, and he was singing old songs. And I'm like, this is amazing. And he was going through eating up the room, right? And I'm loving it until I'm like, holy shit, he's getting close. You know what I mean? Like, I'm on this date. You know what I mean? If he rips me to shreds, it'll ruin, everything that I got planned here. But it was about as exciting as you could possibly get.
Yeah, he's insulted me, which I thought I would, obviously.
He loved it, right?
Almost faints, like, like, oh my God, he insulted me.
It's true. I am a hockey puck.
Not too long ago, we had played a theater that he was about to play coming up, and so I knew the staff.
Yeah.
So I bought tickets, and I said, I'm going to be here for this. Is there any way that I can come back after somehow? And they were like, sure. And sure enough, he performed, and he was on stage for like a good amount.
Yeah.
Probably over an hour and a half.
Sure.
And he went back, and I waited. And I'm sure he has people coming through and this and that and the other, right? I waited another hour and a half. And finally, they're like, yeah, come back. And he's hanging out in the green room with his family, and it's late. It's really late. It's like after midnight,
Yeah.
And I'm waiting in the hallway, and I see people going in and out. So the door keeps opening, and I just see him in there just bullshitting. He reminds me of my grandfather. He his mannerisms, the way he speaks, and just his demeanor. And he's just in there like he's just a regular guy, and he's just talking. And finally, I went in, and he talked to me for like there was no rush to get out. And I was like, telling him, what he meant to me and this and that. And he's ribbing me in the middle of all that. And then he met my dad. He took pictures with, and he signed this big picture I had of him. And like his people were like, all right. He's like, no, let him, whatever. And he's like, what do you do? I said, I'm a comedian or whatever. And he's like, let me tell. And he just starts giving me advice. It's 12:30 at night. I couldn't believe it. And then he's like, don't worry. And he wrote on my thing like, you're gonna make it and all that. And I was just like, I cannot believe this. Like, the thing that he signed for me is like my prized possession. Yeah.
Well, he is one of those guys that old school, like, it's time for the show. Where's my tux? You know what I mean? And they put on their pants the last possible second. Like they'll be walking around in boxers and the jacket and stuff.
Gotta keep those lines straight.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid and I saw him, it was like two of my favorite things happened. One, there was a huge woman sitting in the front row. So much that his opening act, Jack Jones, looked at and started laughing and saying, are you sure you want to sit there? But I mean, this is like a 450-pound woman, right? And so Rickles comes out and he's doing his show, turns around and sees her and he screams, holy shit, runs, he drops the mic, jumps on her and starts humping like a dog. I mean, it's as funny as I've ever laughed. The other thing, let's say he brought two people up on stage and he's improvising with them and it's like Sal and Chris. So, and he's got these two people and he says, look, you guys have been so great. Sal, I want you to come backstage with me after the show. We'll have a drink. We'll talk. It'd be a really nice night. And Chris,
Yeah.
I want to make sure you get a picture of me and Sal together. And I just thought it was like that swerve that I never saw coming was fucking thrilling to me as a kid.
That great story of what he did to Sinatra. Everyone knows.
Oh
that.
Yeah. But lay it on people in case they don't.
It's in his book. I mean, he's told it's a famous Rickles story, but and excuse me if I mess it up, but I guess they were out at a lounge, nightclub, casino, what have you, and Rickles had a date like later in the night, and he wanted to impress the girl, so he went up to Frank. He said, "Excuse me, Frank, I don't mean to bother you, but later on I'm going to be with a girl at this table over here, and oh man, it would make me look so good. It would mean the world to me if at any point in the night you could just take a second to come over and say hello to me in front of her so she could see that I know you." And he's like, "Don't worry about it. I got you covered." And he's with the girl and he's talking to the girl. The moment comes down. Sure enough, they're there for a while. And then Frank Sinatra gets up, he crosses the room and he goes over to him and he goes, "Excuse me, Don." He's like, "Not now, Frank. Can you see I'm with somebody?"
Is that the best?
It's like the best thing. To the one person in the history of the human civilization that you like, that's the person you can't do that.
Yeah, we don't even have anyone like that. You know what I mean? Like, even if it was like Springsteen, it isn't somebody bigger. You know what I mean? We don't have anybody.
We don't
as
have
big
that
as
kind
Sinatra.
of universally loved
Feared, loved and feared.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you'd have to do it to a president, I guess.
Yeah.
To get away with it.
Sal Volcano's in studio with us. Impractical Jokers airs Thursday at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on True TV. The Impractical Jokers tour begins in October 7th, so go to Ticketmaster.com for more information. And his podcast, What Say You, is available on iTunes.
And then when he's not doing those 100 things, he's going around just working out in comedy clubs around the city.
Yeah, which is my favorite thing.
Out of everything.
Yeah.
Well, I saw you not too long ago. I saw you at the Stand.
Okay.
It was you were there, DePaulo. It was a great night. Amy Miller was there.
Oh, the night you saw me. I think that was a rough. I think I went on last.
It wasn't a rough night.
long
It was
night.
very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is,
some you lose some.
But that is amazing too. Of just like you'd show up in any of these clubs and just Nick DePaulo comes out and works a set.
Yeah.
It still always kills me
crazy.
about New York comedy. You can walk into these small rooms and the lineup can be out of this world.
Yeah. Phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Yeah. And I always worry too that a lot of people don't know how to make it to the club, like the tourists. They come in, they go to the clubs that they shouldn't be going to.
Right.
Not that they can always get tickets, at the cellar or anything, but it just it makes me sad that some of these folks come in, they see a show in Times Square and go, it's on New York comedy.
Right.
Not so much,
Right.
because you can walk down there, it's like walking into a People magazine of fucking humor.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have went crazy if I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And I walked in and saw those kind of acts.
And then
Tourists are tough.
Yeah, and the excitement of like they're just in the same small room as you. You're just in this little room, It's not like going to see a concert where you feel like you're going to have an experience and somebody's distant from you. These guys are hanging outside. They're at the bar. Like it's a wild experience. Like if you love comedy, going to the right spots.
Approachable. International tourists are hard to play to. We learned early not to even try to put them in the show because if there's a disconnect in what's going on, then the comedy doesn't come across. I'm not trying to dupe someone who already doesn't understand me, or if something's playing out and it's kind of not, it's above their head because there's a barrier in language and stuff like that. It just doesn't play. And sometimes when like you'll do a spot I'll do a spot once in a while at a place that pulls in like the international tourists.
Yeah.
And it's like you might as well be speaking you're speaking a language that no one understands. You don't even know what it's like it's rough. It's rough.
Well, can you imagine if you went to Paris and then you went to see stand up? You're like, I don't know what they're doing. Seems like that.
Luckily most of this is physical comedy.
Well, dude, it's so great to have you stop by, man.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Really. And I had such a blast on your show. Like we when we finished afterwards, I looked at Jay and I'm like, oh my God, I wish we could just do this every single, this was the funnest time I've ever had.
Well, that's amazing to hear you say that with all this great stuff that you have. But you were so, well, we talked about you later. There's very few people that have ever done that show who connected to the audience the way you do. A lot of times people are focusing somewhere else, but you have a focus that goes back to the audience, to yourself, and then back to center stage. It's a very unique thing.
Oh, thank you.
We were talking about
Yeah.
your connection that night and how jealous we were of
Yeah.
it. You know how to embrace a live
You really do.
audience, and not everybody gets that.
And I
thing.
love beforehand. You're like, I don't know how this is going to be. I'm really a nice guy. What? No.
I think I was nice in the confines of it. I literally was like, let me just go in there and I'll have fun and try. Because between you guys and Kurt and Jay, I mean, you know, I'll just speak up when, you know, I'll just try to hold my own, really. You know, so it was thrilling for me to be invited to that.
Well, that's the other funny thing about that show is when the game gets amped like that, there's something that takes place in your subconscious where you're like, okay, I'm going to find this rhythm.
Yeah.
It's not my normal. Because Metzger said the same thing. He says to me later, he goes, that show is funnier than I am. You know what I mean? Like, I'm better in that show because you've got these other guys. So it's like playing great jazz. You know?
For sure.
You know, like you're going to be on the top of your game. Or if you were just suddenly playing basketball and all of a sudden you got, you know, Pippen and Jordan are there, you're going to be able to pass better. You know what I mean?
Right,
When you're
that
playing
makes
with those
sense.
guys, you're looking for them. There's an open man because you don't have to throw in a line when you don't have. I mean, doing stand up, you're out there by yourself that entire time. But here, it's punchline.
But I was also, I felt as simultaneously a participant and a person in the crowd too.
Yeah.
Like I laughed harder at everything else that was going on.
Yeah.
More than I've laughed at a comedy show. I honestly believe since I can, I laughed so hard I had tears streaming down my face.
No, I was the same way too, and I'm hosting the show, and there's a couple times I had to remind myself when I'm doing one-on-one, I'm like, oh yeah, I got to keep this moving because I just laugh.
There's some really great photographs of that night of like really candid, catching us all in like just crazy laughter.
Screaming and people are pointing at each other. Yeah, that was up on the interrobang.com. But Sal, great to see you.
Thank you,
Anytime
guys.
you ever
I would
want
love
to come by, and good luck with Kelly and whoever
All
she's
right, I'll be
with.
here tomorrow and the next day. Thank you, guys.
Okay, you're always welcome. We'll be right back. This is Bennington. It's the Bennington Show. Sal Volcano in here. We all love him. And Vito on top of the world having him in.
Oh, God, yeah. He's his ultimate bro.
I thought something went wrong in there. Did you notice? Like,
Yeah,
Chris
like there
had
was
this thing?
like
I thought we had like a technical problem that you were
you
chasing.
threw your headphones off. It was like a very intense.
Something's fucked up in here. So I think I'm always ready for that.
We're on edge today.
Yeah, because of the late day.
But it's okay, though. I'm fine. I'm healthy. I'm good to go. Clear-eyed.
Yeah, but you know, once Gail's already been around her thoughts, they might as well have been real.
Yeah.
Like she thought that you were naked laying on your bathroom floor, needle in your arm.
No needles, no track.
I was like, we were talking about heroin yesterday. You don't think you got any good ideas about that, do you?
Sometimes he hears the word heroin, he starts to do it.
That's all I need. No, I'm fine. I'm okay. Everything's okay.
Yeah, now you're here. You're the only one who's okay.
It is kind of true.
I'm still recovering from my nerves getting me. Because once you started lapping your original record of like good 30, 34 minutes, I think it was, that was where
34.
you talked.
It was like the first time I was 33, second time 34. So it was right around that same place.
So at that point, I was like, this is bad. Because I assumed that you would just wake up in a natural panic.
Yeah.
The instinct of knowing we had a morning show. You're going to wake up a little bit late.
So I didn't tell you even something last night. So, Gail, last night, Norm Macdonald was on The Tonight Show.
Uh-huh.
And he was hysterical. And while we are waiting to see how, what Chris is up to, there's this thing out there, a friend of Norm's kid or somebody that was house sitting for him last night. I don't even know where the article is right now. I got to find it. But this kid had basically OD'd at the house. It was on TMZ. Go to TMZ. I know I saw it somewhere.
Okay, Norm Macdonald's house sitter found dead from suspected overdose.
So that's what I see while we're looking for. And I was watching TV last night, and Norm's there with his book, and I'm thinking, I'm watching and I'm laughing. I'm like, man, Norm's great. What a great ride Norm has been on. You know what I mean? Like, Norm has always just had a nice, solid, well-respected career. Things couldn't go better for anybody, and if they, as they do for Norm. And then I saw that this morning, and I was horrified, thinking, now immediately, I wouldn't have thought so closely of him, but I was honestly just thinking about him a lot last night and how much I've always liked him. And then I'm watching that, I'm like, I immediately identified what must be going on through Norm's head. But I'm like, is this a precursor to my own problem for Stanley?
Thank you for not sharing that with me
I don't
earlier
want to be
today.
your problem. I want to be your solution.
Chris?
Yes, Ron.
I'm going to point something out.
Okay.
The 6 pounds of bacon and cheese that you eat a day are as scary as anything else.
Yeah. That is an addiction.
Addiction to deliciousness.
Yeah, he is right about
Yeah, I
that. It's
understand.
delicious.
The delicious factor.
So good.
You
Cheese
think I
and
don't know
bacon?
that it's delicious?
Shit.
I get it.
But anyway, everything worked out.
Everything's fine. Everything's
He's
good.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're okay. But let's put a system in place for me. Think of it for me. It's a favor for me.
What would you do for Gail to make her feel better?
I'm gonna text Gail Radu's phone number, and if anything happens, you call Radu.
Give me, I also want the address, and I want your apartment number, and I'd like a key.
Here's the thing. I've been to his house. I've been in. I couldn't go in because it's an all-women's hotel. Okay. We made an adjustment. And that's why Chris always has that bag of women's clothes. Remember when you met his cousin?
Yeah.
No, that's Chris.
Oh, my God.
That was me,
It's all
Gail.
coming together. That's why you're so secretive.
Exactly.
I was so freaked out. You remember what I said to you? Everything's gonna be all right. Rockabye.
He did.
Rockabye.
He sang that to me.
How
That's
was that a
exciting.
hit? That was a big hit.
It was a big hit.
And half the time, he was just talking through it. It wasn't even like rap.
Yeah, like she has a smile like a blah, blah. You know, like
Yeah.
he has this like, who was that again?
I'll know his name if I heard it. It's Lullaby is the name of the song.
Sean Mullen?
Sean Mullen.
Sean Mullen.
That's how strange this song is. I don't know what the song's about,
Chris
though.
Stanley slept through his alarm. He was found with a needle sticking out of his arm.
His pants were down, his ass was filled with jizz. Don't know whether it was somebody else's or maybe it was his.
Everything's
gonna be alright. Rockabye. Oh, that's too annoying. That's crazy shit, though, right? Sean Mullen, one fucking grab at the top. But the point was, this girl grew up rich, and now I'm going to take care of her. You know what I mean?
Like she's doing okay.
Yeah, it seems like her life was fucking better before she met you, dude. Why you got to settle her down?
Just hanging out with Bob Seger and Sonny and Cher.
What a weird fucking party.
Come on, Mullins.
Dennis Hopper's there,
Dennis
too. I
Hopper's like, what the fuck did I walk into this weird middle-of-the-road thing? Where's Jack Nicholson? We were going to do an unmasked today based on who Gail saw this week, and you thought how incredible that he was.
The incredible Colin Quinn, and I saw him do a show. It's at the Fat Black Pussycat, which is connected to the Cellar, and the it's right there at the Underground. So yeah, I mean he's like the funniest fucking dude going, and if you have a chance to see him, you absolutely should. He's working on some new material now, and it's crazy funny. When I showed up the next morning, I just started reciting jokes to you guys outside, and we were laughing. And I'm not even doing it justice. And the thought of like the premises were just so fucking funny.
You told me a bit that he did about Norton that delighted me so much. It was so funny. And by the way, maybe based in zero truth. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
it's so damn funny.
But it's so funny. But when we did this Unmasked together, I at least twice was getting nervous of, holy shit, I'm laughing so hard, I'm seeing white. I got to stay, you know what I mean? I got to stay in this. I can't just slide my chair over with the audience and just
I'm
start
with you
laughing.
guys now.
Yeah, because Colin is just so damn funny. But, you know, we end up talking about Tough Crowd. He says stuff about Tough Crowd and just had me laughing so hard because he felt like the comics had gotten used to it too quickly. You know what I mean? He kind of felt a little taken advantage of by his friends. And that had made me laugh so hard. So this is an Unmasked that we haven't played in years, I guess, Chris.
Yes, it's been years.
And we got to make these available for people to share with their friends. Let's work on that this weekend. But truly, one of the funniest people on the surface of Earth is Colin Quinn, and this is Unmasked. Yeah. It's Colin Quinn. A man with his coat. He's here. He's ready to do the show
man
for
in
us.
his coat.
Yeah. I'm actually so glad that you did this. When we started this, you were one of the first names that everybody talked about getting because.
And how long have you been on? 6 years. But you're one of the first names we talked about getting.
Well, I'll say this. We've called your people.
I know. My people are very shabby.
Yeah, they are. And they act like, like you owe us money or something. They just, they're dodging us.
Well, I know they do, but that's on my orders, probably.
Sure.
I'm a public recluse.
It comes off that way.
Yeah, I am. I'm always out doing comedy every night, yet I'm a recluse in a certain way.
At the same time,
it's
you're
too early to get into that. That should be like 3/4 of the way.
We're going to do that. We're going to get there.
Too early.
Yeah, you don't want to open with, and that's how my father died. Because then we have nowhere to go. But the reason why we wanted you right away, too, is you are known as comedian's comedian. Comics like you.
Mm-hmm.
And
say that like it means nothing to you. Comedian. Comics like you.
I should have been happier when I said it.
You should have been like, comics like you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really saying something. But now you just let it sit there and get all the...
Well,
everyone think about that like, and at the end, everyone's saying, so what?
Well,
Which is the only...
You interrupted
there's
me.
silence in the air. So what? Has to be in there somewhere.
I was going to say, and that has no worth. That's where I was.
It doesn't have a lot of financial worth, that's for sure.
But it does. It's got to mean something to you. The fact that people out there on the road and people who have done everything you've done for years will have like a story about you or talk about your integrity. That's got to be a good feeling.
Sure, it is a good feeling. Actually, I mean, it kept me in the business. When I first started comedy, I got 0 laughs. I used to get no laughs. I mean, once in a while I would do okay, but I just could not. I just bombed more than any other comedian. I bombed every night. And then one night, I was doing a set at the Comedy Cellar. I got in because, once again, the comics got me in. Mm-hmm. And I went on stage, and I just was bombing so badly. It was a great crowd. It was a great night. And just silence for like 20 minutes, like a Wednesday. I had the best spot. There was no excuse. And I was like, that's it. As I was leaving the stage, I was like, that's it for me. That's it. Obviously, this is not what I'm supposed to do. And then the MC was this guy, Billiam Cornell. Mm-hmm. That's not a misprint. Billiam. That was one of his jokes. His name was Billiam instead of William. It was 1986. It was funny at the time. There weren't that many comedians around, but he was a funny guy. But he was the MC, and he goes on stage right after I'm getting off, and I'm just thinking, that's it for me. I'll never do this again. I got to go into something else. And he goes, folks, that was the funniest comedy set you'll ever see, and you don't even know it. And that's like that kind of little support really helped keep me in the business. So that's another reason I love comedians. Well,
I think
we're talking about how comedians love me.
Yeah,
different story.
But I do think there's a certain part of that is like you don't normally tell jokes or have that comedian rhythm. You're not doing a kind of standard. Oh, I get it. That's where the punchline is.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it. And in those days, it was really a part. I mean, it was really. I would just ramble the whole time. And, so, man, that's probably part of it. I'm not sure what it is, but comedians have always been my biggest fans.
Right.
If only there were more of them. And, and they weren't notoriously cheap.
If there was 2,000 in every town, it would
exactly. I get like the 3 local guys when I do like the improv in Cleveland, the 3 local guys that aren't paying, and they come in the back and you're like, hey man, you're really funny. This guy doesn't use me, it's all about them. They're like, yeah, this club owner's an asshole. I want to get out of Cleveland. Columbus is where like that.
But was there any point, like when you were younger and starting, that you thought to yourself, all right, what is like Dennis Miller or Jerry Seinfeld, guys that seem like they have a little more craft, or you just thought, I'm going to go my own path here?
No, I never, actually Dennis Miller, to this day, this haunts me. It's funny you brought up Dennis Miller, because when I first started, I was probably in it for about 2 years, and Dennis Miller was like on Saturday Night Live, and it's like, he was the hero. He came to New York, he was like funny, but he was like still like on comedians' terms, he was like cursing, and it's like, he was breaking all the rules the clubs held for us, and still like, they had to be so funny. And then he watched me a couple of times, and he literally came to a show with his date at the time, which was like a big giant deal, like 1987. And he came, or 88, and he watched me do a whole like hour. So it was my first like headlining stuff. And he sat there and watched me at the end, and it was like the biggest compliment in the world. And at the end of the show, he came up to me and he goes, Quinn, you're amazing, man. There's just something missing, and I can't put my finger on it. And to this day, I know that's true, and it drives me crazy. To this day, I would like to see him and ask him that sometime. But he probably wouldn't even. I asked him once, like one time. I go, "What did you mean by?" He goes, "I don't remember that," but it's like it still bugs me to this day.
Well, it's the perfect line to torture any young comic with.
Yes, it is. But and he was coming. He was a fan. He was coming to see me, so I really believe he meant it in a good way. But it's like,
but maybe if he didn't have his chick with him, he could have just focused on whatever that one thing was.
I think you're right. Exactly. He had one foot. He's like, one thing's missing with you. And listen, man, what do you want? And it's like, he doesn't realize it's been tormenting me for like 22 years.
Yeah. Well, you were a Brooklyn guy, grew up a Brooklyn guy, and that still seems to be like a big part of everything of your act and who you are.
I mean, it's definitely a part of like, I like neighborhoods. I still love the fact that, everybody, I love like any stuff to do with like blocks or interaction. I mean, obviously now, like I even say, it's like Long Island is more like Brooklyn than Brooklyn in certain ways. But it's like, I love any people interaction, any ethnic stuff. Like when I grew up, there was like every school we went to was like multiracial. So I hate when people like try to tell you don't do racial stuff, if you're white, or stuff like that. Like it's very, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like being out of a time where you're like,
sure,
like, you're really not supposed to say that. And it's like, yeah, but when we used to talk like that, everybody did. I'm not saying we would sit in a corner and whisper like that. I'm saying everybody, like, you say it to people's
like they do down south.
We used to talk like that. That's suddenly what happened.
Right. So,
suddenly BET pops up. And, no, but I mean, people would say things to each other's face, and it was all about like disrespecting and insulting people, but being quick about it, and it was like ethnic mixed stuff,
Well, here's the thing about you too. I think that there's a lot of comedians who will tell you how they were the funny guy in their neighborhood or whatever, but I think really funny people see humor in all the people in their neighborhood, and they see that some of these people are really hysterical, real physical characters.
Yeah, I think definitely people on my block. This first play I used to do called Irish Wig, but that was all based on my neighbors, because like exactly, you see them every day and they're so funny, But it's like when you were little, like some things that we thought were funny. Like I had a neighbor, Ray Pacello, and he'd come out, Ray Pacello, and he always tried to act like a badass, like we had, of course, he was like the straight guy, and across the street we had like the mob guy who would come out and just like, just like ask my mother out every day. It was like traumatizing. He's like, hey, Ray. My mother had red hair, Red, let's go get a steak dinner. I was like, oh. My mother's going to be like a gourmand for this, like, mob guy, like 7 years old. Because my mother was hot, I mean, relative. I say that objectively.
Right.
And But Ray Pacello, we used to laugh because we're like, this guy tries to be a tough guy. We didn't realize, like one time he goes to us, fellas, I used to walk into it because he worked for the IRS, and he goes, I walk into a place and I go, Ray Pacello, and he flashed this thing, IRS, and we all laugh because we're like little kids, like ha ha, like it's the FBI. Meanwhile, people were probably more scared of him.
Well, let me take a couple moments. I want to make sure we edit out Pacello out of the last 4 times.
Why? He's probably passed away. Oh, you mean because of the IRS? I'm a little slow, sorry.
But so that's one of the things about you, that you were able to see that stuff at a very early age. And I don't think suburban kids get that as easy. You know what I mean? I don't think everybody mixes as much.
I think they do now. Yeah. In fact, I know they do now. You read yesterday's paper. The suburbs are more,
right.
They're more multicultural than the city is in some ways now.
But at the same time, I don't think they're on top of each other. They're kind of in their own yards or whatever. You know?
Yeah, to a degree.
Yeah.
To a degree. But I don't know. I mean, now I feel like it's different. But yeah, when I was a kid, it was definitely more that way. It seemed like, when we'd visit any cousins in the suburbs, we're like, wow, this is weird. Nobody's on the street,
Yeah.
Like LA is kind of like that,
Yeah, it's a different way that you grew up.
Yeah, people weren't just right next to each other. Everyone's on the public transportation. Like you didn't have school buses. You took the train to school or the bus to school, right?
Take the train to school. Imagine how kids would feel about that. Mom, I'm getting on the train. I'm on my way to school.
Yeah.
But for you, when did the comedy thing start to kind of call out to you a little bit?
When I was a little kid, I was just I was like the loudmouth kid, and people started laughing. Like when I was like 12, I started doing impressions. Mm-hmm. It really is so nerdy when you're a comedian because it's like I would do like impressions, but like the impressionists from those days were doing impressions from like the 1950s. So I'd be out there like 12 years old with like long hair, trying to do like Humphrey Bogart and Peter Lorre. I didn't even know who these people were. And then my friends, they watched TV too. There was only like 3 channels on TV. Like, hey, that's a pretty good Peter Lorre, But then
that's not exactly going to carry you throughout a career, is it? Oh, he's the guy who does Peter Lorre. It's amazing.
It's so funny, your sense of reality. But there were a lot of funny people. That's what's so weird. Like, there's a lot of funny people.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd run into people that were just as funny in different ways than I was funny, but never became comedians for whatever reason,
Well, and you kind of stayed with that, like even some of the shows you did with Tough Crowd and all. It did feel like the guys on the corner. It felt like guys standing around the corner, wasting time and just having fun with each other. You know what I mean? Enjoying themselves.
You could argue that's what stand-up comedy is. Hi, folks. Ready to waste some time?
Yeah, really. Well, there is a certain, I think, truth to that. That people can show up and be at a place that used to be about community, and now you kind of have to go out and pay for it a little bit.
Wow. That's good and sad. Stand up there, go, folks, it used to be our community, now you got to pay for it. You want that full sense of bonding and connecting with your fellow human beings? This ain't the ancient Greeks. You fucking pay. That's good. Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and actually,
but it is a community.
Yeah.
When you go on the road, you'll be in there in a club, and you'll be like this one drunk, and the whole crowd's like, Joe! And then, well, how about those people that run the rip-off business? That's Bill. He's like,
But really, when you would hang on the corner, there were only some guys that could only do like 10 minutes. They would be like an opening act.
That's right.
Shut up.
That's right.
Or somebody would be telling a story and somebody else would come along and you'd get bumped. Like,
wow.
This guy's better.
That's exactly right. That's so funny.
Yeah.
You're right. And somebody would come along and just, exactly. Yeah. It was definitely everyone was sitting on the stoop.
Right.
And then some guys would come and hold court for a little while, but they had to,
But to take that from Brooklyn, where you were hanging out with your friends, to come over in Manhattan with doing the comedy clubs, Woody Allen has kind of made a career of how that's a totally different world. It's a totally different thing to do for,
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely. I was just thinking about a guy from Long Island that disproves all these theories. This kid I knew named Al Cantor. I went to Stony Brook University. Mm-hmm. I went to Stony Brook for a year. This guy Al Cantor used to come in. He was from Massapequa, Long Island, the epitome of Long Island, and he would come in and tell stories to us. He worked in the ambulance corps, and every story he told was so funny, and he could have been like a genius comedian. It was like every story was like a 20-minute story with little digressions, and that guy was like, but I wonder why he never became a comedian. But it was just so interesting that, like, he was a guy that had, but also he worked in the ambulance course. He always had a good story from that night.
Sure.
My advice to anyone getting into comedy would be get an interesting job for 5 years.
Right.
Because the big problem with comedians is we're all like trying to be, everybody says the same thing. I just want to quit my day job so I can write full time.
Yeah.
And then they're sitting there with no day job writing, and there's nothing to write about. Hey, did you ever get up at 11:30 in the morning? It's like we waste all these years, you know. If I had known that, you know.
Well, it is true because all the novelists would always, you know,
Right.
the more of a background that you had, like it took Kerouac like 15 years to get published, and it was the best thing that happened to him.
Right.
But then you go see stand-ups, and they're all like, when the maid wakes you up in the hotel room,
right?
And a normal person is out of the hotel room at 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, no one's ever been woken up by a maid that works a regular job.
By the way, I like the fact that Ron goes, Kerouac got published 15 years later. Best thing that ever happened to him. Of course, he died of alcoholism 3 years. But 3 years after getting published, he died of alcoholism. But I guess we have different ideas of the best thing that ever happened to a guy.
But at least he had those books.
Yeah.
Because if he would have been published at 21,
right,
you know, he might have been dead at 24.
That's right.
A lot of people, that's the worst thing that can happen. Like, oh, you got everything you want.
Sure.
Yeah, you got everything.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And like you said, comedy is a perfect example of, you know, and but you were asking about when we first started the clubs and going to transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was so, I was so naive. Everybody was, but I mean, I just remember being online. And of course, I was online almost every week. Chris Rock, Adam Sandler. I mean, we were online all the time. We all knew each other from the lines of trying to get auditions. Because they'd actually, on Monday nights at the Strip and the Catch a Rising Star, they would actually, if you waited online and you got there early enough, you know, you'd have to wait on like 6-7 hours. So we all knew each other. And you get a spot, you know, you get like a number, and then you get on late at night. And, but it was like, yeah, and then going on there and then walking off like, how could I not have passed? I remember the first time I auditioned at Comic Strip, I went on and I did pretty well, you know, despite my bombing throughout my comedy. It was like my first set, I was excited, the crowd, and the MC came up to me. Once again, comedians being my biggest fans, the MC came up to me afterwards, he goes, "You're a natural, come back in a year." And I was like, in a year, I'll be on like TV. You better get me. Right. But of course, you should have said, come back in 5 years.
Right.
10
sure.
years. Because it takes that long before you even understand your own voice or whatever, you know?
Well, did you ever think it might have been better if you weren't in New York at that time, that you were out somewhere that you could have, you know, had a shorter line? Or
yeah, in some ways it would have been better. I mean, for me, it was better because, but I mean, then I would go on the road, like the few road gigs I got. Like I remember going to North Carolina, I had like 3 minutes, 5 minutes on the subway. So they're looking at me like, "Hey man, we don't live at there. We don't have the subway." So it taught you a lot of lessons from going on the road too. But yeah, probably would have had more time if I'd been on the road. But the good thing about New York is you really learn like the rules of like what's hack. Like a lot of problems with the road is a lot of guys will work out, but they'll be doing stuff that's quote unquote hack. Depending on the era, what's hack then is not, you know, necessarily hack now. But so in a way, New York, at least it cut through. I didn't have to worry about that part. Then coming to New York and having everybody think I'm a hack, you know.
Right,
sure. A lot of really funny guys, but just because they weren't exposed to everybody night after night the way we were, so that they had to relearn certain things, you know.
They didn't know that some of these topics were already beat to death because they
were going on the road by themselves every night. Everyone's laughing, so how would you know, you know?
So when you started to get on at the clubs, how long before you thought to yourself, yeah, I'm going to stick with this. This is
like I said, it was that night that really changed how I felt. Before that, I would go through ups and downs. So I'm like, hey, this is good, you know. But I was never a good comic for years, you know, for years. Even when I was on MTV, and even then, I'd go on the road, and I was not a good comic, you know. I was okay. I had some funny things, and I was a funny person. Like if I worked a crowd, I'd be funny. But I was never a good comic for years. It took me years to really learn. It took me 10 years to become a comedian.
How did you get on the MTV? How did you get from you doing?
Just because of my voice. You know, they heard my voice. I was at a club. I was like well known in the city. Like I said, among the comedians in the city, I was like an up and comer. So, you know, I got good spot. I got all the things that people would want in comedy in New York at that time, which was I'd get on at the clubs a lot. But I was very hit or miss in the clubs. But they were looking for people for MTV, and they just heard my voice. They're like, wouldn't he be funny to be like the announcer because his voice is, you know, so grating. And
so you got on there, and even though you didn't feel like you were polished, you weren't ready, there was something really likable about you on that show that people that watched the show kind of went, I get this guy. I think this guy would be fun to hang out with.
Yeah, that's what everybody said. They said, he's the kind of guy you want to have a beer with.
Right.
Meanwhile, but I used to smoke on the show, too, like the first year. I used to, you could smoke on TV.
Yeah.
And they cut that out of the first season. But I was just chain smoked. I used to smoke 3 packs a day. So I was always smoking anyway. So it wasn't like I was trying to smoke. I was just always smoked. So it was like, yeah, I'm going to smoke on the show. And it's funny, But it was, yeah.
Eventually they caught up with it and said, wait.
Yeah, after the first season, they're like, hey, stop that.
Yeah, the show's too popular.
Yeah.
Kids are watching.
With kids, like little kids were watching it. And I remember a kid coming up to me once a couple of years later going, hey, man, you're the reason I started smoking.
So that had to be, I mean, that is crazy because once you're in clubs, right?
Right.
And you're working to nothing but adults that are drinking. Like you said, now little kids are watching the show. It's a totally different world feel.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
And the show was really like young people running it, young people doing it. We'd never seen anything like that before.
Right, exactly. It was like the first of those types of ironic kind of show that was making fun of game shows, but being a game show.
Yeah, and Ken Ober was, I thought, just one of those people that was just perfect. I mean, just talking about a guy doing exactly what he should have been doing at that age.
To do that kind of a job, like a game show host, and make it hip.
Right.
Nobody could have done that but him, or at least nobody I knew.
Yeah, at the same time, people that don't get like the broadcasting aspect is like he's making fun of broadcasting as he's broadcasting. Right. He wasn't breaking the rules of broadcasting. Everything got done.
No, exactly. He ran the trains on time. It was amazing. I just went to another memorial for him. He died. And I went to one they had in Hartford, Connecticut last week, and it was all just the friends that grew up with him this time. It wasn't. Well, the Hollywood first I went to one in L.A. and all these comedians were like talking about how brilliant he was. In fact, Dennis Miller again. One time, him and Ken Ober were but this is where Dennis was
nice
being good, and him and Ken were having they had never met. Like this is like 1991, and it was like these two gunslingers because Dennis Miller was considered like the reference. He just like throw a reference on top of. And Ken Ober, if he was like that too. And then after a minute, they just met, and Dennis Miller just turns to me and goes, "Quinn, this guy's pretty fucking good," because he was like so genius. But all his friends were talking about growing up with him and what it was like to grow up with a guy like that.
So did you guys at that point? You're all young, and all of a sudden this thing is popping, and MTV had a lot of power in those days. I mean, it really did. So it had to be like being in a band there for a couple of years.
It was like that. Actually, it had a lot of power. This guy, this reporter named Bob Green, who was like some famous guy.
Oh, sure, in Chicago?
Yeah. And he came up to me one day, and we were in spring break, and he goes, I can't believe, he goes, all these cameras from NBC and stuff, these kids don't give a damn, but when MTV comes, they have total reverence, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
And so it was like that. It was like MTV. We were just, it was ridiculous. I remember one time we were at a strip club one time, and and all the strippers, it was like our first, we just were starting to get the idea, we're well known. Like Kenny had been out in some college thing, because nobody over 22 knew who we were. Everybody that knew us was 21 or under. So it was so weird. We'd walk around the streets of New York and all these kids would be like, and all these adults were like, who are these assholes? And then we went to a strip club, and all the strippers ran away from their customers. Now you might say, weren't the strippers over 21? Apparently not. And they ran away from their customers and just started hanging out with us. And then Kenny just turns to me and goes, it's never going to be okay again. He goes, it's never going to be okay again. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, it's never going to be okay to be just a person again. Look at this. And I was like, but of course, what he's saying is this is weird now, It's
right. But when something like that happens, do you think, all right, I've hit it, this is it? Or did you realize this is just about MTV?
No, I mean, to both. On the one hand, I was I started writing compulsively because, like I said, my act stunk. I still wanted to be a comedian, mostly, So I was famous, but I was going to gigs and people were laughing politely, they were excited to see me. And I remember going to these gigs and all these kids would be there laughing he's doing comedy. They weren't laughing at my jokes. They were just good for him. This is it's his thing. He likes to do this. Just indulge him till we get autographs after.
Right.
Instead of just lining up autographs saying, hey, want to go drinking with us? And they didn't give a shit. I'm like, what about my heart, man? And then, so it was sort of that weird vibe where you're oh my God, I'm not good at what I think I do for a fucking living.
Yeah, at that point, you're a personality instead of a comic.
I'm a personality, exactly.
Yeah. And TV is really, really a powerful thing. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, I remember even like Tim Allen when he was on Home Improvement. I remember him saying he was doing comedy and people yelling out, "Where's Al? Where's Al?" and shit like that. You know, because people are more into the show. They want to know where's everybody. You know?
Yeah.
You know, and so I started getting compulsive. Like I would literally stay in a lot and just write and try to learn how to write because I was like because I felt like the MTV thing wasn't going to last anyway. I sort of knew, even though I was, you know, we were well known. I mean, we were really well known. It was, but I just felt like I better start writing compulsively. So I started really trying to learn how to write scripts. I became a very boring guy for a guy that was, you know, should have been enjoying his fucking life.
Yeah, I mean, normally people hit that and they start partying and
that's what I should have been doing. Right. But I did that for a few months. And then I was like, all right, I got to get serious now. This is going to end and I'm going to be fucked, you know. And I would just try to write, you know, and like learn how to take these screenwriting courses. I was just although in my screenwriting course was Rick Derringer. Not Rick Derringer, Rick Springfield.
Oh, it would have been so much better with Rick Derringer. I was almost impressed.
So I was like doing all this kind of stuff, like trying to be like, you know, trying to learn how to write. Because I was panicking because I was like, you know, here I am doing I'm a comedian. You make it, but you're not that good.
Yeah.
So.
And then, of course, the thing does kind of have a lifespan.
Like 89, let's say 88 to 91. It was like, you know, MTV, and then suddenly it was all over, you know.
Did you guys feel it on the show, or did you just start to...
Well, I left the show. What happened was I was lying on the couch. They even have a picture, and I think it's from that day, of me lying on the couch the last season, and the executive producer like, hey, man, we want to do another year. And I just looked at him, I go, I can't. I can't do this. I said, we're out of fucking Brady Bunch questions, man. And they all looked at me, to their credit, they go, oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Even though it was successful, like you would have squeezed another year.
Right.
We all knew. It was like, come on, man. It's too much.
So when that thing kind of comes down a little bit, was it a relief at that time, or
it was relief,
scrambling for the next thing?
It was relief for me.
Yeah,
I was relieved because I felt like, you know, like we really had squeezed the life out of it, and I had these aspirations to like write movies. You know, my screenwriting class was very important, as I told you, and so I had written these scripts and I was trying to get them going.
But you know,
they went.
Yeah, right. But at least there, you know, you're chasing the art. There's so many people that just have this thing. When you talk about compulsion, it's just to be on TV. Right. No matter what they're fucking doing, it doesn't matter. I got to be on TV.
But there's an argument for that too. Because I mean, that shit. I wasted a lot of years sitting in my stupid house.
So you thought maybe if you could have done it over, you would have looked at the next project.
I remember one time, another stripper story. My friend comes over to my house with a stripper, and he goes, "Hey, man," and the girl's like saying, "Like, let's hang out." And I go, "Guys, I have to write." And she goes to me to show how she was an authentic person. I was a phone. She goes, "I'll give you something to write about." Like, cut the autistic bullshit. I'll give you something to write about.
Maybe.
But I was just obsessed with it. I was always trying to write.
Knowing how much strippers were hanging around you, I understand why you want to now keep your coat so close to you at all times. Checking the pockets.
Nice.
So next for you, after MTV, the next thing for you was when you hooked up with, I guess, Saturday Night Live?
Yeah. It was like, say, 91. So 91 to like to 95 before I was on Saturday Night Live. And then those 4 years I was doing stand-up, but, you know, we just kept getting, you know, it was like going downhill and like, you know, I mean, we still could have done a lot of college gigs, I have to say. We just Kenny didn't want to do stand-up at all. Mm-hmm. He was just done with stand-up before. The minute we started at MTV, he was like, I'm done with stand-up. And I was like, what? like heresy, you know? I was like, Kenny, well, how could you say it? He goes, I don't give a shit. All I want to do... He was like very, you know, he was like, I want to travel. I want to, you know, he goes, I want to get gigs where I can travel, where I can go to good restaurants, really live life. So like, it was just, we had two different ways of viewing it, you know? And, so he didn't want to do stand-up, so I would go out on the road by myself. But again, it was just like me doing clubs, and like the clubs my audience was younger. They were in high school and, you know, maybe the first year of college. So clubs I was selling okay, but, you know, the only fans that were there for see me would be going, remote control. And the rest of the crowd's like, what's he talking about? And I'd be like, oh. So, I mean, I was doing okay. I was making money doing stand-up, but some money, but, you know, then I was writing my little movies, and then, but I was not doing well. I was not doing, you know, we were just like, guys, you know, footnote from MTV,
right?
And like whatever happened to, and then Saturday Night Live, my friend Fred Wolf, who's a comedian, who always loves to tell this story, how he got me in the Improv in L.A. in 1987. he goes, "Hey man, do you remember that story? He just told me this last summer because he writes with Adam Sandler in the movie, this movie Grown Ups I did." And he goes, "Do you remember what happened?" And I forgot. He goes, "Yeah, I got you in the. I recommend you to the LA Improv." This is like 1987, and I was totally sober. He goes, "Yeah," and the next day. I go, "How did your audition go?" Like he want to put his name on the line. He wasn't that big of a comic, but he really liked what I did, like comedian. Mm-hmm. And I go, "Yeah, well, I had a fist fight with the manager. I had a fight." And he's like, "Yeah, man, you weren't even like guilty about it. I recommended you and you had a fight." But so he, despite that, years later, he goes and recommends me to Lorne Michaels. So they're in L.A. to see comedy. I go on. The audience is, this is like 1995. The audience is a summer camp because comedy was like dying at that time, It's probably doing it again. It goes through those periods where, people just stop caring. And it was a summer camp that was in the audience. So my act was like, whatever, trying to be. They just looked at me. I bombed so badly. And, but they hired me as a writer and I could see Fred. I looked in the corner of my eye. Fred's like leaning to Lorne like, "Like he's a good writer." So, and then Lorne Michaels busted my balls about this. So they hired me as a writer for Saturday Night Live. And then when I was writing, they started getting me on the air, because it was the first year of a whole new cast. They're like, "Oh, do you want to try something for update features with Norm?" So I'd go and do these characters. And then, that was it.
How did you here all this time you're writing scripts and stuff, trying to move them. How did you like when you started writing at Saturday Night Live, the writing part of it? What was?
Well, I liked it. I liked writing sketches, Like the first week I got 2 sketches on, which was like amazing. But then, of course, I was so arrogant about it. Then every time after that, if I didn't get 2 on, I'd be like, "What's the matter with these people? This is gold I'm handing." And that's how everybody was over there. It's like, you have to be like that,
right.
You have to believe that you're really writing the best stuff. So, but the first week I scored big, so I was like, "Hey, man,
So at that point, you started to enjoy getting on the air a little more, though?
Of course, at that point.
Yeah, right. So that was always the goal, though? Wasn't writing?
No, I never thought that could happen. But then when it started to happen, I was like, "Yeah, I'll grab it,"
Yeah. And in the middle of that is when Norm had his whatever happened between him and NBC. The legend there. And I guess it was just the fact that you were there at the time. They didn't want to look outside?
No, they wanted to look outside.
They did.
I remember going to Lorne and going, "Look, I don't want Norm to leave, but if he's left, I'm telling you, I'll take it. I don't want because I was afraid they were going to get somebody else, and then I would have been even more pissed." So,
That had to be a strange position, right, for you? I mean, you're writing for
weird.
Norm and then...
Norm, I used to be on the air. We were like good friends there,
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's, and we lived in the same building, so we see each other in the elevator. We worked on the movie last year on Grown Ups, and me and him were together all day, every day. And we're just like, we're like old friends, but we haven't seen each other much since then. And then one night we're just sitting there and he's having coffee. He goes, "Yeah. Hey, how about we're talking about old days. He goes, "How about the time you ruined my life?"
Well, he was out no matter what, right? No matter who.
Out, of course.
I mean, but it is kind of that thing of like,
it is that thing.
Yeah, when your good buddy breaks up with a beautiful girl, you're like, well, she's going to date somebody,
I gotta go.
But how quick were you thrown into that chair? But
it was over the break.
Yeah.
That the whole thing happened. So then I was just like I said, I went to Lorne. I said, because he's like, I forget. They were going to start to look outside. I knew it,
But knowing what like you've already told us about, some of the stand-up stuff that you're doing, I guess you're writing, at least head writer of your own material, I guess, when you're running that desk, right?
Yeah.
To know when that light goes on, you've got this gigantic audience who's comparing you to everybody who's ever been in that position before.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of thinking about that. In retrospect, my happiest years on there on Saturday Night Live were before that. Mm-hmm. When I was doing those characters and little stuff, like I did this New York Times thing, I break down the New York Times.
Right.
Like that was more my style. Doing jokes, one punchline, wait, pause, newscasting.
Yeah.
Not my style, you know what I mean?
And it's also one of those things that it kind of looks easy to the people who don't know. People that are watching like, well, he's got jokes in front of him. Doesn't have to memorize. So people, I think, that normally watch that, and if one joke bombs on Weekend Update, people at home are like,
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a style for certain people.
Yeah.
It is easy. In a certain way, it is easy in that it's a self-contained world, but not for my style of comedy. But it is, if you have the right style, it can be really good, you know?
Yeah, well, your stuff is to comment on things.
Exactly, and that wasn't right for that. You know? I didn't realize it at the time, luckily.
Yeah, luckily. So you're around.
Only in retrospect, I go, and it was just when the internet came out.
Right.
Like when people, not when it came out, but when people started commenting.
Yeah, we're messing.
So I was one of the first people to get hammered on that fucking internet. And I mean, and Lord and them used to read it. Because they figured like, hey, this is like the mind of the public.
Right, yeah.
And they're reading all the shit, and I'm like, I would just read it every week, and then, you know, since then, nothing can hurt me, really.
You go into Lauren's office, and he's on his first message board.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was brutal. But, you know, it is brutal now. Everyone's used to it now.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
And we've, you know, had the opportunity to meet the people who write those things. And they're like, these fucking people right here. They're just the worst.
Yeah, it got pretty, it was interesting, you know?
Yeah, but at first, everybody did treat it like it was New York Times.
Like it was the Oracle. I mean, they would just sit there and go, hey, this is the public speaking. Not the public.
And people are going, Punchy 368 thinks you're terrible. You know, and you're like, who is he? What's the background?
Yes. Yeah. He must be somebody if he can actually get on.
You're right.
It's like an exclusive club. It's got to get on fucking on there. He's got his name up there. It was more impressive than the TV credit, right?
So fairly quick into this, you're like, it's not for me, but...
No, I didn't know that until it was over.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wasn't aware, thank God.
Yeah.
But when it was over, I was like, that was kind of strange. But I mean, but when it ended, it was like, I started to look at it and go, it's not necessarily my format, you know.
So was it a thing where Lauren decided it wasn't your format? Or?
I think it was, I think we both decided. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard to say really what, it was sort of like a parting of the ways, like, yes, sir, like a bow. And, but I mean, he was definitely... He wasn't like, when I was like, hey, man, maybe I should leave, he wasn't like grabbing my leg. No.
You can't do this. The show. This is what happened when Chevy left. This is terrible.
All right, Ron, out. Yeah.
But he kind of stayed in your corner after you left.
He was always great. I mean, look, he hired me as a writer when I bombed at the audition, and then he got me on the air, and then he got me on Update. I mean, you know,
right?
Treated me pretty good.
And then when you did the short thing with NBC after that,
right?
Was he involved in that in any way, or
he was the the guy that put it together,
the guy who put it together? So that had to be strange. I know, to sell what you were doing with the Colin Quinn show to NBC, even for the amount of time they got it on, was a very strange thing to happen.
Yeah, I think, you know, in retrospect, I can't believe it was on for three episodes. It was truly, I could just imagine what I know of networks, they must have been fucking horrified.
Right. Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing even if you got that at 11:30 or 12:30, but what time were you on?
9 o'clock.
Yeah, it felt incredibly early.
Yeah,
for that show to be on television.
Yeah, we're on at 9 or 9:30, I think, right after Fear Factor.
Yeah, and you pretty much came out swinging, right? It just felt like you were swinging hard.
I mean, I was very proud of that show.
Yeah, it was really a different thing to see on.
Yeah.
What was the whole concept behind that? How were you able to pitch that?
The concept was what became Tough Crowd, but I mean, the concept was to get all the... Because I would be watching these comedians. I feel like the world, and I feel like it's even worse. I thought it was going to get better. I feel like it's fucking worse.
Right.
But I felt like the whole world is being politically correct, especially the media. So everything they said was either sensitive or it was just... Everything they said was so, like... Just like the right thing to say, but that's fine for certain things. It's not good for fucking comedy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I felt like everybody was always on the right. And then I'd go to the Comedy Cellar and people would be on stage. Just everybody would be saying what people were really feeling.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the secret little things that everybody, you know what I mean? Like true feelings about humanity and everybody's, you know, just real feelings about everything. And then upstairs at the table, it was worse. It was just, we'd sit there and insult each other, and it was just godless is the only way to describe the table. And then I was like, you know, it's such a breath of fresh air, and you don't see this except in the comedy set, except in the club. Every time you walk through, and you had to use the bathroom at the comedy set, so you're always walking through. Like
right.
The bathrooms through the club. So I was like, man, I wish I could get this on TV. And then we got it on. I was so proud. But after 3 episodes, they were like, oh, we didn't sign up for this.
It really is interesting, though, because, again, you're brutal. But even in the stuff like I saw Comedian, the thing Jerry Seinfeld does. And I hope that you guys all get to see this, because everything that Colin's talking about now about comedy, you see Seinfeld doing, and Colin's working with him on it. But it's really like one of the most human sides of Jerry. It's like the not stage Jerry, not the TV Jerry.
Right.
When he's sitting there, he is one of the guys.
Yeah.
When he's hanging out with you, it's a really interesting thing to see.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And that's what it was supposed to. That's what I love about the NBC show, but more even in Tough Crowd, there were certain people that would just be themselves, and it was like they weren't trying. Like, I always bring up the examples of Nick DiPaolo and Patrice O'Neill, who, of course, at first the network's like, well, those guys are not that likable. I'm like, I know. That's because they're not advertising themselves as likable guys. They're advertising themselves as funny.
Right.
So that they were being themselves, not trying to phony it up and be like, hey, guys, like me, you know, and just being funny on their own terms. Like, there's something to be said for that, too, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Even though if they heard this, both of them probably think, I'm very likable. What's he talking about? You know, they're deluded.
Right. They need to know.
They'd be like, what? What's he talking about?
Well,
I can be a little harsh sometimes.
But that's the great thing about that it's one thing to put together 6 minutes for the Tonight Show, and that's a really great thing. But for a person just to sit here the way you're being today, being funny off the top of your head, is whatever the magic comes from, I think. You know what I mean? Like, that's the gift part of it.
Sure, and
know?
the years of doing it, of course, too. I mean, you know, anybody's comfortable. I mean, you know, at this point, after this many years, if you can't be somewhat funny.
Right. But get out. Just
but
leave.
yeah, it's a combination.
Right.
Like I said, like the guy I was telling you about, Al from Long Island, it was so funny. I don't know if he could ever do it, but I bet if he had trained for 20, I mean, this guy was like a genius. He'd come in with a 25-minute story. But, you know, from this thing, and it was always genius. So,
well,
I mean,
Brian Regan was telling me the same thing sitting here one day, where he was saying that
I'm not a fan of Brian. Go on.
No one is. And you'll be glad to know his Unmasked was just awful. Never got a laugh. But he came up with the thing that some of the funniest people have just never tried to actually do comedy.
That's
that
right.
Funny and comedian is not always the same exact thing.
No,
one is the craft, and you know the other is whatever you get.
Yeah, and there's plenty of guys that are not that funny that became comedians because they knew that craft and they went up there and worked it.
They worked their craft, and then also some of them, and we've had them on the show, just happen to be really good business people. You know what I mean?
That's great. But you see why that's funny? I hate to break down comedy. It's funny because he goes, and some of them, we've had him on the show, they just, like he went back to his sentence. Just threw it in.
I almost dropped his name. I almost slipped his name.
Yeah, well, there's always a few. But I mean, but yeah, you're right. I mean, I think there's so many funny people that just, you know, like you said, they didn't bother with it or for whatever reason.
Well, when you did the Colin Quinn show, did you think this thing could take off, or you're like, we're just slipping it in?
Everything I've ever, you don't understand, and it's probably what's kept me alive. To this day, when I write projects, I'm like, this is going to get made.
Yeah.
And then they don't make them. I mean, and yeah, that show, I was like, of course they're going to pick it up. It's new. Nobody does anything like it. You know, but it's like, there's no way they're not going to do it. There's no way they're not. Now, only in the past year or two have I gotten kind of like negative about like what the networks and like I'm starting to really take them seriously. That they really are scared or whatever they are. They really are, you know, they refuse to do things based on ideology or based on fear of like repercussion. Like I used to think if it's funny, they know they don't have that much funny shit. They're gonna do it.
Right.
They can't afford to be that picky when it comes to funny. But they'd rather do stuff that's mildly humorous and not get themselves in some kind of, you know, I feel like it's almost like a psychological debate with themselves where they have to reassess what they think fucking life is.
Sure.
You know?
Well, I also think...
you tell I spend a lot of time alone thinking about these?
It does almost sound like a Unabomber.
That's what they are slowly driving me towards. If they don't step up soon, that seems like the inevitable fucking end.
But do you know how valuable this interview will then become? This will be great. I'll be on Good Morning America.
Yeah.
I felt something. I should have called. I should have called someone.
And all you guys are going to look bad because you'll be laughing at the guy that killed thousands of people in fucking Hollywood. You'll be like, It's like an NBC Burbank is detonated.
They'll be like everybody throwing their arms up with Hitler, like that whole crowd. Their relatives are still alive today.
Right.
That's my grandfather right there. But the thing about it is, there is, when we go back to the integrity factor, you do have it with that. Whether that's always a good thing or a bad thing. But I was bringing up that people in these corporations, and I think government is the same way, people just get there and just try to keep that job as long as they can. They know it's not permanent.
I understand, but at the same time, they have pretensions of autistic. I wouldn't mind if they spoke and just said, "Look, man, I'm covering my ass." But these people have fucking aspirations, and they talk shit their whole lives about trying to do autistic stuff. That's the part that drives me crazy.
So they'll actually sit there and say to you, "We want the kind of stuff you're talking about."
Oh, they fucking. That's the sad thing. You can never act your way out. When there's some subject that's constantly on your mind, you start spewing like it's so relaxed. My fucking venom is so relaxed and organic now. But that's since the 80s. Push the envelope.
Right.
Fucking edgy. They use these words, and it just,
Does it sometimes hurt that your anger brings laughter? That your pain?
It's nice. Usually, it's one person has to be suffering listening to me ramble. So I just gotta have
someone is having coffee with you.
Yeah,
I know, Colin. It's awful. Yeah, you should be huge. Should have Oscars by now.
Something like that. That's pretty basically it, Rod. Yeah.
So when you spun that into Tough Crowd, you did find a home there for this show.
Yes, at first.
Yeah.
It was definitely a home as far as they were like, look, this show belongs with us. It's like, and I was like, yeah. But then I did it there, and then, it went great as far as for a while. But then trouble ensued. And I blame the dumb comedians, too, because all the comedians, because I love comedians so much, and the regulars there, I really did love them more than they deserved in many ways. But they would actually, people was like, he always gets canceled. And I was like, But really, I was like, what the fuck, man? Then when it got canceled, I felt like they put it out there.
Right. So they had zero pressure on them. This is just like a fun gig. They get to come in, plug where they're going,
but they acted like all the pressure was on them.
Yeah,
each one would come in. You know how comedians are. They come in every day like, thank God I'm here. Don't worry about it, Kyle. Take a break.
Yeah. How did you get along with all the other shows there at Comedy Central? Did it feel like you were part of it, or? It just even on that network, you guys still stuck out like a sore thumb. You just even on Comedy Central and cable, you're watching this and you're like, is this really television? It was a really different show.
Shit we said there every day, what was said on that show would have gotten you fired from any. You'd be on the front page of every magazine. We say it every day in public,
Yeah.
But it was. We knew all the other comedians sort of from. I know Jon Stewart for years. I know all these guys, but it's not like anybody hung out with each other. It was more like just our little world of our show,
But if you watch John's show and the Colbert Show, these are really polished, sharp, well-written comedy shows where you guys were just swinging. it just...
Ron, it takes a lot of work to make something look like it's not rehearsed.
It did occasionally look like someone was going to get hit with a chair on your show.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. It was ridiculous. These guys are out of their mind. But, it got very volatile because we were bringing up real subjects that people just have big opinions on, So every time it was funny, but then it would turn into a screaming match.
Did the networks think they could tweak it at all, or did they just feel
they tried to talk to me a couple of times, but there's no talking to him. They tried to talk to me, at one point they were like, you guys talk about race almost every day. And I was like, tell Patrice, tell Keith, tell the black comedian. What to me, the height of hypocrisy was that they would say, you guys, they would bleep all black comedians saying the N-word. But Chappelle, which was on later than us, earlier than us. So actually, that's usually
right.
They would say it 50 times,
Right.
So even when the black comedians would say N-word, they'd bleep us.
Well,
because it was a white show, I guess, or whatever their rationale.
Or maybe it's because Chappelle actually wrote that bit, where you guys were just using it,
describing each other.
Your show, it really felt like it was meant to hurt.
Oh yeah, sure it was. But I remember one time they actually said, okay, because I was complaining about this, it was like symbolic to me of everything.
Right.
And I go, you guys, so they go, okay, the subject was the N-word. So they go, okay, you guys can use it, even the white guys, we're not going to bleep anybody. And the censor came up to me and said, but try to be like, do it within reason. So I said, yes, you're right. So of course, every asshole on the show that day abuse all the white guys. Where at the end I was just looking at the censor like, I swear to God, I did not mean any of this. It was like ridiculous what happened that day. So that was like, then in that case the censor was right. I was like, all right, just do whatever you have to do. But yeah, they wanted to change the whole racial component of the show. I mean, it was every day. It was I wouldn't necessarily bring it up, but it would get brought up and everybody would just be talking about it and start yelling, And I mean, I was, I can't act like I wasn't involved. I'm like, hey, everybody's talking. I was just the host.
Yeah.
But then they were like, why can't you guys talk about, like celebrity stuff, more celebrity-driven stuff? And I was like, can you imagine me going to like Nick DiPaolo, Patrice O'Neill, going, hey, fellas, you heard about the Paris Hilton thing? They would destroy me. I mean, I love doing it, but whatever. I mean,
You did wrangle. I will give you that. No one. I don't think people who watch that understand what it's like to try to tug that back every once in a while.
Oh my God! Yeah, I tried. Right?
Yeah, right. You did try. But I watched some of it on YouTube just the other, knowing that you were coming on to do this, and I actually thought at one point, how did this get on YouTube?
That's the ultimate compliment. Now that's a compliment.
I thought.
Well, they always gay lip service at comedy. It's supposed to be provoking and all
right,
that stuff.
absolutely,
So what the fuck? It's supposed to be people's thoughts out loud that nobody would say.
And truly, in the middle of all these cable networks, so you tell me that we can't have a half hour here and there of this kind of stuff. I mean, it's insane.
Apparently not.
Yeah,
I've been trying to push them for 5.5 years.
Do you have any plans? Is there a big thing that you're thinking about next, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm doing a lot of different stuff. I'm trying to get a bunch of stuff going on. But I mean, I've been doing that for years. Like I say, since I left, I write scripts, I write stand-up, I do shows, I do everything.
How about a book? You seem like you got.
Everyone always says to do a book. I don't know why I don't want to write a book. What, a novel? I would write a novel.
Yeah.
I wouldn't write a book, though,
Yeah, not your show business bio.
Right,
I don't want you to waste your
I don't
time.
like those, yeah.
I'm looking for Angela's Ashes, part 2. Seriously, I have it in my mind that you are the Irish storyteller. That's the thing that you're meant to do. I really do think you can pull that off.
Yeah, maybe I should. Obviously, nothing else is working.
I promised some of these people they could ask questions as well, if you don't mind. But it's been so much fun sitting around here with you. Who do we got here?
Hi, Colin. I was just wondering, when you were scouting for Last Comic Standing, what was it that you were looking for?
First of all, that's a statement that I could sue you for slander. I was a judge on Last Comic Standing as a favor to Jay Moore. He asked me if I'd be a judge. It's my sex tape. But I mean, so I didn't...
This kid makes it feel like you're out hitting the bushes, looking for that next big ball player.
He's like, hey, Mr. Autistic, why are you out scouting for Last Comic Standing? Can I just say one more funny thing about autistic pretensions?
Yeah.
Which I said at Ken Hope's other memorial, when one time we were hanging out, and I was talking about stand-up. We were in the middle of an MTV remote control, so we were autographing all this stuff after the show. And it's like all these just like, everybody's like wild drinking party. And I'm talking to Kenny. I'm going, I just, stand-up. I started going into this like autistic explanation for stand-up. I'm like, because really, I mean, what our essence of what we're trying to do stand-up wise, if you look back, and then some girl comes up and hands me a pen and pulls her shirt down for me to sign her tit. And he goes, Hey, what do you have to say now, fucking Spalding Gray? But yeah, I was a judge on Last Comic Standing. What was I looking for then? I mean, I've never scouted for them, but I don't know. Well, you got such a scurrilous room, young man.
He was looking for a paycheck. What's the big deal?
You're trying to say what are the things I think stand up? I mean, stand up to me, it's like if I could do it all over again, the way I would do it if I was anybody going into stand up is just I would write every story that happened. I would write each thing in a story that happened to me, so you always have a beginning and end, and then just put in whatever jokes you could do. But I'd make it things that happened to me. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way to be original. This way, nobody can really steal off you, and you always have an end to your story. So if you're going upstage, if you're doing stand-up, you always have a story of your life. So you'll never forget it, and you just sprinkle the jokes in. But I mean, that's not what I would look for stand-up wise. But like I said, I only judged that one time.
So everything would be
haunt me.
Yeah, everything would be totally personally based for you.
I would base everything on a real story, so you always had an end. Because remember, I'm very qualified to talk about this because I bombed for years in stand-up, so I know what I did wrong. And one of the things I did wrong was I didn't let the audience know where the ending could be.
Yeah.
And plus, if you're talking about your own life, you can never go wrong. Nobody can really steal your style, and it will help you strongly build your style.
You know who exactly that sounds like? Spalding Gray, I think.
But also Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby does that when you think about it. He'll take one story and it'll be a 30-minute. It could be the dentist, but it goes into his daughters. He digresses into his bits about his, and then back to the story.
Yeah. And they follow him the whole time.
And they follow him the whole time.
Yeah. Let's go over here.
On your days at Saturday Night Live, do you remember a host being particularly bad when you were there?
Well, I was like kind of out of the loop as far as hosts. I mean, everybody always said Chevy Chase, like they were probably, but I thought Chevy Chase was funny as hell when he came on. He was just a real bullbuster, but it was like it was funny, like he wasn't doing it. He wasn't being malicious. He was just like he's just crazy. You know what I mean?
They all killed him in that book, though.
They killed him in that book.
Yeah,
but I was there that time. I thought he was funny.
Yeah, you're just reading this book, and it's everyone's memories of Saturday Night Live. And anytime Chevy came back to host the show, everyone just acted like he's ruined everything.
Yeah, but he was such a funny bullbuster in a certain way that it's hard to. It wasn't like he was just bullying people. He'd bust lawns. He's just a hyper guy. He's like a kid.
Right.
He's like a little kid.
Right.
He just goes and just fucks things up and throws shit. But it's funny the way he does it.
But why do you think it is? What is it about his personality that people were just? Was it the fact that he was already successful, had money? What bothered him?
Well, I guess it was just a style of personality that comedians, of course, love. Because like one time he came on the show and I was warming up the crowd before the show, so it's like a kind of important thing. And you're up there warming up and trying to get little laughs, and show's about to start. And he walks through the crowd and they all start applauding like crazy. And he comes up to me. He leans in and hugs me and just goes, "I just wanted to fuck you up," and walked away.
Is there a particular bit that you wrote for In Living Color that you're the most proud of?
My In Living Color. Well, they barely used any of my bits, but I wrote one bit. It's sad that I remember this bit, but it was for Snow. Do you remember Snow? He was a Canadian rapper.
Oh, sure.
And it was Informer, that song Informer. And my bit was, in 4 months, you're going to be back in Toronto with a day job. Which turned out to be very prescient. I'm not proud that I remember that bit to this day, but like I said, I didn't get a lot of things on. And Jim Carrey, which shows once again my great acumen, was leaving to go do Ace Ventura 1. And I remember thinking to myself, this poor idiot is walking out of his last big shot here in Living Color. Because I had read that script. That script was shit until Jim Carrey made it Jim Carrey's.
Right.
That script was floating around Hollywood for years. They're trying to get people. I even read it. That's how low they got.
And I'm sure it still reads like shit. I mean,
sure it does.
Really,
he just took it and made it.
He just one. Yeah. So you were like, "Don't do this, Jim." Whatever.
No, I didn't have that kind of power at the time.
Now, did you move out to LA?
While he's getting his makeup. Hey, what do you think of this show?
Did you move out to LA during that time, or?
Yes, that's when I was out in LA. That was she's talking about like right. It was right before SNL.
Mm-hmm.
I had my writer's experience there.
Is that did that change the way you looked at the world to live in LA for a while? Because you're such a New York guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. LA's good in a certain way because it gives you a real picture of like showbiz. You just drive around by yourself in a car for hours at a time every day, and you got to really confront yourself, you know. So it's good. It's reality. But I mean, I would. It's not really a place I would want to spend my life, but I like LA, all right. But yeah, when I was writing there, it was interesting because also as a writer, instead of being a performer, I had to look at it from that point of view too, not being,
sure.
So that was a good experience. It was good for when I got hired by SNL. I was already a writer, so I had experience.
Let's go over here.
Hey, what do you think of the current SNL squad?
Hilarious. I swear to God, I think they're fucking hilarious. I can't believe it. They're really funny. I mean, Chris and Wig, of course, but like Bill Hay and all of them. Just everybody does one thing that I'm like. I mean, I don't even watch it that much, but every time I watch it on fucking Hulu all the time and shit. And like Fred Armisen doing that comedian, you know, he does that comedian with the newspaper and the army jacket. Just everybody does so much shit, but she's like a damn. And even Justin Timberlake, I don't want to like this fucking guy, but he did that. I keep watching that sketch, you know, Classic Peg. Where it's like, you know, him with her, she's like the Target lady, and he starts going into this.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. I think they're as good as any. I mean, the cast I was lucky, the people I was with, Will and Sherry and all that, they were fucking amazing. They brought the show back. That show was about to get canceled. Remember?
Well, it was just about that time, too, that they started to focus on women and haven't taken their focus off it. It's a really strong woman show now.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Totally. And look at Kristen Wiig and look at all these other new girls. Jenny Elliott and all that.
Is it tough for you to write for women? Because you have this kind of masculine point of view. Is that easy for you when you're writing your screenplays and stuff?
I mean, no. I mean, I don't know. We'll know if one of them will ever get fucking made. Then I'd love to be criticized. But as it is, it's just me in my room and my coffee friends. The script. You're right, Colin.
It's great, Colin. You know,
that's a women character, right?
It's a sin. It's a sin. This isn't bigger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, sir.
Colin, any favorite moments from Remote Control, either on air or backstage?
Well, I mean, on air, the most favorite moment was what happened was if you hit all the videos, they'd be lying in this Craftmatic adjustable bed at the end, and if you won all the videos, you'd win a Mitsubishi Montero. That was the big prize, Mitsubishi Montero. So one kid, you'd have to guess the 7 videos, and it was hard. You know, you guess the video, so they're like sitting there, and they're lying in the bed, and they have to go, okay, that's Whitesnake, that's fucking, was not was. Sort of you know, that's the fucking Stone Roses. And then this one kid, I can't remember, but I remember the kid actually came up to me years later and go, some girl was like halfway through. She had 6 out of 7, and she said, me and Kari, the girl who was on the show with me, we leaned in and whispered the last one through. I'm sure Mitsubishi's pissed at that
one. Colin, I always know that this is a good unmasked when the hour goes by so fast. I feel like we just got to scratch the surface with you, man. So it's just a pleasure. The legend, Colin Quinn. Let him hear it. That was great.